Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Regulators by Stephen King, writing as Richard Bachman. Read by Frank Muller.
Chapter 1. Poplar Street, 3:45 p.m., July 15, 1996. Summer's here. Not just summer either, not this year, but the apotheosis of summer, the avatar of summer. High, green, perfect Central Ohio summer dead smash in the middle of July. White sun glaring out of that fabled, faded Levi's sky, the sound of kids hollering back and forth through the bare street woods at the top of the hill, the tink of little league bats from the ball field on the other side of the woods, the sound of power mowers, the sound of muscle cars out on Highway 19, the sound of rollerblades on the cement sidewalks and smooth macadam of Poplar Street, the sound of radios, Cleveland Indians baseball, the rare day game, competing with Tina Turner, belting out Nutbush city limits, the one that goes 25 is the speed limit, motorcycles not allowed in it, and surrounding everything like an auditory edging of lace, the soothing, silky hiss of lawn sprinklers. Summer in Wentworth, Ohio. Oh boy, can you dig it. Summer here on Poplar Street, which runs straight through the middle of that fabled, faded American dream, with the smell of hot dogs in the air and a few burst paper remains of 4th of July firecrackers still lying here and there in the gutters. It's been a hot July, a perfect, good old by-God blue ribbon geezer of a July, no doubt about it. But if you want to know the truth, it's also been a dry July, with no water but the occasional flipped spray of a hose to stir those last shreds of Chinese paper from where they lie. That may change today. There's an occasional rumble of thunder from the west, and those watching the Weather Channel, there's plenty of cable TV on Poplar Street, you bet, know that thunderstorms are expected later on, maybe even a tornado, although that's unlikely. Meantime, though, it's all watermelon and Kool-Aid and foul tips off the end of the bat. It's all the summer you ever wanted and more, here in the center of the United States of America. Life as good as you ever dreamed it could be, with Chevrolets parked in driveways and steaks in refrigerator meat drawers waiting to be slapped on the barbecue in the backyard come evening. And will there be apple pie to follow? What do you think? This is the land of green lawns and carefully tended flower beds. This is the kingdom of Ohio, where the kids wear their hats turned around backward and their strappy tank tops hang down over their baggy shorts, and their great big galooty sneakers all seem to bear the Nike swoosh. On the block of Poplar which runs between Bear Street at the top of the hill and Hyacinth at the bottom, there are 11 houses and one store. The store, which stands on the corner of Poplar and Hyacinth, is the ever-popular All-American Convenience Mart, where you can get your cigarettes, your Blatz, a Rolling Rock, your penny candy, although these days most of it costs a dime, your barbecue supplies, paper plates, plastic forks, taco chips, ice cream, ketchup, mustard, relish, your popsicles, and your wide variety of Snapple, made from the best stuff on earth. You can even get a copy of Penthouse at the Easy Stop 24 if you want one, but you have to ask the clerk. In the Kingdom of Ohio, they mostly keep the skin magazines under the counter. And hey, that's perfectly all right. The important thing is that you should know where to get one if you need one. The clerk today is new, less than a week on the job, and right now, at 3:45 in the afternoon, she's waiting on a little boy and girl. The girl looks to be about 11 and is already on her way to being a beauty. The boy, clearly her little brother, is maybe 6 and is, in the new clerk's opinion, at least already on his way to being a first-class boogersnot. "I want 2 candy bars," Brother Boogersnot exclaims. "There's only money enough for one if we each have a soda," Pretty Sis tells him with what the clerk thinks is admirable patience. If this were her little brother, she would be very tempted to kick his ass so high up he could get a job playing the Hunchback of Notre Dame in the school play. "Mom gave you $5 this morning, I saw it," the Boogersnot says. "Where's the rest of it, Margaret?" "Don't call me that, I hate that," the girl says. She has long, honey-blonde hair, which the clerk thinks is absolutely gorgeous. The new clerk's own hair is short and kinky, dyed orange on the right and green on the left. She has a pretty good idea she wouldn't have gotten this job without washing the dye out of it if the manager hadn't been absolutely strapped for someone to work 11 to 7. Her good luck, his bad. He had extracted a promise from her that she'd wear a kerchief or a baseball cap over the dye job, but promises were made to be broken. Now she sees Pretty Sister is looking at her hair with some fascination. "Margaret, Margaret, Margaret," the little brother crows with the cheerfully energetic viciousness which only little brothers can muster. "My name's really Ellen," the girl says, speaking with the air of one imparting a great confidence. "Margaret's my middle name. He calls me that because he knows I hate it." "Nice to meet you, Ellen," the clerk says and begins totting up the girl's purchases. "Nice to meet you, Margaret," the booger-snot brother mimics, screwing his face into an expression so strenuously awful that it is funny. His nose is wrinkled, his eyes crossed. "Nice to meet you, Margaret the maggot." Ignoring him, Ellen says, "I love your hair." "Thanks," the new clerk says, smiling. "It's not as nice as yours, but it'll do. That's $1.46. The girl takes a little plastic change purse from the pocket of her jeans. It's the kind you squeeze open. Inside are 2 crumpled dollar bills and a few pennies. "Ask Margaret the maggot where the other $3 went," the booger-snot trumpets. He's a regular little public address system. "She used it to buy a magazine with Ethan Hawke on the cover." Ellen goes on ignoring him, although her cheeks are starting to get a little red. As she hands over the $2, she says, "I haven't seen you before, have I?" "Probably not. I just started in here last Wednesday. They wanted somebody who'd work 11 to 7 and stay over a few hours if the night guy turns up late." "Well, it's very nice to meet you. I'm Ellie Carver, and this is my little brother Ralph." Ralph Carver sticks out his tongue and makes a sound like a wasp caught in a mayonnaise jar. What a polite little animal it is, the young woman with the two-tone hair thinks. "I'm Cynthia Smith," she says, extending her hand over the counter to the girl. "Always a Cynthia and never a Cindy. Can you remember that?" The girl nods, smiling. "And I'm always an Ellie, never a Margaret." "Margaret the maggot!" Ralph cries in crazed 6-year-old triumph. He raises his hands in the air and bumps his hips from side to side in the pure poison joy of living. "Margaret the maggot loves Ethan Hawke." Ellen gives Cynthia a look much older than her years, an expression of world-weary resignation that says, "You see what I have to put up with." Cynthia, who had a little brother herself and knows exactly what pretty Ellie has to put up with, wants to crack up but manages to keep a straight face. And that's good. This girl's a prisoner of her time and her age, the same as anyone else, which means that all of this is perfectly serious to her. Ellie hands her brother a can of Pepsi. "We'll split the candy bar outside," she says. "You're going to pull me and Buster," Ralph says as they start toward the door, walking into the brilliant oblong of sun that falls through the window like fire. "Gonna pull me and Buster all the way back home." "Like hell I am," Ellie says. But as she opens the door, Brother Boogersnot turns and gives Cynthia a smug look which says, "Wait and see who wins this one. You just wait and see." Then they go out. Summer. Yes. But not just summer. We are talking July 15th, the very roof tree of summer, in an Ohio town where most kids go to vacation Bible school and participate in the summer reading program at the public library, and where one kid has just got to have a little red wagon, which he has named, for reasons only he will ever know, Buster. 11 houses and 1 convenience store simmering in that bright, bald, Midwestern July glare, 90 degrees in the shade, 96 in the sun, hot enough that the air shimmers above the pavement as if over an open incinerator. The block runs north-south. Odd-numbered houses on the Los Angeles side of the street, even-numbered ones on the New York side. At the top, on the western corner of Poplar and Bear Street, is 251 Poplar. Brad Josephson is out front, using the hose to water the flower beds beside the front path. He is 46, with gorgeous chocolate skin and a long, sloping gut. Ellie Carver thinks he looks like Bill Cosby. A little bit, anyway. Brad and Belinda Josephson are the only black people on the block, and the block is damned proud to have them. They look just the way people in suburban Ohio like their black people to look, and it makes things just right to see them out and about. They're nice folks. Everyone likes the Josephsons. Carrie Ripton, who delivers the Wentworth Shopper on Monday afternoons, comes pedaling around the corner and tosses Brad a rolled-up paper. Brad catches it deftly with the hand that isn't holding the hose. Never even moves, just up with the hand and whoomp, there it is. "Good one, Mr. Josephson," Carrie calls and pedals on down the hill with his canvas sack of papers bouncing on his hip. He's wearing an oversized Orlando Magic jersey with Shaq's number 32 on it. "Yep, I ain't lost it yet," Brad says, and tucks the nozzle of the hose under his arm so he can open the weekly handout and see what's on the front page. It'll be the same old crap, of course, yard sales and community puffery, but he wants to get a look anyway. Just human nature, he supposes. Across the street at 250, Johnny Marinville is sitting on his front step, playing his guitar and singing along. One of the world's dumber folk songs, but Marinville plays well, and although no one will ever mistake him for Marvin Gaye, or Perry Como, for that matter, he can carry a tune and stay in key. Brad has always found this slightly offensive. A man who's good at one thing should be content with that and let the rest of it go, Brad feels. Kerry Ripton, 14, crew cut, plays backup shortstop for the Wentworth American Legion team, the Hawks, currently 14-4 with 2 games left to play, tosses the next chopper onto the porch of 249, the Sotterson place. The Josephsons are the Poplar Street black couple. The Sottersons, Gary and Marielle, are the Poplar Street bohemians. On the scales of public opinion, the Sottersons pretty much balance each other. Gary is, by and large, a help-out kind of guy, and liked by his neighbors, in spite of the fact that he's at least half-lit nearly all of the time. Marielle, however, well, as Pye Carver has been known to say, there's a word for women like Marielle. It rhymes with the one for how you kick a football. Carrie's throw is a perfect bank shot, bouncing the shopper off the Sotterson front door and landing it spang on the Sotterson welcome mat. But no one comes out to get it. Marielle is inside taking a shower, her second of the day. She hates it when the weather gets sticky like this. And Gary is out back, absent-mindedly fueling the backyard barbecue, eventually loading it with enough briquettes to flash-fry a water buffalo. He's wearing an apron with the words, "You may kiss the cook," on the front. It's too early to start the steaks, but it's never too early to get ready. There is an umbrella-shaded picnic table in the middle of the Sotterson backyard, and standing on it is Gary's portable bar. A bottle of olives, a bottle of gin, and a bottle of vermouth. The bottle of vermouth has not been opened. A double martini stands in front of it. Gary finishes overloading the barbecue, goes to the table, and swallows what's left in the glass. He is very partial to martinis, and tends to be in the bag by 4 o'clock or so on most days when he doesn't have to teach. Today is no exception. "All right," Gary says, "next case." He then proceeds to make another Sotterson martini. He does this by A, filling his martini glass to the 3/4 point with Bombay gin, B, popping in an Amati olive, C, tipping the rim of the glass against the unopened bottle of vermouth for good luck. He tastes, closes his eyes, tastes again. His eyes, already quite red, open. He smiles. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen," he tells his simmering backyard, "we have a winner." Faintly, over all the other sounds of summer, kids, mowers, muscle cars, sprinklers, singing bugs in the baked grass of his backyard, Gary can hear the writer's guitar, a sweet and easy sound. He picks out the tune almost at once and dances around the circle of shade thrown by the umbrella with his glass in his hand, singing along. "So kiss me and smile for me. Tell me that you'll wait for me. Hold me like you'll never let me go." A good tune. One he remembers from before the Reed twins, 2 houses down, were even thought of, let alone born. For just a moment he is struck by the reality of time's passage, how stark it is and unappealable. It passes the ear with a sound like iron. He takes another big sip of his martini and wonders what to do now that the barbecue is ready for liftoff. Along with the other sounds, he can hear the shower upstairs, and he thinks of Marielle, naked in there. The bitch of the Western world, but she's kept her body in good shape. He thinks of her soaping her breasts, maybe caressing her nipples with the tips of her fingers in a circular motion, making them hard. Of course, she's doing nothing of the damned kind, but it's the sort of image that just won't go away unless you do something to pop it. He decides to be a 20th century version of St. George. He will fuck the dragon instead of slaying it. He puts his martini glass down on the picnic table and starts for the house. Oh, gosh, it's summertime, 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 and on Poplar Street the living is easy. Kerry Ripton checks his rearview mirror for traffic, sees none, and swerves easterly across the street to the Carver house. He hasn't bothered with Mr. Marinville because at the start of the summer Mr. Marinville gave him $5 not to deliver the shopper. "Please, Carrie," he said, his eyes solemn and earnest. "I can't read about another supermarket opening or drugstore jamboree. It'll kill me if I do." Carrie doesn't understand Mr. Marinville in the slightest, but he is a nice enough man, and $5 is $5. Mrs. Carver opens the front door of 248 Poplar and waves as Carrie easy tosses her the shopper. She grabs for it, misses completely, and laughs. Carrie laughs with her. She doesn't have Brad Josephson's hands or reflexes, but she's pretty and a hell of a good sport. Her husband is beside the house, wearing his bathing suit and flip-flops, washing the car. He catches a glimpse of Carrie out of the corner of his eye, turns, points a finger. Carrie points one right back, and they pretend to shoot each other. This is Mr. Carver's crippled but game effort to be cool, and Carrie respects that. David Carver works for the post office, and Carrie figures he must be on vacation this week. The boy makes a vow to himself. If he has to settle for a regular 9-to-5 job when he grows up, he knows that, like diabetes and kidney failure, this does happen to some people. He will never spend his vacation at home washing his car in the driveway. "I'm not going to have a car anyway," he thinks. "Going to have a motorcycle. No Japanese bike either. Big damn old Harley Davidson like the one Mr. Marinville keeps in his garage. American steel." He checks the rear view again and catches sight of something bright red up on Bear Street beyond the Josephson place. A van, it looks like, parked just beyond the southwestern corner of the intersection. And then swoops his Schwinn back across the street again, this time to 247, the Weiler place. Of the occupied houses on the street, 242, the old Hobart place, is vacant. The Weiler place is the only one which even approaches seedy. It's a small ranch-style home that could use a fresh coat of paint and a fresh coat of seal on the driveway. There's a sprinkler twirling on the lawn, but the grass is still showing the effects of the hot, dry weather in a way the other lawns on the street, including the lawn of the vacant Hobart house, actually are not. There are yellow patches, small right now, but spreading. She doesn't know that water isn't enough, Carrie thinks, reaching into his canvas bag for another rolled-up shopper. Her husband might have, but... He suddenly realizes that Mrs. Weiler, he guesses that widows are still called Mrs., is standing inside the screen door, and something about seeing her there, hardly more than a silhouette, startles him badly. He wobbles on his bike for a moment, and when he throws the rolled-up paper, his usually accurate aim is way off. The shopper lands atop one of the shrubs flanking the front steps. He hates doing that. Hates it. It's like some stupid comedy show where the paperboy is always throwing the Daily Bugle onto the roof or into the rose bushes. Har har, paperboys with bad aim, what a scream. And on a different day, or at a different house, he might have gone back to rectify the error, maybe even put the paper in the lady's hand himself with a smile and a nod and a have a nice day. Not today, though. There's something here he doesn't like. Something about the way she's standing inside the screen door, shoulders slumped and hands dangling, like a kid's toy with the batteries pulled. And that's maybe not all that's out of kilter either. He can't see her well enough to be sure, but he thinks maybe Mrs. Weiler is naked from the waist up, that she's standing there in her front hall wearing nothing but a pair of shorts, standing there and staring at him. If so, it's not sexy. It's creepy. The kid that stays with her, her nephew, that little weasel's creepy too. Seth Garland or Garin or something like that. He never talks, not even if you talk to him. "Hey, how you doing? You like it around here? You think the Indians will make it to the series again?" Just looks at you with his mud-colored eyes. Looks at you the way Carrie feels Mrs. Weiler, who is usually nice, is looking at him now. Like, "Step into my parlor," said the spider to the fly, like that. Her husband died last year. Right around the time the Hobarts had that trouble and moved away, now that he thinks of it. And people say it wasn't an accident. People say that Herb Weiler, who collected stamps and had once given Carrie an old air rifle, committed suicide. Goose flesh, somehow twice as scary on a day as hot as this one, ripples up his back, and he banks back across the street after another cursory look into the rearview mirror. The red van is still up there, near the corner of Bear and Poplar, some spiffy rig, the boy thinks, and this time there is a vehicle coming down the street as well. A blue Acura Carrie recognizes at once. It's Mr. Jackson, the block's other teacher. Not high school in his case, however. Mr. Jackson is actually Professor Jackson, or maybe it's just Assistant Professor Jackson. He teaches at Ohio State. Go you Buckeyes. The Jacksons live at 244, one up from the old Hobart place. It's the nicest house on the block, a roomy Cape Cod with a high hedge on the downhill side and a high cedar stake fence on the uphill side, between them and the old veterinarian's place. "Yo, Carrie," Peter Jackson says, pulling up beside him. He's wearing faded jeans and a T-shirt with a big yellow smile face on it. "Have a nice day," Mr. Smiley Smile is saying. "How's it going, bad boy?" "Great, Mr. Jackson," Carrie says, smiling. He thinks of adding, "except that I think Mrs. Weiler is standing in her door back there with her shirt off," and then doesn't. "Everything's super cool." "Are you starting any games yet?" "Only 2 so far, but that's okay. I got a couple of innings last night, and I'll probably get a couple more tonight. It's really all I hoped for. But it's Frankie Albertini's last year in Legion, you know." He holds out a rolled copy of the Shopper. "That's right," Peter says, taking it, "and next year it's Monsieur Carrie Ripton's turn to howl at shortstop." The boy laughs, tickled at the idea of standing out there at short in his Legion uniform and howling like a werewolf. "You teaching summer school again this year?" "Yep, 2 classes, historical plays of Shakespeare, plus James Dickey and the New Southern Gothic. Either sound interesting to you?" "I think I'll pass." Peter nods seriously. "Pass, and you'll never have to go to summer school, bad boy." He taps the smile face on his shirt. They loosen up on the teacher dress code a little come June, but summer school's still a drag, same as it ever was. He drops the rolled-up Shopper onto the seat and pulls the Acura's transmission lever down into drive. "Don't give yourself a heat stroke pedaling around the neighborhood with those papers." "Nah, I think it's going to rain later anyway. I keep hearing thunder off and on." "That's what they say on the—" "Watch out!" A large, furry shape bullets by, chasing a red disc. Carrie leans his bike over toward Mr. Jackson's car and is just feathered by Hannibal's tail as the German Shepherd chases after the Frisbee. "He's the one you ought to warn about heat stroke," Carrie says. "Maybe you're right," Peter says, and drives slowly on. Carrie watches Hannibal snatch the Frisbee off the sidewalk on the far side of the street and turn with it in his mouth. He has a jaunty bandana tied around his neck and appears to be wearing a big old doggy grin. "Bring it back, Hannibal," Jim Reed calls, and his twin brother Dave joins in. "Come on, Hannibal, don't be a dork. Fetch, bring." Hannibal stands in front of 246 across from the Weiler house with the Frisbee in his mouth and his tail waving back and forth slowly. His grin appears to widen. The Reed twins live at 245, a house down from Mrs. Weiler. They are standing at the edge of their lawn, one dark, one light, both tall and handsome in cut-off T-shirts and identical Eddie Bauer shorts, staring across the street at Hannibal. Behind them are a couple of girls. One is Susie Geller from next door, pretty but not, kabam. The other, a redhead with long cheerleader legs, is a different story. Her picture could be next to kabam in the dictionary. Carrie doesn't know her, but he would like to know her hopes and dreams and plans and fantasies. Especially the fantasies. "Not in this life," he thinks. "That's mature pussy. She's 17 if she's a day." "Aw, sugar," Jim Reed says, then turns to his dark-haired sib. "You go get it this time." "No way, it'll be all spitty," Dave Reed says. "Hannibal, be a good dog and bring that back here." Hannibal stands on the sidewalk in front of Doc's house, still grinning. "Nya, he says, without having to say anything. It's all in the grin and the regally serene sweep of the tail. "Nya, you've got girls in Eddie Bauer shorts, but I got your Frisbee, and I'm leaking canine spit all over it, and in my opinion that makes me the Grand Wazoo." Carrie reaches into his pocket and pulls out a bag of sunflower seeds. If you have to ride the bench, she has discovered sunflower seeds help to pass the time. He has become quite adept at cracking them with his teeth and chewing the tasty centers, even as he spits the hulls onto the cracked cement of the dugout floor with the machine-gun speed of a major leaguer. "I got you covered," he calls back to the Reed twins, hoping the sweet little redhead will be impressed by his animal-taming prowess, knowing this is a dream so foolish only a kid between his freshman and sophomore years in high school could possibly entertain it, but she looks so wonderful in those cuffed white shorts she's wearing. Oh, great gosh almighty, and when did a little fantasy ever hurt a kid? He drops the bag of sunflower seeds down to dog level and crackles the cellophane. Hannibal comes at once, still with the red Frisbee caught in the center of his grin. Carrie pours a few seeds into his palm. "Good, Hannibal," he says. "These are good sunflower seeds, loved by dogs all over the world. Try 'em, you'll buy 'em." Hannibal studies the seeds a moment longer, nostrils quivering delicately, then drops the frisbee onto Poplar Street and vacuums them out of Carrie's palm. Quick as a flash, the boy bends, grabs the frisbee, it is sort of spitty around the edges, and scales it back at Jim Reed. It's a perfect floating toss, one Jim is able to grab without moving a single step. And, oh, God, oh, Jesus, the redhead is applauding him, bouncing up and down next to Susie Geller, her boobs small but delectable, kind of jiggling inside the halter she's wearing. "Oh, thank you, Lord, thank you so much. We now have enough jack-off material in our memory banks to last at least a week." Grinning, unaware that he will die both a virgin and a backup shortstop, Carrie throws a shopper onto the stoop of Tom Billingsley's house. He can hear Doc's mower yowling out back, and swoops across the street again toward the Reed house. Dave tosses the frisbee to Susie Geller and then takes the shopper when Carrie flips it to him. "Thanks for getting the frisbee back," Dave says. "No problem." He nods toward the redhead. "Who's she?" Dave laughs, not unkindly. "Never mind, little man, don't even bother to ask." Carrie thinks of chasing it a little, then decides it would probably be better to quit while he's ahead. He got the frisbee, after all, and she applauded him, and the sight of her bouncing around in that little halter would have gotten an overcooked noodle hard. Surely that is enough for a summer afternoon as hot as this one. Above and behind them, at the top of the hill, the red van begins to move, creeping slowly up on the corner. "You coming to the game tonight?" Carrie asks Dave Reed. "We got the Columbus Rebels. Should be good." "You gonna play?" "I should get a couple of innings in the field and at least one AB." "Probably not, then," Dave says, and yodels a laugh which makes Carrie wince. The Reed twins look like young gods in their cut-off tees, he thinks, but when they open their mouths they bear a suspicious resemblance to the Hager twins of Hee-Haw. Carrie glances down toward the house on the corner of Poplar and Hyacinth, across from the store. The last house on the left, as in the horror movie of the same name. There is no car in the driveway, but that means nothing. It could be in the garage. "He home?" he asks Dave, lifting his chin at 240. "Dunno," Jim says, coming over. "But you hardly ever do you? That's what makes him so weird. Half the time he leaves his damn car in the garage and cuts through the woods to Hyacinth. Probably takes the bus to wherever it is he goes." "You scared of him?" Dave asks Carrie. He's not exactly taunting, but it's close. "Shit, no," Carrie says, cool, looking at the redhead, wondering about how it would feel to have a package like her in his arms, all sleek and springy, maybe slipping him a little tongue as she snuggled up to his boner. "Not in this life, bub," he thinks again. He tosses the redhead a wave, is outwardly non-committal and inwardly overjoyed when she returns it, then sails diagonally down the street toward 240 Poplar. He'll deliver the shopper onto the porch with his usual hard flip, and then, if the crazy ex-cop doesn't come charging out the front door, foaming at the mouth and glaring at him with stoned PCP eyes, maybe waving his service pistol or a machete or something, Carrie will go across to the Easy Stop for a soda to celebrate another successful negotiation of his route. Anderson Avenue to Columbus Broad to Bear Street to Poplar Street. Then home to change into his uniform and off to the baseball wars. First, however, there is 240 Poplar to get behind him, home of the ex-cop who reputedly lost his job for beating a couple of innocent North Side kids to death because he thought they raped a little girl. Carrie has no idea if there's any truth to the story. He has never seen anything about it in the papers, certainly, but he has seen the ex-cop's eyes, and there is something in them that he's never seen in another pair of eyes, a vacancy that makes you want to look away just as soon as you can without appearing uncool. At the top of the hill, the red van, if that's what it is, it's so gaudy and customized it's hard to tell, turns onto Poplar. It begins to pick up speed. The sound of its engine is a cadenced, silky whisper. And what, pray tell, is that chrome gadget on the roof? Johnny Marinville stops playing his guitar to watch the van slide past. He can't see inside because the windows are polarized, but the thing on the roof looks like a chrome-plated radar dish, God damned if it doesn't, as the CIA landed on Poplar Street. Across from him, Johnny sees Brad Josephson standing on his lawn, still holding his hose in one hand and his shopper in the other. Brad is also gaping after the slow-moving van. Is it a van, though, is it? His expression a mixture of wonder and perplexity. Arrows of sun glint off the bright red paint and the chrome below the dark windows, arrows so bright they make Johnny wince. Next door to Johnny, David Carver is still washing his car. He's enthusiastic, you have to give him that. He's got that Chevy of his buried in soap suds all the way to the wiper blades. The red van rolls past him, humming and glinting. On the other side of the street, the Reed twins and their gal pals stop their front lawn frisbee game to look at the slow-rolling van. The kids make a rectangle. In the center of it sits Hannibal, panting happily and awaiting his next chance to snatch the frisbee. Things are happening fast now, although no one on Poplar Street realizes it yet. In the distance, thunder rumbles. Carrie Ripton barely notices the van in his rearview mirror, or the bright yellow Ryder truck, which turns left from Hyacinth onto Poplar, pulling onto the tarmac of the Easy Stop, where the Carver kids are still standing by Buster the red wagon and squabbling over whether Ralph will be pulled up the hill by his sister or not. Ralph has agreed to walk and keep silent about the magazine with Ethan Hawke on the cover, but only if his dear sister, Margaret the Maggot, gives him all of the candy bar instead of just half. The kids break off their argument, noticing the white steam hissing out of the Ryder truck's grill like dragon's breath, but Carrie Ripton pays zero attention to the Ryder truck's problems. His attention is focused on one thing and one thing only, delivering the crazy ex-copper's shopper and then getting away unscathed. The ex-copper's name is Collier and Trajan, and he is the only person on the block with a no trespassing sign on his lawn. It's small, it's discreet, but it's there. If he killed a couple of kids, how come he's not in jail? Carrie wonders, and not for the first time. He decides he doesn't care. The ex-cop's continued freedom isn't his business on this sultry afternoon. Survival is his business. With all this on his mind, it's no wonder Carrie doesn't notice the Ryder truck with the steam pouring out of the grill, or the two kids who have momentarily ceased their complicated negotiations concerning the magazine, the Three Musketeers bar, and the red wagon, or the van coming down the hill. He is concentrating on not becoming a psycho cop's next victim. And this is ironic, since his fate is actually approaching from behind him. One of the van's side windows begins to slide down. A shotgun barrel pokes out. It is an odd color, not quite silver, not quite gray. The twin muzzles look like the symbol for infinity, colored black. Somewhere beyond the blazing sky, afternoon thunder rumbles again. From the Columbus Dispatch, July 31, 1994. Members of Toledo family slain in San Jose. 4 killed in suspected gang drive-by. 6-year-old survives. San Jose, California, July 30. AP. A family vacation to Northern California ended in tragedy yesterday when 4 members of a Toledo family were slain in a hail of gunfire, victims of what San Jose police speculate may have been misdirected gang violence. Killed in the drive-by shooting were William Guerin, 42, June Guerin, 40, and 2 of their 3 children, John Guerin, 12, and Mary Lou Guerin, 10. The Guerins were visiting Joseph and Roxanne Calabrese, friends from college. The Calabreses were in the backyard at the time of the shooting and were not injured. Also uninjured was 6-year-old Seth Guerin, who was playing in the backyard sandbox. According to Joseph Calabrese, the Guerins and their older children were playing croquet on the front lawn when they were gunned down. "I can't believe the society we're living in, that such things can happen," a shaken Calabrese said. "This is a good neighborhood. We've never had anything like this happen here before." Witnesses reported seeing a red van in the vicinity shortly before the shooting. One man claimed it might have been equipped with high-tech monitoring equipment. It had what looked like a radar dish on the roof, he said. If the punks don't ditch it, it should be easy to find. Police have not found the mystery van yet, however, and no arrests have been made. When asked about the weapons used in the attack, Lieutenant Robert Alvarez would only say that ballistics had not yet been able to make a definite determination, and that the issue is still under investigation. Chapter 2. 1. Steve Ames saw the shooting because of the two kids arguing beside the red wagon in front of the store. The girl looked seriously pissed at the little boy, and for 1 second Steve was sure she was going to give him a shove, which might send him sprawling across the wagon and in front of the truck. Running over a brat in a Bart Simpson shirt in Central Ohio would certainly be the perfect end to this totally fucked-up day. As he stopped, well short of them, better safe than sorry, he saw their attention had been diverted from whatever they were fighting about to the steam pouring out of his radiator. Beyond them, in the street, was a red van, maybe the brightest red van Steve had ever seen in his life. The paint job wasn't what attracted his eye, however. What did was the shiny chrome doodad on the van's roof. It looked like some sort of futuristic radar dish. It was swinging back and forth in a short, repeating arc, too, the way that radar dishes did. There was a kid riding a bike on the far side of the street. The van slid over toward him as if the driver or someone inside wanted to talk to him. The kid had no idea it was there. He had just taken a rolled-up newspaper from the sack hanging down on one hip and was cocking his arm back to throw it. Steve turned off the rider truck's ignition without thinking about what he was doing. He no longer heard the steady hissing sound from the radiator, no longer saw the kid standing by the red wagon, no longer thought about what he was going to say when he called the 800 number the rider people gave you in case of engine trouble. Once or twice in his life he'd had little precognitive flashes, hunches, psychic nudges, but he was now gripped not by a flash but a kind of cramp, a certainty that something was going to happen. Not the kind of thing that made you raise a cheer, either. He didn't see the double barrel poking out of the van's side window. He was placed wrong for that. But he heard the kabam of the shotgun and knew it immediately for what it was. He had grown up in Texas and had never mistaken gunfire for thunder. The kid flew off the seat of his bike, shoulders twisted, legs bent, hat flying off his head. The back of his T-shirt was shredded, and Steve could see more than he wanted to, red blood and black, torn flesh. The kid's throwing hand had been cocked to his ear, and the folded paper tumbled behind him into the dry gutter as the kid hit the lawn of the small house on the corner in a boneless, graceless forward roll. The van stopped in the middle of the street, just short of the Poplar-Hyacinth intersection, engine idling. Steve Ames sat behind the wheel of his rented truck, mouth open, as a small window set into the van's right rear side slid down, like the power window of a Cadillac or a Lincoln. I didn't know they could do that, he thought. And then, what kind of van is that, anyway? He became aware that someone had come out of the store, a girl in the sort of blue smock top that checkout people usually wore. She had one hand up to her forehead, shielding her eyes from the sun. He could see the young woman, but the paperboy's body was temporarily gone, blocked by the van. He became aware that a double-barreled shotgun was now poking out of the window which had just slid down. And last but not least, he became aware of the two children standing by their red wagon, out in the open, totally exposed, and looking in the direction from which the first shots had come. 2. Hannibal the German Shepherd saw one thing and one thing only, the rolled-up newspaper which fell from Carrie Ripton's hand as the shotgun blast pushed him off his bicycle seat and out of his life. Hannibal charged, barking happily. "Hannibal, no!" Jim Reed shouted. He had no idea what was going on. He hadn't grown up in Texas, and he had mistaken the first twin shotgun blast for thunder, not because it sounded like thunder, but because he was unable to recognize it for what it really was, not in the context of a summer afternoon on Poplar Street. But he didn't like it. Without thinking about what he was doing, or why, he scaled the Frisbee down the sidewalk toward the store, hoping to catch Hannibal's eye and divert him from his current course. The ploy didn't work. Hannibal ignored the Frisbee and kept on going, arrowing for the fallen copy of the Shopper, which he could just see in front of the idling red van. 3. Cynthia Smith also knew the sound of a shotgun when she heard one. Her minister father had shot skeet every Saturday when she was a little girl, and had frequently taken her along on these expeditions. This time, however, no one had yelled, "Pull." She put down the paperback she had been reading, came around the counter, and hurried out onto the top step of the store. The glare hit her, and she raised a hand to shade her eyes against it. She saw the van idling in the middle of the street, saw the shotgun slide out of the back, saw its center on the Carver children. They looked puzzled, but not, as yet, frightened. "My God," she thought, "my God, he means to shoot the kids." For a moment she was frozen in place. Her brain told her legs to move, but nothing happened. "Go, go, go!" she screamed at herself, and that broke the ice sheathing her nerves. She lurched forward on legs that felt like stilts, almost falling down the 3 cement steps, and grabbed at the kids. The twin bores of the shotgun looked huge, gaping, and she saw she was too late. That first frozen moment had been fatal. All she had managed to do was to make sure that when the guy in the back of the van pulled the shotgun's triggers, he would kill one 20-year-old road bunny as well as 2 innocent little kids. 4. David Carver dropped his sponge into the bucket of soapy water beside the right front tire of his Caprice and strolled down his driveway toward the street to see what was happening. Next door, 1 house up the hill on his right, Johnny Marinville was doing the same thing. He had hold of his guitar by the neck. On the other side, Brad Josephson was also walking down his lawn to the street, his hose spouting into the grass behind him. He was still holding his copy of The Shopper in one hand. "Was that a backfire?" Johnny asked. He didn't think it had been. Back in his pre-kitty cat days, when he had still considered himself a serious writer, a phrase with all the pungency of a really good whore to his way of thinking, Johnny had done a hellish research tour in Vietnam, and he thought the sound he had just heard was more like the kind of backfires he had heard during the Tet Offensive. Jungle backfires, the kind that killed people. David shook his head, then turned his hands up to indicate he didn't really know. Behind him, the screen door of the cream and green ranch house banged shut, and there were running bare feet on the walk. It was Pye, wearing jeans and a blouse that had been buttoned wrong. Her hair clung to her head in a damp helmet. She still smelled of the shower. "Was that a backfire? God, Dave, it sounded like a gunshot," Johnny said, then added reluctantly, "I'm pretty sure it was." Kirsten Carver, Kirsty to her friends and Pye to her husband, for reasons probably only a husband could know, looked down the hill. An expression of horror was slipping into her face, seeming somehow to widen not just her eyes, but all of her features. David followed her gaze. He saw the idling van, and he saw the shotgun barrel sticking out of the right rear window. "Ellie! Ralph!" Pye screamed. It was a piercing cry, penetrating, and behind the Saunderson house Gary paused, listening, his martini glass halfway to his lips. "Oh, God, Ellie and Ralph!" Pye began to sprint down the hill toward the van. "Kirsten, no, don't do that!" Brad Josephson yelled. He began to run after her, cutting into the street even as she did the same, angling to meet her in the middle, perhaps head her off between the Jacksons and the Gellers. He ran with surprising fleetness for such a big man, but saw after only a dozen running steps that he wasn't going to catch her. David Carver also began to run after his wife, his gut bouncing up and down above his ridiculously tiny bathing suit, his flip-flops smacking the sidewalk and making a noise like cap pistols. His shadow ran after him in the street, long and thinner than Postal Service employee David Carver had ever been in his adult life. 5. "I'm dead," Cynthia thought, dropping to one knee behind and between the kids, reaching to encircle their shoulders with her arms, meaning to pull them back against her, for all the good that would do. I'm dead, I'm totally dead." And still she couldn't take her eyes off the twin bores of the shotgun, holes so black, so like pitiless eyes. The passenger door of the yellow truck popped open, and she saw a lanky man in blue jeans and some sort of rock T-shirt, a guy with graying shoulder-length hair and a craggy face. "Get him in here, lady!" he yelled. "Now! Now!" She pushed the children toward the truck, knowing it was too late. And then, while she was still trying to ready herself for the rip of the shot or the pellets, as if you could get ready for such a gross invasion, the gun poking from the rear of the van swiveled away from them, swiveled forward along the red flank of the van. It went off, the report rolling across the hot day like a bowling ball speeding down a stone gutter. Cynthia saw fire lick from the end of the barrel. The Reed's dog, which had been starting his final approach on the dropped newspaper, was thrown violently to the right, the grace slapped out of him as it had been slapped out of Carrie Ripton. "Hannibal!" Jim and Dave shrieked in unison. The sound made Cynthia think of the Doublemint twins. She shoved the Carver kids toward the open door of the truck so hard that Brother Boogersnot fell down. He started to bellow at once. The girl, always an Ellie, never a Margaret, Cynthia remembered, looked back with an expression of heartbreaking bewilderment. Then the man with the long hair had her by the arm and was hauling her up into the cab. "On the floor, kid, on the floor!" he shouted at her, then leaned out to grab the yowling boy. The Ryder truck's horn let out a brief blat. The driver had hooked one sneakered foot through the wheel to keep from sliding out head first. Cynthia batted the red wagon aside, grabbed the Boogersnot by the back of his shorts, and lifted him into the truck driver's arms. Down the street, approaching, she could hear a man and a woman yelling the kids' names. Dad and Mom, she assumed, and apt to be shot down in the street like the dog and the paperboy if they didn't look out. "Get up here!" the driver bawled at her. Cynthia needed no second invitation. She scrambled into the overcrowded cab of the truck. 6. Gary Sotterson came striding purposefully, although not quite steadily, around the side of his house with his martini glass in one hand. There had been a second loud bang, and he found himself wondering if maybe the Geller's gas grill had exploded. He saw Marinville, who had gotten rich in the 80s writing children's books about an unlikely character named Pat the Kitty Cat, standing in the middle of the street, shading his eyes and looking down the hill. "What be happening, my brother?" Gary asked, joining him. "I think someone in that van down there just killed Carrie Ripton and then shot the Reed's dog," Johnny Marinville said in a strange, flat voice. "What? Why would anyone do that?" "I have no idea." Gary saw a couple, the Carvers, he was almost positive, running down the street toward the store, closely pursued by a galumphing African-American gent that had to be the one the only Brad Josephson. Marinville turned to face him. "This is bad shit. I'm calling the cops. In the meantime, I advise you to get off the street. Now." Marinville hurried up the walk to his house. Gary ignored his advice and stayed where he was, glass in hand, looking at the van idling in the middle of the street down there by the Intragian place, suddenly wishing, and for him this was an exceedingly odd wish, that he wasn't quite so drunk. 7. The door of the bungalow at 240 Poplar banged open, and Collie Intragian came charging out exactly as Carrie Ripton had always feared he someday would, with a gun in his hand. Otherwise, however, he looked pretty much all right, no foam on the lips, no bloodshot, buggy eyes. He was a tall man, 6'4" at least, starting to show a little softness in the belly, but as broad and muscular through the shoulders as a football linebacker. He wore khaki pants and no shirt. There was shaving cream on the left side of his face and a hand towel over his shoulder. The gun in his hand was a .38 and might very well have been the service pistol Carrie had often imagined while delivering the shopper to the house on the corner. Collie looked at the boy lying face down and dead on his lawn, his clothes already damp from the lawn sprinkler and the papers that had spilled out of his carry sack turning a soggy gray, and then at the van. He raised the pistol, clamping his left hand over his right wrist. Just as he did, the van began to roll. He almost fired anyway, then didn't. He had to be careful. There were people in Columbus, some of them very powerful, who would be delighted to hear that Collier Intragian had discharged a weapon on a suburban Wentworth Street, a weapon he had been required by law to turn in, actually. "That's no excuse, and you know it," he thought, turning as the van rolled, pivoting with it. "Fire your weapon! Fire your goddamn weapon!" But he didn't, and as the van turned left onto Hyacinth, he saw there was no license plate on the back. And what about the silver gadget on the roof? What in God's name had that been? On the other side of the street, Mr. and Mrs. Carver were sprinting into the parking lot of the Easy Stop. Josephson was behind them. The black man glanced to the left and saw the red van was gone. It had just disappeared behind the trees which screened the part of Hyacinth Street which ran east of Poplar, and then bent over, hands on knees, gasping for breath. Collie walked across the street, tucking the barrel of the .38 into the back of his pants, and put his hand on Josephson's shoulder. "You okay, man?" Brad looked up at him and smiled painfully. His face was running with sweat. "Maybe," he said. Collie walked over to the yellow rental truck, noting the red wagon nearby. There were a couple of unopened sodas lying inside it. A Three Musketeers candy bar lay beside one of the rear wheels. Someone had stepped on it and squashed it. Screams from behind him. He turned and saw the Reed twins, their faces very pale beneath their summer tans, looking past their dog to the boy crumpled on his lawn. The twin with the blonde hair, Jim, he thought, began to cry. The other one took a step backward, grimaced, then bent forward and vomited onto his own bare feet. Crying loudly, Mrs. Carver lifted her son back out of the truck. The boy, also bawling at maximum volume, threw his arms around her neck and clung like a limpet. "Hush," the woman in the jeans and the misbuttoned shirt said. "Hush, lovey, it's over. The bad man's gone." David Carver took his daughter from the arms of the man lying awkwardly over the seat and enfolded her. "Daddy, you're getting me all soapy," the girl protested. Carver kissed her brow between the eyes. "Never mind," he said. "Are you all right, Ellie?" "Yes," she said. "What happened?" She tried to look toward the street, and her father shielded her eyes. Collie went to the woman and the little boy. "Is he okay, Mrs. Carver?" She looked at him, not seeming to recognize him, and then turned her attention back to the squalling kid again, caressing his hair with one hand, seeming to devour him with her eyes. "Yes, I think so," she said. "Are you okay, Ralphie, are you?" The kid drew in a deep, hitching breath and bellowed, "Margaret's supposed to pull me up the hill! That was the deal!" The little snot sounded okay to Collie. He turned back toward the crime scene, noted the dog lying in a spreading pool of blood, noted that the blonde Reed twin was tentatively approaching the body of the unfortunate paper boy. "Stay away," Collie called sharply across the street. Jim Reed turned toward him. "But what if he's still alive?" "What if he is? Have you got any healing fairy dust to sprinkle on him? No? Then stand back." The boy stepped toward his brother, then winced. "Oh, man, Davy, look at your feet," he said, then turned aside and threw up himself. Collie and Trajan suddenly felt tumbled back into the job he thought he had left behind for good the previous October, when he had been bounced from the Columbus Police Department after a positive drug test. Cocaine and heroin, a good trick since he had never taken either drug in his life. First priority, protect the citizenry. Second priority, aid the wounded. Third priority, secure the crime scene. Fourth priority... Well, he'd worry about the fourth priority after he'd taken care of 1, 2, and 3. The store's new day clerk, a skinny girl with double-colored hair that made Collie's eyes hurt, slid out of the truck and straightened her blue smock, which was badly askew. The truck's driver followed her. "You a cop?" he asked Collie. "Yes." Easier than trying to explain. The Carvers would know different, of course, but they were occupied with their kids, and Brad Josephson was still behind him, bent over and trying to catch his breath. "You folks get in the store, all of you. Brad, boys?" He raised his voice a little on the last word so that the Reed twins would know he meant them. "No, I'd better get on back home," Brad said. He straightened up, glanced across the street at Carrie's body, then looked back at Collie. His expression was apologetic but determined. At least he was getting his breath back. For a minute or two there, Collie had been reviewing what he remembered of his CPR classes. "Belinda's up there, and yes, but it'd be better for you to come on in the store, Mr. Josephson, at least for the time being, in case the van comes back." "Why would it?" David Carver asked. He was still holding his little girl in his arms and staring at Collie over the top of her head. Collie shrugged. I don't know why it was here in the first place. Better to be safe. Get inside, folks." "Do you have any authority here?" Brad asked. His voice, although not exactly challenging, suggested that he knew Collie didn't. Collie folded his arms over his bare chest. The depression which had surrounded him since he'd been busted off the force had begun to lift a little in the last few weeks, but now he could feel it threatening again. After a moment he shook his head. No authority, not these days. "Then I am going to my wife. No offense to you, sir." Collie had to smile a little at the careful dignity of the man's tone. "You don't diss me, and I don't diss you," it said. "None taken." The twins looked at each other uncertainly, then at Collie. He saw what they wanted and sighed. "All right, but go with Mr. Josephson, and when you get home you and your friends go inside, okay?" The blond boy nodded. "Jim, you are Jim, right?" The blond boy nodded, wiping self-consciously at his red eyes. "Is your mom home, or your dad?" "Mom," he said. "Dad's still at work." "Okay, boys, go on. Hurry up. You too, Brad." "I'll do the best I can," Brad said, "but I think I have pretty well fulfilled my hurrying quota for the day." The three of them started up the hill along the west side of the street where the odd-numbered houses were. "I'd like to take our kids home too, Mr. Intragian," Kirsten Carver said. He sighed, nodded. Sure, what the hell, take him anywhere. Take him to Alaska. He wanted a cigarette, but they were back in the house. He had managed to quit for almost 10 years before the bastards downtown had first shown him the door and then run him through it. He had picked up the habit again with a speed that was spooky. And now he wanted to smoke because he was nervous. Not just cranked up because of the dead kid on his lawn, which would have been understandable, but nervous. Nervous like a witch, his mother would have said. And why? Because there are too many people on this street, he told himself, that's why. Oh, really? And what exactly does that mean? He didn't know. What's wrong with you? Too long out of work? Getting squirrely? Is that what's bugging you, booby? No, the silver thing on the roof of the van, that's what's bugging me, booby. Oh? Really? Well, maybe not really, but it would do for a start. Or an excuse. In the end, a hunch was a hunch, and either you believed in your hunches and played them or you didn't. He himself had always believed, and apparently a minor matter like getting fired hadn't changed the power they held over him. David Carver set his daughter down on her feet and took his blatting son from his wife. "I'll pull you in the wagon," he told the boy, "all the way up to the house. How's that?" "Margaret the Maggot loves Ethan Hawke," his son confided. "Does she? Well, maybe so, but you shouldn't call her that," David said. He spoke in the absent tones of a man who will forgive his child, one of his children anyway, just about anything. And his wife was looking at the kid with the eyes of one who regards a saint or a boy prophet. Only Collie and Trajan saw the look of dull hurt in the girl's eyes as her revered brother was plumped down into the wagon. Collie had other things to think of, lots of them, but that look was just too big and too sad to miss. Yow. He looked from Ellie Carver to the girl with the crazed hair and the aging hippie type from the rental truck. "Do you suppose I could at least get you to step inside until the police come?" he asked. "Hey," the girl said, "sure." She was looking at him warily. "You're a cop, right?" The Carvers were drawing away, Ralph sitting cross-legged in his wagon, but they might still be close enough to overhear anything he said. And besides, what was he going to do, lie? You start down that road, he told himself, and maybe you can wind up on Freak Street, an ex-cop with a collection of badges in your basement, like Elvis, and a couple of extras pinned inside your wallet for good measure. Call yourself a private detective, although you never quite get around to applying for the license. 10 or 15 years from now, you'll still be talking the talk and at least trying to walk the walk, like a woman in her 30s who wears miniskirts and goes braless in an effort to convince people, most of whom don't give a shit anyway, that her cheerleading days aren't behind her. "Used to be," he said. The clerk nodded. The guy with the long hair was looking at him curiously, but not disrespectfully. "You did a good job with the kids," he added, looking at her but speaking to both of them. Cynthia considered this, then shook her head. "It was the dog," she said, and began walking toward the store. Collie and the aging hippie followed her. "The guy in the van, the one with the shotgun, he meant to throw some fire at the kids." She turned to the long hair. "Did you see that? Do you agree?" He nodded. There wasn't a thing either of us could do to stop him, either. He spoke in an accent too twangy to be deep Southern. Texas, Collie thought. Texas or Oklahoma. Then the dog distracted him. Isn't that what happened? And he shot it instead. "That's it," Cynthia said. "If it hadn't distracted the guy, well, I think we'd be as dead as him now." She lifted her chin in the direction of Carrie Ripton, still dead and dampening on Collie's lawn. Then she led them into the Easy Stop. From Movies on TV, edited by Stephen H. Schuer, Bantam Books. The Regulators, 1958, 2 stars. John Payne, Ty Harden, Karen Steele, Rory Calhoun. Below-average Western melodrama of vigilantes on the rampage. Includes some scenes and effects which are surprisingly gruesome for a late 50s haute opera. Colorado mining town is terrorized by vigilantes led by Calhoun, who first appear to be supernatural beings, but turn out to be post-Civil War baddies of the Captain Quantrill stripe. Payne is heroic but wooden. Steele makes the most of her low-cut dance-hall costumes. Director Billy Rancourt, American International Pictures, 81 minutes, black and white. Chapter 3. 1. Poplar Street, 3:58 p.m., July 15, 1996. Moments after Collie, Cynthia, and the long hair from the Ryder truck go inside the store, a van pulls up on the southwestern corner of Poplar and Hyacinth, across from the Easy Stop. It's a flaked metallic blue with dark polarized windows. There's no chrome gadget on its roof, but its sides are flared and scooped in a futuristic way that makes it look more like a scout vehicle in a science fiction movie than a van. The tires are entirely treadless, as smooth and blank as the surface of a freshly washed blackboard. Deep within the darkness behind the tinted windows, dim colored lights flash rhythmically like telltales on a control panel. Thunder rumbles, closer and sharper now. The summer brightness begins to fade from the sky. Clouds, purple, black, and threatening, are piling in from the west. They reach for the July sun and put it out. The temperature begins to sink at once. The blue van hums quietly. Up the block, at the top of the hill, another van, this one the bright yellow of a fake banana, pulls up at the southeast corner of Bear Street and Poplar. It stops there, also humming quietly. The first really sharp crack of thunder comes, and a bright shutter flash of lightning follows. It shines in Hannibal's glazing right eye for a moment, making it glow like a spirit lamp. 2. Gary Solderson was still standing in the street when his wife joined him. "What the hell are you doing?" she asked. "You look like you're in a trance or something." "You didn't hear it?" "Hear what?" she asked irritably. "I was in the shower. What am I going to hear in there?" Gary had been married to the lady for 9 years and knew that in Marielle, irritation was a dominant trait. "The Reed kids with their frisbee, I heard them, their damn dog barking, thunder. What else am I going to hear, the Norman Dickersnackle Choir?" He pointed down the street, first toward the dog, she wouldn't have Hannibal to complain about anymore, at least, then toward the twisted shape on the lawn of 240. "I don't know for sure, but I think someone just shot the kid who delivers the shopper." She peered in the direction of his finger, squinting, shading her eyes even though the sun had now disappeared. To Gary it felt as if the temperature had already dropped at least 10 degrees. Brad Josephson was trudging up the sidewalk toward them. Peter Jackson was out in front of his house looking curiously down the hill. So was Tom Billingsley, the vet most people called Old Doc. The Carver family was crossing the street from the store side to the side their house was on, the girl walking next to her mother and holding her hand. Dave Carver, looking to Gary like a boiled lobster in the bathing suit he was wearing, a soap-crusted boiled lobster at that, was pulling his son in a little red wagon. The boy, who was sitting cross-legged and staring around with the imperious disdain of a pasha, had always struck Gary as about a 9.5 on the old shithead meter. "Hey, Dave," Peter Jackson called. "What's going on?" Before Carver could reply, Marielle struck Gary's shoulder with the heel of her hand, hard enough to slap the last of his martini out of his glass and onto his tatty old Converse sneakers. Maybe just as well. He might even do his liver a favor and take the night off. "Are you deaf, Gary, or just stupid?" the light of his life inquired. "Likely both," he responded, thinking that if he ever decided to sober up for good, he would probably have to divorce Marielle first, or at least slit her vocal cords. "What did you say?" "I asked you why in God's name anyone would shoot the paper boy." "Maybe it was someone didn't get his double coupons last week," Gary said. Thunder cracked, still west of them but nearing. It seemed to run through the gathering clouds like a harpoon. 3. Johnny Marinville, who had once won the National Book Award for a novel of sexual obsession called Delight, and who now wrote children's books about a feline private detective named Pat the Kitty Cat, stood looking down at his living room telephone and feeling afraid. Something was going on here. He was trying not to be paranoid about it, but, yeah, something was going on here. "Maybe," he said in a low voice. Yeah, okay, maybe, but the phone. He had come in, propped his guitar in the corner, and punched 911. There had been an uncommonly long pause, so long he had been about to break the connection. What connection? Ha, and try again, when what might have been a child's voice came on the line. The sound of that voice, both lilting and empty, had surprised Johnny and frightened him badly. He hadn't even tried to kid himself that his fright was only a startle reflex. "Little bitty baby Smitty," the voice had lilted, "I seen you bite your mommy titty. Don't you fret and don't you pout. Don't you spit that titty out." There had been a click, followed by the hum of an open line. Frowning, Johnny had redialed. Again the long pause, then a click, then a sound Johnny thought he recognized. A mouth breather. The sound of a kid with a cold, maybe. Not that it mattered. What mattered was that the phone lines had gotten crossed somewhere in the neighborhood, and now, instead of getting through to the cops... "Who's there?" he had asked sharply. No answer. Just the mouth breathing. And was that sound familiar? That was pretty ridiculous, wasn't it? How in God's name could the sound of breathing on the telephone be familiar? It couldn't, of course. But all the same... "Whoever you are, get the hell off the line," Johnny said. "I have to call the police." The breath caught, stopped. Johnny was reaching to break the connection again when the voice returned. Mocking this time. He was sure it was. "Little bitty baby Smitty stuck his prick in Mommy's slitty. Don't you fret and don't you pout. She won't make you take it out." Then, in a voice that was flat and somehow terrible, "Don't you call here no more, you old fool. Tuck." Another click as the line went dead, but this time there was no open line hum. This time there was just stillness. Johnny hit the phone's cutoff switch, stuttering lightly with the top of a finger. Nothing happened. The line remained blank. Thunder boomed, still to the west but closing in, making him jump. He dropped the phone into the cradle and went into the kitchen, noting how rapidly the light was fading out of the sky and reminding himself to close the upstairs windows if it started to rain, when it started to rain, judging from the way things looked now. Out here, the phone was on the wall by the kitchen table, where all he had to do was rock back in his chair and snag it if he happened to be eating a meal when it rang. Not that there were many calls. His ex-wife sometimes, that was all. His people in New York knew enough to leave their money machine alone. He unracked the phone, listened, and got a second helping of silence. No dial tone, no staticky crackle when lightning flashed blue in the kitchen window, no wah, wah, wah signaling that the line was out of service, just nothing. He tried 911 anyway, and there weren't even any tone beeps in his ear as he pushed the keypads. He hung the telephone up and looked at it in the darkening kitchen. "Little bitty baby Smitty," he murmured, and suddenly shivered in a way that would have been taken for theatrical if he hadn't been alone. A big backward and forward snapping of the shoulders. An ugly little jingle, and one he'd never heard before. Never mind the jingle, he thought. What about the voice? You've heard that before, haven't you? No, he said out loud. At least, I don't know. Right, but the breathing. Fuck a duck, you don't recognize a person's breathing, he told the empty kitchen, not unless your granddad's got emphysema. He left the kitchen, heading for the front door. All at once he wanted to see what was going on out there in the street. 4. "What happened down there?" Peter Jackson asked David when the Carver family reached the east sidewalk. He bent his head toward David and lowered his voice so the kids wouldn't hear. "Is that a body down there?" "Yes," David said in a similarly low voice. "Kerry Ripton's his name, I think." He glanced at his wife for confirmation, and Kirsten nodded. The boy who delivers the shopper on Monday afternoons. Guy in a van, a drive-by. Someone shot Carrie? That was impossible. Impossible that someone he had just been talking to should have been shot. But Carver was nodding his head. Holy shit. David nodded. Holy shit about covers it, I guess. Hurry up, Daddy-do, Ralphie commanded from his place in the wagon. David glanced back at him, gave the boy a smile, then looked at Peter again. This time he spoke in a voice so low it was really a whisper. The kids were down at the store buying sodas. I don't know for sure, but I've got an idea the guy almost took a shot at them, too. Then the Reed's dog came by. The man with the gun shot it instead. Jesus, Peter said. The idea that someone had shot Hannibal, genial, frisbee-chasing Hannibal with his jaunty neckscarf, made it impossible not to accept. He didn't know why that should be, but it was. I mean, Jesus Christ. David nodded. Although if there was a little more Jesus in the world, there might be a lot less stuff like this, you know? Peter thought of the millions up through history who had been slaughtered in the name of Jesus, then pushed the thought away and nodded. He didn't think this was quite the time for a theological argument with his neighbor. I want to get them inside, Dave, Kirsten murmured, off the street, okay? David nodded, started up the hill again, past Peter, then stopped and looked back. Where's Mary? Work, Peter said. She left a note to say she was probably going to swing by the Crossroads Mall on her way home. She should be here any time, though. Mondays are her short day. She's off at 2. Why? I'd make sure she comes right inside, that's all. The guy's probably long gone and hard to find, but you never know, do you? And a guy who'd shoot a paper boy. Peter was nodding. Overhead, thunder boomed loudly. Ellie cringed against her mother's leg, but in the wagon, Ralphie laughed. Kirsten tugged David's arm. Come on, and don't stop to talk to Doc. She lifted her chin towards Billingsley, who was standing in the dry gutter with his hands in his pockets and peering down the street. Squinting as he was, his eyes were reduced to a pair of bright blue gleams, like exotic fish caught in nets of flesh. David started pulling the wagon again. How you doing, Ralphie? Peter asked as the wagon rolled past him. He noted the word Buster was written on the wagon's side in fading white paint. Ralphie stuck his tongue out and made the wasp in the jar sound again, blowing so hard that his cheeks bulged out like Dizzy Gillespie's. Hey, that's charming, Peter said. That'll get you girls later in life, trust me. Booger duty, the little scamp in the wagon cried, and made a rather mature jacking-off gesture at Peter with one hand. That'll be enough of that, big guy, David said indulgently without turning around. His buttocks worked back and forth in the too small bathing suit. To Peter, they looked like biscuits on pistons. What happened? Tom asked in his gruff voice as the wagon passed by. Peter tuned out Carver's reply. David, mindful of his wife's concern, kept moving as he filled in the dock, and looked up toward the corner for any sign of his wife's Lumina. He saw no moving vehicles at all, only a parked van just this side of the Abelsons' house on Bear Street. It was painted a yellow so bright it all but screamed. He supposed that part of its brightness derived from the way the light was fading as the clouds advanced, but still, looking at it made his eyes ache. Must be kids, he thought. No one else would want something that color. It hardly looked like a real vehicle at all, more like something out of a Star Trek movie or... An idea suddenly hit him. Not a very good one. Dave? Carver looked back, his sunburned belly hanging over the front of his bathing suit, scales of soap from his car-washing operation drying on it. What was he driving, the guy who shot Carrie? A red van? That's right, Ralphie chipped in. Red like Tracker Arrow. Peter hardly heard this. He was stuck on the word van, feeling his own stomach tighten up like something attached to a crank. The reddest red van you ever saw, Kirsten added. I saw it too. I was looking out the window and I saw it go by. David, will you come on? Sure, he said, and began pulling the wagon again. When David turned away, Peter, his momentary disquiet passing, suddenly stuck his tongue out at Ralphie, who just happened to be looking at him. Ralphie looked comically surprised. Old Doc strolled down to Peter, hands still in his pockets. Thunder rolled. They looked up and saw dark shelves of clouds overspreading Poplar Street's portion of the sky. Lightning stabbed forks at downtown Columbus. Going to rain a bitch, the veterinarian said. His hair was thin, white, baby fine. "I hope they'll get the boy's body decently covered before it comes." He paused, took one hand out of his pocket, and passed it slowly over his brow, as if to soothe away the beginnings of a headache. "Terrible thing. He was a fine lad, played ball." "I know." Peter thought of the way Carrie had laughed when Peter, had told him that next year it would be his turn to howl at shortstop, and felt a sudden pain in his stomach, the organ, not the heart, as the poets had always claimed, most attuned to humankind's tender emotions. Suddenly it was all perfectly real to him. Carrie Ripton wasn't going to be the Wentworth Hawks starting shortstop next summer. Carrie Ripton wasn't going to swing in through the back door tonight asking what was for supper. Carrie Ripton had flown off to Never Never Land, leaving his shadow behind. He was one of the lost boys now. Thunder bammed again, the sound so close and splintery this time that Peter jumped. "Look," he said to Tom, "I've got a big sheet of plastic in my garage, the size of a car cover almost. If I got it, would you come down the street and help me cover him with it?" "Officer and Trajan might not like that," the old man said. "Screw Officer and Trajan. He's no more a cop than I am," Peter said. "They fired his ass last year for graft." "The other police, though, when they come—" "I don't care about them either," Peter said. He wasn't crying exactly, but his voice had thickened and was no longer quite steady. "He was a nice kid, a really lovely kid, and some drug runner shot him off his bike like an Indian off his pony in a John Ford movie. It's going to rain and he'll get soaked. I'd like to tell his mother I did what I could. So do you want to help me or not?" "Well, since you put it like that," Tom said. He clapped Peter on the shoulder. "Come on, Teach, let's do it." "Good man." 5. Kim Geller slept through the whole thing. She was still sleeping on the coverlet of her bed when Susie and Debbie Ross, the redhead with whom Carrie Ripton had been so taken, came rushing into her bedroom and shook her awake. She sat up, muzzy and feeling almost hungover. Sleeping on dog-hot days like this one was almost always a mistake, but sometimes you just couldn't help it. Trying to follow what the girls were saying and losing the thread of it almost at once. They seemed to be telling her that someone had been shot on Poplar Street, and that was, of course, fantastic. Still, when they got her over to the window, it seemed undeniable that something had happened. The Reed twins and Cammy, their mother, were standing at the end of their driveway. The Lush and the Bitch, known as the Sottersons in politer circles, were standing right in the middle of the street, up by the end of the block. Although now Marielle was tugging Gary in the direction of their house, and he seemed to be going. Beyond them, standing together on the sidewalk, were the Josephsons. And across the way she saw Peter Jackson and old man Billingsley coming out of the Jackson garage, carrying a great big piece of blue plastic between them. The wind was starting to rise, and the sheet of plastic was rippling. Everyone on the street, just about. Everyone that was home, anyhow. It was no good trying to get a look at what they were gawking at from here, either. The side of the house cut off any view down the block to the corner. Kimberly Geller turned back to the girls, trying hard to clear the cobwebs out of her mind. The girls were dancing from foot to foot as if they had to go to the bathroom. Debbie, she saw, was snapping her hands open and closed. They were both pale and excited, a combination Kim didn't care for very much. But the idea that someone had been killed, they had to be wrong about that, didn't they? "Now tell me what happened," she said. "No faking." "Someone killed Carrie Ripton, we told you," Susie cried impatiently, as if her mother were the dumbest thing in the world, which at this particular moment Kim felt herself to be. "Come on, Mom, we can watch the police come." "I want to see him again before someone covers him up," Debbie yelled suddenly. She turned and raced off down the stairs. Susie paused for a moment, looking dubious, looking almost sick, in fact, then turned and followed her friend. "Come on, Mom," she called back over her shoulder, and then was thundering down the stairs. This spring's Rose Queen at the high school prom, and every bit as graceful as a water buffalo, making the windows rattle and the overhead light fixture tingle. Kim walked slowly across to the bed and slipped her bare feet into her sandals, feeling slow and late and confused. 6. "And you ran all the way down there?" Belinda Josephson asked for the third time. This seemed to be the part of the story she couldn't quite get straight. "Fat as you are?" "Shit, woman, I'm not fat," Brad said. "Large is what I am." "Honey, that's what they'll put on your death certificate if you do many more of those 100-yard dashes," Belinda said. "The victim died of terminal largeness." The words were nagging, the tone was not. She rubbed the back of his neck as she spoke, feeling the chilled sweat there. He pointed down the street. "Look, Pete Jackson and old Doc." "What are they doing?" "Going to cover up the boy, I think," he said, and started in that direction. She yanked him back at once. "No, you don't, my friend. No, sir, no way. You've had your trip down street for the day." He gave her what Belinda thought of as his don't-diss-me-woman look, a pretty good one for a Boston-raised black man whose chief knowledge of ghetto life came from TV, but made no argument. Perhaps he would have if Johnny Marinville hadn't come down his walk just then. More thunder boomed. A steady breeze was blowing now. It felt cold to Belinda, showery cold. There were purplish thunderheads rolling in overhead, ugly but not scary. What was scary, a little anyway, was the yellow sky off to the southwest. She hoped to God they weren't going to see a tornado funnel between now and dark. That would add the final touch to a day that had gone about as wrong as any day in recent memory. She supposed that the rain would drive people indoors once it started, but for now just about everybody on the street was out, gawking down the hill at Entragian's house. As she watched, Kim Geller came out of 243, looked around, then walked one house up to join Cammie Reed on the Reeds' front porch. The Reed twins, the stuff of which harmless housewife fantasies were made, in Belinda Josephson's humble opinion, along with Susie Geller and a dishy redhead Belinda didn't know, were standing on the lawn. Davy Reed was kneeling and appeared to be wiping his feet with his shirt. God knew why. "Of course you know why," she told herself. "There's a body down there, all right, there really is, and Davy Reed vomited at the sight of it. Vomited and got some on himself. Poor kid." She saw people in front of every house, or from every house, except the old Hobart place, which was empty, the ex-cop's house, and 247, the third house down on their side of the street, the Weiler place. There was a bad-luck family if there ever had been one. Neither Audrey nor the poor orphan child she was raising, not that a boy like Seth could ever exactly be raised, Belinda supposed, that was just the hell of it, were outside. Gone for the day? Maybe. But she was sure she'd seen Audrey as late as noon, lackadaisically setting up her lawn sprinkler. Belinda mulled this over and decided she had the time about right. She remembered thinking that Audrey was letting herself go. Both the shell top and the blue shorts she'd been wearing had looked dingy, and why the woman had ever dyed her perfectly nice brunette hair that horrible shade of purplish red, Belinda would never know. If it was supposed to make her look young, it was a miserable failure. It needed washing, too, had a greasy, clumped-up look. As a teenager, Belinda had occasionally wished she were white. The white girls always seemed to be having more fun, and to be more relaxed. But now that she was pushing on toward 50 and menopause, she was very glad to be black. White women seemed to need so much more putting together as they went on. Maybe their glue was just not naturally strong. "I tried to call the cops," Johnny Marinville was saying. He stepped out into the street as if he meant to cross over to the Josephsons, then stopped. "My phone—" He trailed off, seemingly unsure of how to continue. Belinda found this extremely odd. She'd have thought this was one fellow who'd keep on rattling even on his own deathbed. God would have to reach down and carry him through the golden door just to shut him up. "Your phone what?" Brad asked. Johnny paused yet a moment longer, seeming to sort through a variety of responses, then settled on a brief one. "It's dead. You want to try yours?" "I can," Brad said, "but I imagine Entragian's already called them from the store. He pretty much took over." "Did he?" Marinville said thoughtfully and looked down the hill. Did he indeed? If he saw the two men with the rippling tarp between them and understood what they were up to, he didn't say. He seemed lost in his own musings. Movement caught Belinda's eye. She looked up Bear Street and saw an olive-green Lumina approaching the intersection. Mary Jackson's car. It passed the yellow van, parked near the corner, then slowed. Made it back before the rain. Good for you, Belinda thought. Although they were far from bosom buddies, she liked Mary Jackson as much as anyone on the street. She was funny and had a strutty, no-bullshit way about her, although just lately she seemed preoccupied a lot of the time. It hadn't gone to her looks like it had with Audrey Weiler, though. In fact, Mary had just lately seemed to be blooming, like a dry flower bed after a shower. 7. The pay-phone was by the newspaper rack, which was empty except for one lonely leftover copy of USA Today's weekend edition and a couple of shoppers. Last week's. It gave Collie and Trajan a queer, thoughtful feeling to realize that the boy who would have restocked the rack with a supply of the current issue was lying dead on his lawn. And meanwhile, this lousy convenience store pay telephone... He slammed it into its cradle and walked back to the counter, using the towel to wipe the last of the shaving cream from his face. The cutie pie with the two-tone hair and the aging hippie type from the Ryder truck were both watching him, and he was acutely aware that he was minus his shirt. He felt more like a cashiered cop than ever. "Damn pay phone doesn't work," he told the girl. He saw she was wearing a little name badge pinned to her smock. "Don't you have an out-of-order sign, Cynthia?" "Yeah, but it was working fine at 1 o'clock, she said. The bakery guy used it to call his girlfriend." She rolled her eyes, then said something which Collie found almost surreal under the circumstances. "Did you lose your quarter?" He had, but it didn't much matter under the circumstances. He looked through the Easy Stop's door and saw Peter Jackson and the retired vet from up the street approaching his lawn with a large piece of blue plastic. It was obvious that they meant to cover the body. Collie started toward the door, meaning to tell them to stand the hell clear. That was an evidence scene they were getting ready to screw around with. And then the thunder rolled again, the loudest blast so far, loud enough to make Cynthia cry out in surprise. Fuck, he thought. Let him go ahead. It's going to rain anyhow. Yes, maybe that would be best. The rain would very likely come before the cops got here. Collie didn't even hear any sirens yet, and that would play hell with any hypothetical forensics. So better to cover it. But he still had a dismaying feeling of events racing out of his control. And even that, he realized, was an illusion. Nothing about the situation had ever been in his control to start with. He was basically just another citizen of Poplar Street. Not that that didn't have its merits. If he fucked up the procedure, they couldn't very well put it in his jacket, could they? He opened the door, stepped out, and cupped his hands around his mouth so as to be heard above the rising wind. "Peter! Mr. Jackson!" Jackson looked over, face set, expecting to be told to quit what he was doing. "Don't touch the body," he said. "Do not touch the body. Just kind of shake that thing down over him like it was a bedspread. Have you got that?" "Yes," Peter called. The vet was also nodding. "There are some cement blocks in my garage, stacked up by the back wall," Collie yelled. "The door is unlocked. Get them and use them to weight down the tarp so it won't blow away." They were both nodding now, and Collie felt a little better. "We can stretch it to cover his bike as well," the old man called. "Should we?" "Yes," he called back, then had another idea. "There's a piece of plastic in the garage, too, in the corner. You can use it to cover the dog, if you don't mind carrying some more blocks." Jackson flashed him a thumb and forefinger circle. Then the two of them started for the garage, leaving the tarp behind. Collie hoped they would get it spread and anchored before the wind strengthened enough to blow it away. He went back inside to ask Cynthia if there was a store phone. There had to be, of course, and saw she had already put it on the counter for him. "Thanks." He picked it up, heard the dial tone, tapped 4 numbers, then had to stop and shake his head and laugh at himself. "What's wrong?" the hippie type asked. "Nothing." If he told the guy he'd just dialed the first 4 numbers of his old squad room, like a retired horse clip-clopping back to the old fire barn, he wouldn't understand. He tapped the cut-off button and dialed 911 instead. The phone rang once in his ear, and it did ring, as if he had called a residence. Collie frowned. What you got when you dialed 911, unless they had changed it since the days when listening to the recordings had been part of his job, was a high, toneless bleep sound. Well, they did change it, that's all, he thought, made it a little more user-friendly. It started to ring again, and then was picked up. Only instead of getting the 911 robot telling him what button to press for what emergency, he got soft, wet, snuffly breathing. What the hell? "Hello?" "Trick or treat," a voice responded. A young voice, and somehow eerie enough to send a scamper of gooseflesh up his back.
"Smell my feet. Give me something good to eat. If you don't, I don't care. You can smell my underwear."
This was followed by a high adenoidal giggle. "Who is this?"
"Don't call here no more, partner," the voice said. "Tuck."
The click in his ear was deafening, so deafening the girl heard it too and screamed. Not the phone, he thought. Thunder. She's screaming at thunder. But the guy with the long hair was breaking for the door like his hair was on fire and his ass was catching. The phone was dead in his hand, as dead as the pay telephone had been, even after he dropped his quarter, and when the sound came again, he recognized it for what it was. Not thunder, but more gunfire. Collie ran for the door, too. 8. Mary Jackson had left the accounting firm where she worked part-time not at 2 but at 11. She hadn't gone to the Crossroads Mall, though. She had gone to the Columbus Hotel. There she had met a man named Gene Martin, and for the next 3 hours she had done everything for him a woman could possibly do for a man except cut his toenails. She supposed she would have done that, too, if she had been asked. And now here she was, almost home and looking, at least as far as she could tell from the rearview mirror, pretty much put together. But she was going to have to get into the shower fast, before Peter got too good a look at her, maybe. And she reminded herself she would need to take a pair of panties out of her top drawer to throw into the hamper along with her skirt and blouse. The pair she had been wearing, what was left of them, were currently residing under the bed in room 203. Gene Martin, a wolf in accountant's clothing, if there ever had been one, had ripped them right off her. "Ooh, you beast," quoth the maiden fair. The question was, what was she doing? And what was she going to do? She had loved Peter for the 9 years of their marriage, even more after the miscarriage than before, if that was possible, and she still loved him. That didn't change the fact that she already wanted to be with Jean again, doing things she had never even considered doing with Peter. Guilt was freezing half of her mind, lust was frying the other half, and in between, in a kind of shrinking twilight zone, was the reasonable, good-humored, rational woman she had always considered herself to be. She was having an adulterous affair, and the guy she was having it with was just as damn married as she was. She was on her way home to a good man who suspected nothing. She was sure he didn't. Prayed he didn't. Of course he didn't. How could he? With no underwear on under her skirt. She was still sore from their adventures. She didn't quite know how all this had started, or how she could want to continue anything so stupid and sordid. Goddamn Gene Martin didn't have a brain in his head, except, of course, it wasn't his head she was interested in. She could have cared less about his head, and what was she going to do? She didn't know. She only knew one thing for sure, and that was how drug addicts felt, and she would never put them down again in her life. Just say no, mother, please. She drove with these chaotic thoughts swimming in her mind, the suburban streets passing like landmarks in a dream, hoping only that Peter wouldn't be home when she got there, that he would have maybe gone over to Millie's on the square for ice cream, or maybe to Santa Fe to visit his mother for a few weeks. That would be great. That would maybe give her a chance to work through this awful fever. She didn't notice the way the afternoon was darkening, or the fact that many of the cars that passed her on the 290 were using their headlights. She didn't hear the thunder or see the lightning. Neither did she see the yellow van parked near the corner of Bear and Poplar when she passed it. What jerked her out of her reverie was seeing Brad and Belinda Josephson out in front of their house. Johnny Marinville was with them. Farther down the block she saw more people. David Carver, wearing a bathing suit that looked almost obscenely tight, standing on his walk, hands planted on his meaty hips. The Reed twins, Cammie, their mother, Susie Geller and a friend on their lawn with Kim Geller standing behind them. A wild thought came to her. They knew. All of them knew. They were waiting for her. They were going to help Peter hang her from a sour apple tree, or perhaps stone her the way the townspeople had stoned the woman in that Shirley Jackson story she'd read back in high school. Don't be stupid, the part of her that still belonged to her said. That part was dismayingly small these days, but it was still there. It's not all about you, Mare. No matter what shit you've been rolling in, the world still doesn't revolve just around you, so why don't you just lighten up a little? You probably wouldn't be half so paranoid if you weren't riding around with no... Oh, shit. Was that Peter down at the end of the block? She couldn't tell for sure, but she thought so. Peter and old Doc from next door. They seemed to be covering something on the lawn of the house across from the little store. Thunder bammed, this time hard enough to make her jump and gasp. The first drops of rain spattered onto the glass of the windshield, sounding like flecks of metal. She realized she'd been sitting here at the corner with the engine idling for, well, she didn't know just how long, but for quite a while. The Josephsons and Johnny Marinville must have thought she'd lost her wits. Except the world really didn't revolve just around her. They weren't paying her any attention at all, she saw as she turned the corner. Belinda had given her that one little glance, and now she and the rest of them were looking back down the street again, at whatever her husband and old Billingsley were doing, at whatever they were covering. Trying to see for herself, groping for the windshield wiper knob as more raindrops, big ones, began to spatter the glass, she didn't have any idea that the yellow space-age van had followed her onto Poplar Street until it rear-ended her. From Playthings, the international merchandising magazine of the toy industry, January 1994, Volume 94, Number 2, page 96. Excerpted from Licensing 94, an overview, by John P. Mueller. Although the selling year has barely begun, one post-Christmas winner has already been crowned by acclamation. Retail response in the usually torpid late winter months suggests that even such blockbuster licensing deals as those associated with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers may pale beside the newest craze, which any parent of a 2 to 8-year-old, girls as well as boys in this case, could tell you is the Motocops 2200 crew and their racy, spacey vans. NBC's Saturday morning cartoon epic began manufacturing in all major product categories about 3 weeks too late to catch the major Christmas wave of buying. John Kleist, Senior VP at Good Pals, Inc., which licenses the Motocop products, acknowledges that such a miss, in this case occasioned by labor problems now solved in the Pals Toledo plant, is usually the smooch of death, but says the late-selling push for the Motocops may have actually worked in the company's favor. Sometimes the market sees you more clearly when you show up for the first time outside of Santa's workshop, Kleist opined with a smile. Whatever the reason, it seems clear that Motocops Colonel Henry, Snake Hunter, Bounty, Major Pike, Rudy the Robot, and tough but all-girl Cassandra Styles are going to be the hot action figures this summer, along with archenemies No-Face and Countess Lily Marsh. Chief delight for PAL's marketers and manufacturers is the immediate success of the pricey Motocop vehicles, the so-called power wagons, futuristic vans which come with fold-up wheels and stubby extendable wings. Colonel Henry's yellow Justice wagon, Snake Hunter's red Tracker Arrow, Rudy's silver Rudy Toot, and Cassie Styles' Mary Kay pink Dream Floater are all selling well despite hefty price tags. Overall best seller of the 8 currently on the market is the dead black Meat Wagon, piloted by the sinister No-Face. This doesn't surprise Veep John Kleist at all. Kids love the bad guys, he laughs. Some parental groups have protested what they term the high violence quotient of the Motocops 2200 tune, but according to Kleist, new Motocops episodes, which begin on NBC in March, will emphasize family values and peaceful solutions. Whatever values end up being conveyed to the Motocops fans, one can certainly feel the euphoria in the offices of Good Pals. This tiny company seems to have found itself holding a very large winning ticket. Chapter 4. Poplar Street, 4:09 p.m., July 15, 1996. He sees everything. That has been both his blessing and his curse in all his years. The world still falls on his eye as it falls upon the eye of a child, evenly, unchosen, as impartial as the weight of light. He sees Mary's Lumina at the corner and knows she is trying to puzzle out what she's seeing. Too many people standing in stiff, watching attitudes which don't jibe with a lazy late afternoon in July. When she starts to roll again, he sees the yellow van, which is now behind her, also starting to roll, hears another vicious crack of thunder, and feels the first cold splashes of rain on his hot forearms. As she starts down the street, he sees the yellow van suddenly speed up and knows what's going to happen, but he still can't believe it. Watch out, old boy, he thinks. You get too busy watching her and you're apt to get run down like a squirrel in the road. He steps back up on the sidewalk in front of the Josephsons' house, head still turned to the left, eyes wide. He sees Mary behind the wheel of her Lumina, but she isn't looking at him. She's looking down the street. Probably recognized her husband. The distance wasn't too far to do that. Probably wondering what he's doing. And she isn't seeing Johnny Marinville, isn't seeing the weird yellow van with the polarized glass windows looming behind her either. "Mary, look out!" he yells. Brad and Belinda, now mounting their front steps, wheel around. At the same moment, the van's high, blunt front end crashes into the rear of the Lumina, splintering the taillights, snapping the bumper and crimping the trunk. He sees Mary's head snap back and then forward, like the head of a flower on a long stalk pushed back and forth by a high wind. The Lumina's tires scream, and there is a loud, dry bang as the right front blows out. The car veers left, the flat tire flapping, the hubcap running off the rim and streaking down the street like the Reed Kids' Frisbee. Johnny sees everything, hears everything, feels everything. Input floods him, and his mind insists on lining up each crazy increment, as if something coherent were happening here, something which could actually be narrated. The stormy sky is coming apart, starting to release its cold reservoir. He sees spots darkening all over the sidewalk, feels drops hitting the back of his neck in an increasing tempo as Brad Josephson shouts, "What the Christ!" behind him. The van is still on the Lumina's ass, bulldozing it, digging into its flimsy New Age back deck. There is a hideous metallic squall, and then a thunk as the trunk latch lets go, and the lid flies up, disclosing a spare tire, some old newspapers, and an orange styrofoam cooler. The Lumina's front end bounces up over the curb. The car crosses the sidewalk and comes to rest with its bumper against the fence between Billingsley's house and the next one down the hill, Mary's own. Lightning, it's close, very close, paints the street a momentary lurid violet. Thunder follows like a mortar barrage. The wind begins to pick up, hissing in the trees, and the rain starts coming in sheets. Visibility is closing down fast, but there's enough for him to see the yellow van picking up speed, racing away into the rain, and to see the Lumina's driver's side door open. A leg sticks out, and then Mary Jackson emerges, looking as if she has absolutely no idea of where she is. Brad is gripping his arm now with a very large and very wet hand. He's asking if Johnny saw that. If he saw it, that yellow van deliberately rammed her, but Johnny barely hears him. Johnny can now see another van, this one with scooped sides and metal flake blue paint. It comes looming out of the storm like the snout of a prehistoric beast, the rain running in rivers down a steep polarized windshield on which no wipers move. And suddenly he knows what is going to happen. "Mary!" he screams at the dazed woman staggering away from her car on high heels, but another brazen cannonade of thunder drowns out his cry. She doesn't even look his way. Rain is running down her face like extravagant tears in a South American soap opera. "Mary, get down!" screaming so loud this time he thinks his vocal cords may rupture. "Get under the car!" Then the windshield of the blue van goes down. Slides down. Yes, that steep windshield slides into the front of the van, like the front of a glass elevator, and behind it is darkness. And in the darkness, there are ghosts. Ghosts. Yes. 2 of them. Surely they must be ghosts. They are beings as brightly gray as a fog-shrouded landscape just before the sun burns its way through. The one behind the wheel is wearing a Confederate States of America uniform. Johnny is almost sure of this. But it is not human. Beneath its pinned-back cavalry hat is a bulging forehead, weird almond-shaped eyes, and a mouth that pulses out from its face like a fleshy horn. Its companion, although also a bright and illusory gray, at least looks human. He wears a buckskin trapper's shirt with a bandolier belt across it. His face is stubbled with what might be a week's growth of beard. The bristles look very black against the unnatural silver of his skin. He is standing, this fellow, and in his hands is a heavy double-barreled shotgun. Trapper John raises it as Johnny watches, leaning out into a teeming, streaming world full of colors he does not in the slightest share, And he is grinning, lips drawing back to reveal a mouthful of tangled teeth which have clearly never known a dentist's ministrations. This dreamlike creature looks like something from a horror movie about inbred cretins living far back in some swamp. No, he doesn't, Johnny thinks. He looks like something from a movie, all right, but not that one. "Mary!" he screams, and beside him Brad joins in. "Yo, Mary, look out behind you!" But she never sees. The guy in the buckskin shirt opens up, firing 3 times, pumping his weapon rapidly after each shot and then re-shouldering it. The first round goes wild as far as Johnny can see. The second erases the luminous radio aerial. The third blows off the left side of Mary Jackson's head. She staggers away from her car and toward old Doc's house nevertheless, blood pouring down her neck and soaking the left side of her blouse, her hair briefly burning in the rain. He sees this. He sees everything. And then for a moment she turns in Johnny's direction and looks at him with her one remaining eye, and the lightning flashes, filling that eye with fire. In the last second or two of her life she is empty of everything but electricity, it seems. Then she stumbles out of one of her high heels and falls backward, swan dives into the sound of thunder, the brief low flames in her hair going out, her head still smoking like the tip of an indifferently butted cigarette. She sprawls near the German shepherd on Billingsley's lawn, the one with his name and the number of his house on it, and as her legs relax apart, Johnny sees something which is terrible and sad and inexplicable all at the same time. A dark shadow that can only be one thing. Grotesquely, the punchline of an old joke goes on for a moment in his head like a neon sign. I don't know about the other two, but the guy in the middle looks like Willie Nelson. He laughs out loud in the rain. Peter Jackson's accountant wife has just been killed by a ghost, shot from a van piloted by another ghost, this one the ghost of an alien in a CSEC uniform, and the lady has died drawerless. None of this is funny, but he laughs just the same. Maybe to keep himself from screaming. He's afraid that if he starts doing that, he won't be able to stop. Now the shining creature behind the wheel of the blue van turns toward him, and for just a moment Johnny sees it looking at him, marking him with its huge almond eyes, and he has a sense of having seen this thing before. Insanity, of course, but the feeling is nevertheless very strong. It is only for a moment, and then the van is past. But he saw me, all right, Johnny thinks. That thing in the mask, it must have been a mask, saw me, and it marked me, the way you might turn down the corner of a book page for later reference. The shotgun goes off twice more, and at first Johnny can't see what this is about because the blue van is in the way. He thinks he can hear shattering glass over the roar of the storm, but that's all. Then the van is retreating into the teeming, driving rain, and he sees David Carver lying dead in his driveway in a litter of glass from the blown-in picture window. There's a huge red puddle in the center of Carver's stomach. It is surrounded by gobbets of torn white flesh that looks like suet, and Johnny reckons that Carver's days as a postal worker, not to mention his days as a suburban car washer, are over. The blue van rolls rapidly up to the corner. By the time it gets there and turns right on Bear Street, it looks to Johnny like the mirage it should by all rights have been. "Christ, look at him!" Brad screams and runs into the street. "Bradley, no!" His wife grabs for him, but she's too late. Down the street, angling toward them, are the Reed twins. Johnny walks out into the street on numb, unsteady legs. He raises a hand, sees that the fingertips are already white and pruny. He sees it all, yes indeed. And how could a guy in a Close Encounters alien mask possibly look familiar? And swaps his soaked hair out of his eyes. Lightning jags across the sky like a bright crack in a dark mirror. Thunder chases it. His feet are squelching in his sneakers, and he can smell damp gun smoke. It'll be gone in another 10 or 15 seconds, he knows, driven to earth and then washed away by the pounding rain, but for the time being it's still there, as if to keep him from even trying to believe it was all just a hallucination, what his ex-wife Terry called a brain cramp. And yes, he can see Mary Jackson's pussy, that highly sought-after part of the female anatomy that was known in those dim old junior high school days as the bearded clam. He doesn't want to be thinking this, doesn't want to be seeing what he's seeing for that matter, but he's not in charge. All the barriers in his mind have fallen, the way they used to when he was writing. It was one of the reasons he had quit writing novels, not the only one, but a biggie. Time's passage slowing as perception grows, widening until it's like being in a Sergio Leone movie where people die the way people swim in underwater ballets.
"Little bitty baby Smitty,"
he thought, again hearing the voice from the telephone.
"I seen you bite your mommy's titty."
Why should that voice remind him of the man in the bizarre costume and even more bizarre almond-eyed alien mask? "What in the name of Jesus H. Soda Pop Christ happened?" a voice asked from beside him. The others have converged on David Carver, but Gary Sonderson has come over here onto old Doc's lawn. With his pale face and scrawny body, he looks like a man suffering from mid-stage cholera. "Holy shit, Johnny. I see Paris, I see France, but I don't see her." "Shut up, you drunken asshole," Johnny says. He looks to his left and sees the Reed twins and their mother, Kim Geller and her daughter, plus a redhead he doesn't know at all. They are gathered around David Carver's body like ball players clustered around an injured teammate. Gary's shrew of a wife is also there, but she's spied Gary and is now drifting in the direction of Shea Billingsley. Then she stops, fascinated, as the Carver's door smashes open and Kirsty comes flying out into the pelting rain like the governess in an old Gothic novel, shrieking her husband's name as the lightning flashes and the thunder rolls. Slowly, like a stupid child who has been called upon to recite, Gary says, "What did you call me?" He isn't looking at Johnny, though, or even at the crowd on the Carver's lawn. He is looking at what the dead woman's hiked-up skirt has revealed, storing it up for later reference and perhaps conversation. Johnny suddenly feels an almost irresistible urge to punch the man in the nose. "Never mind, just keep your mouth shut. I mean it." He looks to his right down the street and sees Collie and Trajan running this way. He appears to be wearing pink plastic shower sandals. Behind him is a long-haired guy Johnny has never seen before, and the new girl from the market. Cynthia, her name is. And behind them, quickly outdistancing old Tom Billingsley and closing in on Cynthia, wild-eyed, comes the street's resident expert on James Dickey and the New Southerns. "Daddy!" A piercing, desolate little girl's shriek. Ellen Carver. "Get those kids out of here!" Brad Josephson, hard and commanding, God bless him, but Johnny doesn't even look in that direction. Peter Jackson is coming, and there is something here he probably has even less business seeing than he and Gary Sonderson, even though Peter has surely seen it before and they haven't. An English teacher's riddle if ever there was one, he thinks. Another crazy old punchline rockets through his head. "Hey, mister, your sign fell down." He can't even remember the fucking joke it came from. He takes one more look around to make sure no one but Gary is paying attention to Mary, and no one is. This is surely a miracle that won't last long. He bends down, turns Mary's hip. How heavy she is now that she's dead. How Christing heavy. And her legs fall together. Water runs down the side of one white thigh like rain on a tombstone. He yanks the hem of her skirt, deliberately turns so his action is blocked to the people coming up the hill. Already he can hear Peter bellowing, "Mary! Mary!" He will have seen her car, of course, the Lumina with its nose against the stake fence. "Why?" Gary begins, then stops when Johnny looks up fiercely. "Say anything and I'll punch your lights out," he says. "I mean it." Gary looks vague, almost doltish for a moment, and then his face fills first with a goaty sort of understanding, followed by fake solemnity. He makes a zipping motion across his lips, though, and that's good. In the long run, Gary will almost certainly talk, but Johnny Marinville has never been less concerned with the long run in his whole life. He turns toward the Carver house and sees David Reed carrying the little Carver girl. She is shrieking and kicking her legs in vast scissoring motions toward the house. Pye Carver on her knees, wailing as Johnny heard the village women wail in Vietnam all those years ago, only it doesn't seem that long ago with the last scent of gun smoke still on the air. She has her arms around the dead man's neck, and David's head is wagging in a horrible way. Even more horrible is the little boy, Ralphie, standing beside her. Under ordinary circumstances, he is a ceaseless, tireless noise box, a pint-sized piss-pot of the purest ray sublime. But now he is a wax dummy, staring down at his dead father with a face which appears to be melting in the rain. No one is taking him away because it's his sister making the noise for a change, but someone should be. "Jim," Johnny says to the other Reed twin, walking to the back of Mary's car so he can be heard without having to shout. The boy looks up from the dead man and the wailing woman. His face is dazed. "Take Ralphie inside, Jim. He shouldn't be here." Jim nods, picks the boy up, and trots up the walk with him. Johnny expects shrieks of protest. Even at 6, Ralphie Carver knows it is his destiny to run the world someday. But the boy only hangs in the big teenager's arms like a doll, his eyes huge and unblinking. Johnny believes the influence of childhood trauma on the lives of adults has been wildly overrated by a generation that listened to too many Moody Blues records in its formative years. But something like this must be different. It will be a long time, Johnny thinks, before the chief behavioral factor in Ralph Carver's life ceases to be the sight of his father lying dead on the lawn and his mother kneeling beside him in the rain, hands locked beneath his neck, screaming his daddy's name over and over as if she could wake him up. He thinks of trying to separate Kirsten from the corpse. It'll have to be done sooner or later. But Collie and Trajan arrives at the Billingsley house before he can make his move, with the counter girl from the Easy Stop right behind him. The girl is pulled ahead of the long-hair, who is puffing badly. The guy isn't as young as his rock-and-roll hair made him look from a distance. Johnny is perhaps most struck by the Josephsons. They are standing at the foot of the Carver driveway, holding hands, looking somehow like a Spike Lee version of Hansel and Gretel in the pouring rain. Marielle Saunderson passes behind Johnny and joins her husband on the Billingsley lawn. Johnny decides that if Brad and Belinda Josephson can be Hansel and Gretel in Spike's new G-rated joint, Marielle can play the witch. It's like the last chapter of an Agatha Christie, he thinks, when Miss Marple or Hercule Poirot explains everything, even how the murderer got out of the locked sleeping car berth after doing the deed. We're all here, except for Frank Geller and Charlie Reed, who are still at work. It's a regular block party. Except, he realizes that's not quite true. Audrey Weiler isn't here, and neither is her nephew. The edge of something glimmers in his mind at that. He has a flash memory. The sound of a kid with a cold, he had thought, but before he can do more than start to reach for it, wanting to see if it's connected to anything. It feels connected, God knows why. Collie and Trajan comes over to Mary's car and grabs his shoulder, hard enough to hurt, with one dripping hand. He's looking past Johnny at the Carver place. "What? 2? How? Christ! Mr. Trajan! Collie," he tries to sound reasonable, tries not to grimace, "you're breaking my shoulder." "Oh, sorry, man. But—" His eyes go back and forth from the shotgun woman to the shotgun man, David Carver, with tendrils of blood washing down his white, blubbery sides. And Trajan can't seem to pick one to settle on, and consequently looks like a guy watching a tennis match. "Your shirt," Johnny says, thinking what a stupendous non-starter of a conversational gambit this is. "You forgot to put it on." "I was shaving," Collie replies, and runs his hands through his short, dripping hair. The gesture expresses, as probably nothing else could, a mind that has progressed beyond confusion to a state of almost total distraction. Johnny finds it strangely endearing. "Mr. Marinville, do you have the slightest clue what's happening here?" Johnny shakes his head. He only hopes that whatever it was, it's now over. Then Peter arrives, sees his wife lying in front of Billingsley's ceramic German shepherd, and howls. The sound brings out fresh goosebumps on Johnny's wet arms. Peter falls on his knees beside his wife, just as Pye Carver fell on her knees beside her husband. And oh gosh, does John Edward Marinville have a case of them old cosmic Vietnam blues again, or what? All we need, he thinks, is Hendrix on the soundtrack playing Purple Haze. Peter grabs her, and Johnny sees Gary watching with a kind of frozen fascination, waiting for Peter to roll her body into his arms. Johnny can read Saunderson's thoughts as if they were printed on ticker tape and running across his brow. What's he going to make of it when he rolls her over and her legs flop apart and he sees what he sees? What's he going to make of it? Or maybe it's no big deal. Maybe she always goes around that way. "Mary!" Peter cries. He doesn't turn her, thank God for small favors, but lifts her upper body, getting her into a sitting position. He screams again. No word this time, no vocal shape at all, just a streamer of amazed grief as he sees the state of her head, half the face gone, half the hair burned off. "Peter," old Doc begins, and then the sky is split by a long lance of electricity flowing down the rain. Johnny spins around, dazzled, but still, oh yes, of course, you bet, seeing perfectly well. Thunder rips the street before the lightning can even begin to fade, so loud that it feels like hands clapped to the sides of his head. Johnny sees the lightning strike the abandoned Hobart place, which stands between the cop's house and the Jacksons' place. It demolishes the decorative chimney William Hobart added last year before his problems started and he decided to put the house up for sale. The lightning also ignites the shake roof. Before the thunder has finished pummeling them, before Johnny even has a chance to identify the flash-fried smell in his nostrils as ozone, the deserted house is wearing a crown of flames. It burns furiously in the driving rain like an optical illusion. "Holy shit!" Jim Reed says. He's standing in the Carver doorway with Ralphie still in his arms. Ralphie, Johnny sees, has reverted to thumb-sucking. And Ralphie is the only one, besides Johnny himself that is, who isn't still looking at the burning house. He is looking up the hill. And now Johnny sees his eyes widen. He takes his thumb out of his mouth, and before he begins to shriek in terror, Johnny hears two clear words. And again they seem hauntingly, maddeningly familiar, like words heard in a dream. "Dream floater," the boy says. And then, as if the words were some sort of magical incantation, his waxy, unnatural limpness departs. He begins to scream in fear and to twist in young Jim Reed's arms. Jim is caught by surprise and drops the boy, who lands on his ass. That must hurt like a bastard, Johnny thinks, heading in that direction without even thinking about it. But the kid shows no sign of pain, only fear. His bulging eyes are still staring up the street as he begins paddling frantically with his feet, sliding back into the house on his bottom. Johnny, now standing on the edge of the Carver driveway, turns to look and sees two more vans swinging around the corner from Bear Street. The one in the lead is candy pink, and so streamlined it looks to Johnny like a giant Good and Plenty with polarized windows. On the roof is a radar dish in the shape of a Valentine heart. Under other circumstances it might look cute, but now it only looks bizarre. Curved aerodynamic shapes protrude on either side of the Good and Plenty van. They look like lateral fins or maybe even stubby wings. Behind this vehicle, which may or may not be called Dream Floater, comes a long black vehicle with a bulging, dark-tinted windshield and a toadstool-shaped housing, also black, on the roof. This ebony nightmare is chased with zigzag bolts of chrome that look like barely disguised Nazi SS insignia. The vehicles begin to pick up speed, their engines purring with a humming cyclic bent. A large porthole irises open in the left side of the pink vehicle, and on top of the black van, which looks like a hearse trying to transform itself into a locomotive, the side of the toadstool slides back, revealing two figures with shotguns. One is a bearded human being. He, like the alien driving the blue van, appears to be wearing the tags and tatters of a Civil War uniform. The thing beside him is wearing another sort of uniform altogether, black, high-collared, dressed with silver buttons. As with the black and chrome van, there's something Nazi-ish about the uniform, but this isn't what catches Johnny's eyes and freezes his vocal cords, so he is at first unable to cry a warning. Above the high collar, there seems to be only darkness. He has no face, Johnny thinks in the second before the creatures in the pink van and the dead black one open fire. He has no face. That thing has no face at all. It occurs to Johnny Marinville, who sees everything, that he may have died, that this may be hell. Letter from Audrey Weiler, Wentworth, Ohio, to Janice Conroy, Plainview, New York, dated August 18, 1994. Dear Janice, thanks so much for your call. The note of condolence, too, of course, but you'll never know how good it was to have your voice in my ear last night, like a drink of cool water on a hot day. Or maybe I mean like a sane voice when you're stuck in the booby hatch. Did any of what I said on the phone make sense to you? I can't remember for sure. I'm off the tranks. Fuck that shit, as we used to say back in college. But that's only been for the last couple of days, and even with Herb pitching in and helping like mad, a lot of the world has been so much scrambled eggs. Things started being that way when Bill's friend Joe Calabrese called and said my brother and his wife and the 2 older kids had been killed, shotgunned in a drive-by. The man, who I've never met in my life, was crying, hard to understand, and much too shaken to be diplomatic. He kept saying he was so ashamed, and I ended up trying to comfort him, and all the time I'm thinking there's got to be a mistake here. Bill can't be dead. My brother was supposed to be around for as long as I needed him. I still wake up in the night thinking, not Bill, it's just a goof-up. It can't be Bill. The only thing in my whole life I can remember that felt this crazy was when I was a kid and everybody came down with the flu at the same time. Herb and I flew out to San Jose to collect Seth, then flew back to Toledo on the same plane as the bodies. They store them in the cargo hold, did you know that? Me neither, nor wanted to. The funeral was one of the most horrible experiences of my life, probably the most horrible. Those 4 coffins, my brother, my sister-in-law, my niece, and my nephew, lined up in a row, first in the church and then at the cemetery, where they sat over the holes on those awful chrome rails. Want to hear something totally nuts? During the whole graveside service, I kept thinking of my honeymoon in Jamaica. They have speed bumps in the road that they call sleeping policemen, and for some reason that's how I started thinking of the coffins, as sleeping policemen. Well, I told you I'd been crazy, didn't I? Ohio's Valium Queen of 1994, that's me. The service at the church was packed. Bill and June had a lot of friends, and everyone was bawling, except for poor little Seth, of course, who can't, or doesn't. Or who knows, he just sat there between me and Herb with 2 of his toys on his lap, a pink van he calls Dweem Fwota, and the action figure that goes with it, a sexy little redhead named Cassandra Stiles. The toys are from a show called Motocops 2200, and the names of the damned Motocops vans, the Motocops power wagons, la-di-da, are among the few things Seth says which are actually understandable. Donuts buy 'em for me is another one. Also, Seth go potty, which means you're supposed to go in there with him. He's trained, but very weird about his bathroom habits. I hope he didn't understand the service meant the rest of his family is dead, gone from him forever. Herb is sure he doesn't know. The kid doesn't even know where he is, Herb says, but I wonder. That's the hell of autism, isn't it? You always wonder, you never really know. They're broadcasting, but God hooked them up with a scrambler phone, and nothing's coming through at the receiving end but gibberish. Tell you one thing, I've gained a new respect for Herb Weiler in the last couple of weeks. He arranged everything from the planes to the obituaries in both the Columbus Dispatch and Toledo Blade, and to take Seth in as he has without a word of complaint. Not just an orphan, but an autistic orphan. Well, I mean, is it amazing, or is it just me? I vote for amazing. And he seems to really care for the poor kid. Sometimes when he looks at the boy, a preoccupied expression comes into his face that could even be love. The beginnings of it, anyway. This is even more remarkable, it seems to me, when you realize how little a child like Seth can give back. Mostly he just sits, plonked down out there in the sandbox Herb put in as soon as we got back from Toledo, like a big boy-shaped raisin, wearing only his Motocops 2200 underoos, he has the lunchbox too, mouthing his nonsense words, playing with his vans and the action figures that go with them, especially the sexy redhead in the blue shorts. These toys trouble me a bit because, if you're not entirely sure I've lost it, this should convince you, I'm not sure where they came from, Jan. Seth sure didn't have any such expensive rig the last time I visited Bill and June in Toledo. I checked in Toys R Us, and the Motocop stuff is very pricey. I can tell you that. They aren't the sort of toys Bill and Junie would have approved of anyhow. Their toy-buying ideas ran more to Barney than Star Wars, much to their kids' disgust. Poor little Seth can't tell me, that's for sure, and it probably doesn't matter anyway. I only know the names of the vans and the figures that go with them because I watch the cartoon show with him on Saturday mornings. The chief bad guy, No-Face, is Trey Creepy. He's so strange, Jan. Seth, I mean, not No-Face, har. I don't know if Herb feels that as much as I do, but I know he feels some of it. Sometimes when I look up and catch Seth looking at me, he has eyes of such dark brown that sometimes they actually look black, I get the weirdest chill, like someone's using my spine for a xylophone. And some odd things have happened since Seth came to live with us. Don't laugh, but there have even been a couple of incidents like the poltergeist phenomena they sometimes dramatize on what Herb calls the psycho-reality shows. Glasses flying off shelves, a couple of windows that broke seemingly for no reason, and weird wiggly shapes that sometimes appear in Seth's sandbox at night. They're like strange, surreal sand paintings. I'll send you some Polaroids next time I write, if I think of it. I wouldn't tell anybody this stuff besides you, Jan, believe me. Thank God I know and trust your wonder, your curiosity, your discretion. Mostly Seth is no trouble. The most annoying thing about having him around is the way he breathes. He takes in air in these big, sloppy gusts, always through his mouth, which is always hung open and halfway down to his chest. It makes him look like the village idiot, which he really is not, regardless of the problems he does have. Mr. Marinville from across the street was over the other day with a banana cake he baked. He's quite a sweetie for a guy who once wrote a book about a man having a love affair with his own daughter, and called the book Delight, of all things. And he spent some time with Seth, who was taking a sandbox break to watch Bonanza. Remember that one? TNT shows the reruns every weekday afternoon. They call them the Afternoon Ponderosa Party. Ain't that cute? And Seth just loves them. Wessern, he says when they come on. Mr. Marinville, who likes to be called Johnny, watched with us for quite a while, the three of us eating banana cake and drinking chocolate milk like old pals. And when I apologized for Seth's wet breathing, mostly because it drives me nuts, of course, Marinville just laughed and said that Seth couldn't help his adenoids. I'm not even sure what adenoids are, but I suppose we'll have to have Seth's looked at. Thank God for the blue twins, Cross and Shield. One thing keeps nagging me, and that's why I've enclosed a Xerox of the postcard my brother sent me from Carson City shortly before he died. He says on it that they've had a breakthrough, an amazing breakthrough is what he says, actually, with Seth. Capital letters, lots of exclamation points. See for yourself. I was curious, Natch, so I asked him about it the next time we talked on the phone. That must have been on July 27th or 28th, and it was the last time I spoke to him. His reaction was very peculiar, very unlike Bill. A long silence, then this weird artificial laugh. Ha, ha, ha. The way it gets written out, but the way real laughter hardly ever sounds, except at boring cocktail parties. I never heard my brother laugh like that in his life. Well, Aud, he says, I might have overreacted a little on that one. He didn't want to say any more on the subject, but when I pressed him, he said that Seth seemed brighter, more with them once they got far enough into Colorado to see the Rockies. You know how he's always loved Western movies and TV shows, he said, and although I didn't then, I sure do now. Nuts for cowboys and posses and cutting 'em off at the pass is young Seth Guerin. Bill said Seth probably knew he wasn't in the real Old West because of all the cars and campers, but the scenery still turned him on. That's how Bill put it. I might have let it go at that if he hadn't sounded so funny and vague, so really unlike himself. You know your own kin, don't you? Or you think you do. And Bill was always outgoing and bubbly or indrawn and pouty. There wasn't much middle ground. Except during that phone call, it seemed to be all middle ground. So I kept after him about it, which I wouldn't have done ordinarily. I said that an amazing breakthrough sounded like one specific event. So he said that, well, yes, something had happened not too far from Ely, which is one of the few good-sized towns north of Las Vegas. Just after they went by a road sign pointing the way to a burg called Desperation, charming names they have out here, I must say, makes you just wild to visit, Seth kind of freaked out. That's how Bill put it. They were on Route 50, the non-turnpike route, and there was this huge ridge of earth on their left, south of the highway. Bill thought it was sort of interesting, but no more. Seth, though, when he turned in that direction and saw it, he went nuts, started waving his arms and gabbling in that private language of his. To me it always sounds like talk on a tape that someone is playing backward. Bill and June and the two older kids went along with him the way they did, when he gets excited and starts verbalizing, which is rare but far from unheard of. You know, kind of like, yeah, Seth, you bet, Seth. It sure is wild, Seth. And all the time they're doing it, that embankment is slipping farther and farther behind them. Until finally Seth, get this, speaks up, not in gibberish but in English. He really talks. Says, "Stop, Daddy, go back. Seth want to see Mountain. Seth want to see Hoss and Little Joe." Hoss and Little Joe, in case you don't remember, are two of the main characters on Bonanza. Bill said it was more real words than Seth had put together in his whole life, and some time spent around Seth has convinced me of how unusual it would be for him to say so much in clear language at one time. But amazing breakthrough? I don't want to be mean or anything, but it was hardly the Gettysburg Address, was it? I couldn't make a jibe then, and I can't now. On his postcard, Bill sounds so pumped he's just about blowing his stack. On the phone, he sounded like a pod person in the Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Plus one other thing. On the card, he says more later, as if he can't wait to spill the whole thing. But once I had him on the phone, I just about have to drag it out of him. Weird. Bill said what happened made him think of an old joke about a couple who think their son is mute. Then, one day, when the kid's 6 or so, he speaks up at the dinner table. "Please, Mother, may I have another ear of corn?" he says. The parents fall all over him and ask why he's never spoken up before. "I never had anything to say," he tells them. Bill told me the joke. I'd heard it before, I think back about the time they burned Joan of Arc at the stake, and then gave out with the phony cocktail party laugh again. Ha, ha, ha. Like that closed the subject for good and all. Only I wasn't ready for it to be closed. "So did you ask him, Bill?" I asked. "Ask him what?" he says. "Why he never spoke before." "But he does talk." "Not like this, though. He doesn't talk like this, which is why you sent me the excited postcard, right?" I was getting mad at him by then. I don't know why, but I was. "So did you ask him why he hadn't ever strung 15 or 20 words of clear English together before?" "Well, no," he says, "I didn't." "And did you go back? Did you take him to Desperation so he could look for the Ponderosa Ranch or whatever?" "We really couldn't do that, Aud," he says after another of those long silences. It was like waiting for a chess computer to catch up with a tough move. I don't like to be talking this way about my brother, who I loved and will miss for the rest of my life, but I want you to understand how really strange that last conversation was. The truth? It was hardly like talking to my brother at all. I wish I could explain why that was, but I can't. "What do you mean you couldn't?" I ask him. "Couldn't means couldn't," he says. I think he was a little pissed at me, but I didn't mind. He sounded a little more like himself, anyway. "I wanted to be sure of getting to Carson City before dark, which we wouldn't have done if I'd turned around and backtracked to that little town he was so excited about. Everyone kept telling me how treacherous 50 can be after sundown, and I didn't want to put my family into a dangerous situation. Like he'd been crossing the Gobi Desert instead of central Nevada." And that's all there is. We talked a little more, and then he said, "Take it easy, babe," the way he always did, and that's the last I'll ever hear from him, in this world at least. Just take it easy, babe, and then he disappeared down the barrel of some traveling asshole's gun. All of them did, except for Seth. The police haven't even been able to identify the caliber of the guns they used yet, did I tell you that? Life is so unfinished compared to books and movies, like a fucking salad. Still, that last conversation nags me. More than anything, I keep coming back to that stupid cocktail party laugh. My Bill never laughed like that in his life. I wasn't the only one that noticed he was a little off the beam, either. His friend Joe, the one they were out there visiting, said the whole family seemed off, except for Seth. I had a conversation with him at the undertaker's while Herb was signing the transferal forms. Joe said he kept wondering if they had a virus or the flu. Except for the little one, he said. He had lots of zip, always out there in the sandbox with his toys. Okay, I've written enough. Way, way too much, probably. But think all of this over, would you? Put those good, inventive brains of yours to work, because this is really bugging me. Talking to Herb is no good. He calls it displaced grief. I thought about talking to Jay Marinville from across the street. He seems both kind and perceptive, but I don't know him well enough. So it has to be you. You see that, don't you? Love you, Jay girl. Miss you. And sometimes, especially lately, I wish that we were young again with all the dirty cards life can deal you still buried well down in the deck. Remember how it was in college when we thought we'd live forever and only our stupid periods ever caught us by surprise? I've got to stop or I'll be crying again. XXX and tons more. Odd. Chapter 5. 1. Standing bare-chested at the bathroom mirror that afternoon, before the world dropped into hell like a bucket on a broken string, Collie and Trajan had made 3 large resolutions. The first was to quit going around unshaven on weekdays. The second was to quit drinking, at least until he got his life back on an even keel. He was doing far too much boozing, enough to make him uneasy, and it had to stop. The third was to stop procrastinating about looking for a job. There were 3 security firms in the Columbus area. People he knew worked for 2 of them, and it was time to get cracking. He hadn't died, after all. It was time to quit yowling and get on with his life. Now, as the Hobart house burned merry hell down the street and the 2 bizarre vans approached, all he cared about was holding on to that life. Mostly it was the black vehicle creeping along behind the pink one that galvanized him, that engaged every instinct to immediately relocate, possibly to outer Mongolia. He didn't catch more than a rain-blurred glimpse of the figures in the black van's turret, but the van itself was enough. It looked like a hearse in a science fiction movie, he thought. "Inside!" he heard himself screaming. Some part of him apparently still wanted to be in charge. "Everybody inside, now!" At that point he lost track of the people clustered around the late postman and his keening, shrieking wife, Mrs. Geller, Susie, Susie's friend, the Josephsons, Mrs. Reed. Marinville, the writer, was a little closer, but Collie lost track of him, too. His focus shrank to the ones in front of old Doc's bungalow. Peter Jackson, the Sottersons, the store clerk, the long hair from the Ryder truck, and old Doc himself, who had retired from veterinary practice the year before with absolutely no clue that something like this was waiting for him. "Go!" Collie screamed into Gary's wet, gaping, half-drunk face. In that moment he wanted to kill the man, just haul off and kill him, set him on fire or something. "Go in the fucking house!" Behind him he could hear Marinville screaming the same thing, although it was presumably the Carver's house he had in mind. "What?" Marielle began, stepping to her husband's side. Then she looked past Gary, and her eyes widened. Her splay-fingered hands rose to the sides of her face, her mouth dropped open, and for one mad moment Collie expected her to drop to her knees and start singing Mammy like Al Jolson. She screamed instead. And as if that had been all their attackers had been waiting for, the gunfire began. Harsh, compact explosions that no one could have mistaken for thunder. The hippie guy grabbed Peter Jackson by Peter's right wrist and tried to haul him away from his dead wife. Peter didn't want to let go of her. He was still howling and seemed completely unaware of what was happening around him. There was a kapow as deafening as dynamite, followed by the sound of shattering glass. A kabam, even louder, followed by a shriek of either fear or pain. Collie's, though, was on fear, this time at least. A third report, and Billingsley's ceramic German shepherd disappeared from the forelegs up. Old Doc's inner front door stood open behind a screen with a scrolly ornamental bee in the middle of it. That dark rectangular hole, an opening which might lead to a cave of safety, looked 1,000 miles away. Collie ran for Peter first, with no thought of bravery so much as crossing his mind. It was just where he went first. Another deafening report, and he was tightening his back and buttocks against a potentially lethal hit, even while his mind was informing him that one at least was thunder. The next one wasn't. It was another whiplash kapow, and he felt something slap a groove in the air past his right ear. First time shot at, he thought. 9 years as a cop before they stuck it to me and broke it off. 4 beat, 4 plainclothes, 1 IA, and never shot at until now. Another report. One of Billingsley's living room windows blew in, billowing the white curtains like ghost arms. Guns going off behind him like artillery now, just bam, 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 and he felt another hot load go hustling by, this one to the left of his hand, and a black hole appeared in the siding below the broken window. To Collie, the hole looked like a big, startled eye. The next one hummed by his hip. He couldn't believe he wasn't dead, just couldn't believe it. He could smell burning cedar shingles and had time to think about October afternoons spent in the backyard with his dad, burning leaves in smoldery, aromatic piles. He had been running for hours. He felt like a goddamn ceramic duck in a goddamn shooting gallery, and he hadn't even reached Peter Jackson yet. What the fuck was going on here? It's been 5 seconds since the shooting started, the colder side of his mind informed him. Maybe only 3. The hippie guy was still yanking Peter's wrist, and now the girl, Cynthia, muckled on above the hippie guy's grip. But Peter was actively resisting them, Collie saw. Peter wanted to stay with his wife, who had chosen a divinely bad time to arrive back home. Still picking up speed, and he could boogie pretty good when he really wanted to, Collie bent and hooked a hand under the kneeling man's left armpit on the way by. Just call me the mail train, he thought. Peter thrashed backward, trying to stop the 3 of them from pulling him from his wife. Collie's hand began to slip. Oh, fuck, he thought. Fuck us all, sideways. There was another shriek from behind him at the Carvers. In the corner of his eye, he saw the pink van, now past them and speeding up, accelerating down the hill toward Hyacinth Street. "Mary!" Peter screamed. "She's hurt!" "I got her, Pete. Don't worry, I got her." Old Doc screamed cheerfully, and although he had no one, was in fact running past Mary's sprawled body without so much as a glance down at it. Peter nodded, looking relieved. It was the tone, Collie thought, that crazily cheerful tone of voice. The hippie guy was actually helping now instead of just trying to. He had Peter by the belt for one thing, and that was working better. "Help out, fella," the hippie guy told Peter, "just a little." Peter ignored him. He stared at Collie with huge glazed eyes. "He's getting her, right, old Doc? He's helping her?" "That's right," Collie shouted. He tried for Doc's tone of good cheer, a kind of sprinting bedside manner, and heard only terror. The pink van was gone, but the black one was still there, rolling slowly, almost stopped. There were figures, too bright, almost fluorescent, in the turret. Billingsley, Marielle Sotterson, bashed past him on the left, almost knocking Collie flat in her sprint toward old Doc's front door. Gary blew by on the right, hitting the store girl with his shoulder and knocking her to one knee. She cried out in pain, mouth pulling down in a bow shape as something, probably her ankle, twisted. Gary did not so much as spare her a glance. His eyes were on the prize. The girl was up again in a flash. The pain grimace was still on her face, but she was holding gamely to Peter's arm, still trying to help out. Collie was gaining an appreciation for her, schizo two-tone hair or not. Onward sprinted the Sottersons. It had taken them a moment or two to get the general idea, but it had certainly clicked for them now, Collie saw. There was another report. The long-hair shouted in surprise and pain, grabbing at his right leg. Collie saw blood, amazingly bright in the gray gloom of the storm, seeping through his fingers. The girl was staring at him, her mouth open, her eyes wide. "I'm okay," the hippie said, regaining his balance. "It's just a graze. Go on, go on." Peter was finally finding his feet, both literally and metaphorically. "What in the fuck is going on?" he asked Collie. He sounded drugged. Before Collie could say anything, there was a final shot from the black van, and a sound, he would have sworn it, like the whistle of an artillery shell. Marielle Sotterson, who had reached the stoop, Gary had already disappeared inside, no gentleman he, screamed and staggered sideways against the door. Her left arm flew bonelessly upward. Blood splashed Doc's aluminum siding. The rain began to wash it down the side of the house in membranes. Collie heard the store girl scream and felt a little like screaming himself. The slug had taken Marielle in the shoulder and torn her left arm almost entirely off her body. It flopped back down and dangled precariously from a glistening knot of flesh with a mole on it. It was the mole, a flaw Gary might have lovingly kissed in his younger, less pickled days, that made it somehow real. She stood in the doorway, shrieking, her left arm hanging beside her like a door which has been ripped off 2 of its 3 hinges. And behind her the black van now also accelerated down the hill, the turret sliding closed as it went. It disappeared into the rain and the billowing smoke from the empty Hobart house, where the roof was now sharing its gift of fire with the walls. 2. She had a place to go. Sometimes that seemed like a blessing. Sometimes, because it extended things, kept the hellish game going, like a curse. But either way, it was the only reason she was still herself. At least some of the time. The only reason she hadn't been eaten alive from the inside out. The way Herb had been. In the end, though, Herb had been able to find himself one more time. Had been able to hold on to himself long enough to go out to the garage and put a bullet in his brain. Or so she wanted to believe. Sometimes, however, she believed otherwise. Sometimes she would think of the endless evenings before the gunshot from the garage, and she would see Seth in his chair, the one with the horse and rider decals she and Herb had put on when they came to realize just how much the boy loved westerns. Seth just sitting there, ignoring whatever was on TV, unless it was an ode opera or a space show, that was, looking at Herb with his horrible mud-brown eyes, the eyes of a creature that has lived its whole life in a swamp. Sitting there in the chair which his aunt and uncle had decorated so lovingly back in the early days, before the nightmare had started. Before they'd known it had started, at least. Sitting there and looking at Herb, hardly ever at her, at least not then, looking at him, thinking at him, sucking him dry like a vampire in a horror film. And that was what the thing inside Seth really was, wasn't it? A vampire. And their lives here together on Poplar Street, that was the film. Poplar Street, for God's sake, where there was probably still at least one Carpenter's album in every home. Nice neighbors, the kind of folks that drop everything when they hear on the radio that the Red Cross is getting low on O, and none of them knew that Audrey Weiler, the quiet widow who lived between the Sondersons and the Reeds, was now starring in her own Hammer film. On good days, she would think that Herb, whose sense of humor had served as both a shield and a goad to the thing inside of Seth, had held on long enough to escape. On bad ones, she knew that was bullshit, that Seth had simply used all of Herb there was to use, and had then sent him out to the garage with a self-destruct program flashing away in his head like a neon Schlitz sign in a taproom window. It wasn't Seth, though. Not really, not the Seth who had sometimes, in the early days, hugged them and given them brief, open-mouthed kisses that felt like bursting soap bubbles. "Ow, boy," he would occasionally say while sitting in the special chair, words rising out of his usual unintelligible babble and making them feel, however fleetingly, that they were getting somewhere. "I'm a cowboy." That Seth had been sweet. Lovable not just in spite of his autism, but partly because of it. That Seth had also been a medium, however, like contaminated blood, which simultaneously nourishes a virus and transports it. The virus, the vampire, was Tak, a little gift from the great American desert. According to Bill, the Guerin family had never turned back to desperation, had never stopped to investigate what was behind the bulwark of earth they had seen from the road, the bulwark that had excited Seth enough for him to briefly transcend his usual gabble and speak in clear English. "We really couldn't do that, Aud," Bill had said. "I wanted to be sure of getting to Carson City by dark." But Bill had lied. She knew, because of a letter she'd gotten from a man named Alan Symes. Symes, a geologist-engineer for something called the Deep Earth Mining Corporation, had seen the Guerin family on July 24th of 1994, the same day Audrey's brother had sent her the exuberant postcard. Symes had assured her that nothing very interesting had happened, that he had simply taken the Guerins to the edge of the open-pit mine. Actually, going in would have been against MSHA regulations, his letter said, and given them a little history lecture before sending them on their way again. It was a good story, both boring and plausible. Audrey wouldn't have questioned a word of it under ordinary circumstances. But she knew something Mr. Alan Symes of Desperation, Nevada, had not, that Bill had denied stopping at all. Bill said they had simply hurried on their merry way because he wanted to be sure of getting to Carson City by dark. And if Bill had lied, wasn't it possible, even likely, that Symes had also lied? Lied about what? Lied about what? "Stop, Daddy, go back. Seth want to see mountain." "Why did you lie to me, Bill?" That was a question she thought she could answer. Bill had lied because Seth had made him lie. She thought that Seth had probably been standing right there by the phone during her conversation with Bill, watching the creature it no longer regarded as its father with mud-brown eyes that belonged under a log in some swamp. Bill had been allowed to say only what Tak wanted him to say, like a person who speaks with a gun pointed at his head. He had told his clumsy lies and laughed the unnatural cocktail party laugh. Ha, ha, ha. The thing in Seth had eventually eaten Herb alive, and now it was trying to eat her. But she was apparently different from Herb in one crucial way. She had a place to go. She had discovered it, perhaps by accident, perhaps with help from Seth, the real Seth, and she could only pray that Tuck would never discover what she was doing or where she was going, that the monster would never follow her to her sanctuary. In May of 1982, when she was 21 and still Audrey Guerin, she and her roommate, who was also her best friend, then and ever Janice Goodlin, had spent a wonderful weekend, very likely the most perfect weekend of Audrey's life, at Mohonk Mountain House in upstate New York. The trip was a present from Jan's father, who had won some sort of cash award from his company for selling and had been promoted 2 or 3 rungs up the corporate ladder in the bargain. If his intention had been to share some of his happiness, he had succeeded splendidly with the 2 young women. On the Saturday of that magic weekend, they had taken a picnic lunch packed by the kitchen in a wonderful old-fashioned wicker hamper and walked for hours, hunting for the perfect spot in which to settle. Usually when you're doing that, you don't find it, but they had gotten lucky. It was a beautiful and half-wild upland meadow, rife with buttercups and daisies and wild roses. It hummed with bees. White butterflies danced on the warm air like enchanted confetti which never fell to earth. At one end of this meadow was an eccentric little cupola-shaped thing. Janice said it was called a folly, and they were spotted all over the Mohonk grounds. It was roofed to provide shade and shelter, but open on every side to provide air and view. The 2 women had eaten enormously, talked prodigiously, and at 3 different points laughed so hard that tears ran down their faces. Audrey didn't think she had ever laughed with quite that same heartiness since. She never forgot the long, clear summer light of that afternoon, or the dancing white shreds of the butterflies. This was the place she returned to, when Tuck was fully out and fully in command of Seth. This was where she hid, with a Janice who was still Goodlin instead of Conroy, a Janice who was still young. Sometimes she would tell Janice about Seth, how he had come to stay, and how neither she nor Herb had seen or suspected, at least at first, what was inside Seth, a thing that was being very still, watching them and husbanding its strength and waiting for the right time to come out. Sometimes on these occasions she would tell Jan how much she missed Herb, and how terrified she was, how she felt caught like a fly in a web or a coyote in a leg-hold trap. But that kind of talk felt dangerous, and she tried to stay away from it. Mostly she just replayed the sweet inconsequentialities of that long-ago day when Reagan had still been in his first term and there had been real vinyl records in the record stores. Stuff like whether or not Ray Soames, Jan's current boyfriend, would be a considerate lover. Pig selfish, Jan had reported matter-of-factly 3 weeks later, just before bidding adieu to Ray's sultry good looks forever. And what sorts of jobs they would have, and how many kids they would have, and who in their circle of friends would be the most successful. Running through it all, large but unspoken, perhaps they hadn't dared to speak of it for fear of ruining it, was their joy in the day, in the unremarkable good health of young women, and their love for one another. It was these things, and not her current troubles, that Audrey concentrated on when she felt Tuck digging into her with its unseen but exquisitely painful teeth, trying to batten on her and feed from her. It was to that day's love and brightness that she fled, and so far it had given her succor and shelter. So far she was alive. More important, so far she was still she. In the meadow the confusion and darkness melted away, and everything stood clear. The splintery grey poles which held up the folly's roof, each casting its thin, precise shadow. The table, equally splintered, at which they sat on opposing wooden benches, a table that was deeply carved with initials, mostly those of lovers. The picnic basket, now set aside on the board floor, still open but really finished for the day. the utensils and plastic food containers neatly packed for the trip back to the hotel. She could see the golden highlights in Jan's hair and a loose thread on the left shoulder of her blouse. She heard every cry of every bird. Only one thing was different from the way it had really been. On the table where the picnic hamper had rested until they had repacked it and set it aside, there was a red plastic telephone. Audrey had had one exactly like it at the age of 5, using it to hold long and deliriously nonsensical chats with an invisible playmate named Melissa Sweetheart. On some visits to the Folly in the Meadow, the word play school was stamped on the phone's handset. At other times, usually on days that had been particularly horrible, and there were a lot more of those lately, she would see a shorter and much more ominous word stamped there. The name of the vampire. It was the Tuck phone, and it never rang. At least, not yet. Audrey had an idea that if it ever did, it would be because Tuck had found her safe and secret place. If it did, she was sure it would be the end of her. She might go on breathing and eating for a little while, as Herb had, but it would be the end of her, nevertheless. She occasionally tried to make the Tuck phone disappear. It had occurred to her that if she could dispose of it, get rid of the damned thing, she could perhaps escape the creature on the Poplar Street end of her life for good. Yet she couldn't alter the phone's reality, no matter how hard she tried. It did disappear sometimes, but never while she was looking at it or thinking about it. She would be looking into Jan's laughing face instead, Jan talking about how she sometimes wanted to leap into Ray Soames's arms and suck his face off, and how sometimes, like when she caught him furtively picking his nose, she wished he would just crawl off into a corner and die. And then she would look back at the table and see that the surface was bare, the little red phone gone. That meant Tuck was gone, at least for a while, that he was sleeping, dozing at least, or had withdrawn. On many of these occasions she came back to find Seth perched on the toilet, looking at her with eyes that were dazed and strange, but at least recognizably human. Tuck apparently didn't like to be around when its host moved his bowels. It was, in Audrey's view, a strange and almost existential fastidiousness in such a relentlessly cruel creature. She looked down now and saw the phone was gone. She stood up, and Jan, that young Jan, still with both breasts intact, stopped her chatter at once and looked at Audrey with sad eyes. "So soon?" "I'm sorry," Audrey said, although she had no idea if it was soon or late. She'd know when she got back and looked at the clock, but while she was here the whole concept of clock seemed ridiculous. The meadow, which lay upland of Mohonk in May of 1982, was a no-clock zone, blessedly tickless. "Maybe someday you'll be able to get rid of that damned phone for good and stay," Jan said. "Maybe. That would be nice. But would it? Would it really? She didn't know. And in the meantime she had a little boy to take care of. And something else. She wasn't quite ready to give up yet, which was what coming to live permanently in May of 1982 would mean. And who knew how she would feel about the upland meadow if she could never leave it? Under those circumstances, her haven might become her hell. Yet, things were changing, and not for the better. For one thing, Tuck wasn't weakening as she had perhaps foolishly hoped it would with the passage of time. Tuck was, if anything, getting stronger. The TV ran constantly, broadcasting the same tapes and recycled series programs, Bonanza, The Rifleman, and Motocops 2200, of course, over and over. The people on the shows had all begun to sound like lunatic demagogues to her, cruel voices exhorting a restless mob to some unspeakable action. Something was going to happen, and soon. She was almost sure of it. Tuck was planning something, if it could be said to plan, or even to think at all. Perhaps change was too mild a word. It felt like things were going to turn upside down and inside out, the way they did in an earthquake, and if they did, when they did. "Escape," Jan said, and her eyes flashed. Stop thinking about it and do it, Aud. Open the front door while Seth's sleeping or shitting and run like hell. Get out of the house. Get the fuck away from that thing. It was the first time Janice had ever presumed to give her advice, and it shocked her. She had no idea at all how to answer. I'll think about it. Better not think long, kiddo. I've got a feeling you're almost out of time. I ought to go. She took another flustered glance down at the table to make sure the play-school phone was still gone. It was. Yes? All right. Bye, Aud. Jan's voice seemed to come from a great distance now, and she was fading like a ghost. As the color went out of her, she began to look more like the woman who was waiting for her to catch up, a woman with one breast and a narrow, often ungenerous point of view. Come again soon. We'll talk about Sergeant Pepper, maybe. All right. Audrey stepped out of the Folly, looking downhill toward the rock wall with the wild pink roses growing along it, watching the white butterflies pirouette. Thunder rumbled across a hazy blue sky. God was sending a shower in from the Catskills, and no surprise, nothing as perfect as this afternoon could be allowed to last for long. Nothing gold can stay. Which poet had said that? Frost? It didn't matter. Janice Goodlin Conroy had found out it was true as well as poetic. So, in time, had Audrey Guerin. She turned back to look for the storm clouds, but instead of spring thunderheads over the Catskills, she saw her own living room, dingy and in need of cleaning, dust under every piece of furniture, every glass surface bleared with fingerprints, cooking grease, spilled soda, or all three. The air smelled of sweat and heat, but mostly it smelled of canned spaghetti and old fried hamburger, which was all her strange boarders seemed to want to eat. She was back. She was cold, too. She looked down at herself and saw she was wearing nothing but shorts and a pair of sneakers. Blue shorts, of course, because blue shorts were what Cassandra Stiles wore most of the time, and Cassie was Seth's favorite moto cop. Her hands, wrists, ankles, and calves were all filthy. The plain, white, sleeveless blouse she had put on that morning before it took control of her, she had been in and out since then, but mostly Tuck had been in charge, running her like his private electric train set, was now tossed indifferently on the couch. Her nipples throbbed. He's been making me pinch myself again, she thought as she walked across to the sofa and picked up the blouse. Why? Because Carrie Ripton, the kid who delivered the shopper, had seen her without her top on? Yes, maybe. Probably. It was hazy, as always, but she was pretty sure that was it. Tuck had been angry. The punishment had started. And away she had gone to those fabulous days of old, as soon as he'd gone back into the den to watch his goddamn movie again. The pinching scared her a lot. The pain had been worse on other occasions, not to mention the crappy little humiliations. Tuck was an artist when it came to those, but there was a clear sexual aspect to the nipple pinching. And there was the way she was dressed, or undressed. More and more, Tuck was making her take her clothes off when it was angry with her, or just bored, as if it, or Seth, or both of them, sometimes saw her as its own private gatefold version of the tough but unremittingly wholesome Cassie Stiles. Hey, kids, check out the tits on your favorite moto cop. She had almost no insight into the relationship between the host and the parasite, and that made her situation even worse. She thought Seth was a lot more interested in buckaroos than in breasts. He was only 8, after all. But how old was the thing inside him? And what did it want? There were possibilities, things far beyond pinching that she didn't want to consider. Although, not long before Herb died, no, she wouldn't think about that. She slipped the blouse on and did up the buttons, glancing at the clock on the mantel as she did so. Only 4:15. Jan had been right to say so soon. But the weather had certainly changed, Catskills or no Catskills. Thunder rolled, lightning flashed, and rain pelted so furiously against the living room's picture window that it looked like smoke.
The TV was playing in the den. The movie, of course, the horrible, hateful movie. They were on their 4th copy of The Regulators. Herb had brought the first one home from the video clip at the mall about a month before his suicide. And that old film had been, in some way she still didn't understand, the final piece in the puzzle, the final number in the combination. It had freed Tuck in some way, or focused it, the way a magnifying lens can focus light and turn it into fire. But how could Herb have known that would happen? How could either of them have known? At that time they had barely suspected Tuck's existence. It had been working on Herb, yes, she knew that now, but it had been doing so almost as silently as a leech that battens on a person below the waterline. "You want to try me, Sheriff?" Rory Calhoun was gritting. Murmuring under her breath, unaware she was doing it, Audrey said, "Why don't we just stand down, think this thing over?" "Why don't we just stand down?" John Payne said from the TV. Audrey could see light from the screen flickering against the curved arch between the 2 rooms. "Think this thing over." She tiptoed to the arch, tucking the blouse into the waistband of her blue shorts, one of roughly a dozen pairs, all dark blue with white piping on the side seams. There was certainly no shortage of blue shorts here at Casa Weiler, and looked in. Seth was on the couch, naked except for a grimy pair of Motocop's underoos. The walls, which Herb had paneled himself in first-quality finished pine, had been stippled with spikes Seth had found in Herb's garage workshop. Many of the pine boards were split vertically. Poked onto these badly pounded nails were pictures which Seth had cut from various magazines. They were mostly of cowboys, spacemen, and, of course, motocops. Interspersed among them was a scattering of Seth's own drawings, mostly landscapes done with black felt-tip pens. On the coffee table in front of him were glasses scummed with a residue of Hershey's chocolate milk, which was all Seth Tuck would drink, and jostling plates with half-eaten meals on them. All the meals were Seth's favorites: Chef Boyardee spaghetti and hamburger, Chef Boyardee noodle-os and hamburger, and tomato soup with big chunks of hamburger rising out of the gelling liquid like baked Pacific atolls where generations of atomic bombs had been tested. Seth's eyes were open but blank. Both he and Tuck were gone, all right. Maybe recharging the batteries, maybe sleeping open-eyed like a lizard on a hot rock, maybe just digging the goddamned movie in some deep and elemental way Audrey would never be able to comprehend. Or want to. The simple truth was that she didn't give a shit where it was. Maybe she could get a meal in peace. That was enough for her. The Regulators had about 20 minutes left to run in this its 9 billionth showing at Casa Weiler, and Audrey thought she could count on at least that long. Time for a sandwich and maybe a few lines in the journal Tuck might well kill her for keeping, if Tuck ever found out about it, that was. Escape! Stop thinking about it and do it, Aud. She stopped halfway back across the living room, the salami and lettuce in the fridge temporarily forgotten. That voice was so clear that for a moment it didn't seem to be coming from her mind at all. For one moment she was convinced that Janice had somehow followed her back from 1982, was actually in the room with her. But when she turned wide-eyed, there was no one. Only the voices from the TV, Rory Calhoun telling John Payne that the time for talking was done, John Payne saying, "Well now, if that's the way you want it." Very soon Karen Steele would run between them, screaming at them to stop it, just stop it. She would be killed by a bullet from Rory Calhoun's gun, one meant for John Payne, and then the final shootout would begin. Kapow and kabam all the way home. No one here but her and her dead friends on the TV. Open the front door and just run like hell. How many times had she considered it? But there was Seth to think about. He was as much a hostage as she was, and maybe more. Autistic he might be, but he was still a human being. She didn't like to think what Tuck might do to him if it was crossed. And Seth was still there, all of him. She knew that. Parasites feed on their hosts, but don't kill them. Unless it's on purpose. Because they're pissed off, maybe. She had herself to think about, too. Janice could talk about escape, just opening the door and running like hell, but what Janice perhaps didn't understand was that if Tuck caught her before she was able to get away, it would almost certainly kill her. And if she did get out of the house, how far would she have to go before she was safe?
Across the street? To the bottom of the block? Terre Haute? New Hampshire? Micronesia? And even in Micronesia, she didn't think she would be able to hide, because there was a mental link between them. The little red play school phone, the tuck phone, proved that. Yes, she wanted to get away. Oh, yes, so much. But sometimes the devil you knew was better than the devil you didn't. She started for the kitchen again, then stopped again, this time staring at the big window with its view of the street. She had thought the rain was pelting the glass hard enough to look like smoke, but actually the first fury of the storm was already passing. What she was seeing didn't just look like smoke, it was smoke. She hurried to the window, looked down the street, and saw that the Hobart place was burning in the rain, sending big white clouds up into the gray sky. She saw no vehicles or people around it, and the smoke itself obscured her view of the dead boy and dog, so she looked up toward Bear Street. Where were the police cars, the fire engines? She didn't see them, but she saw enough to make her cry out softly through hands, she didn't know how they had gotten there, that were cupped to her mouth. A car, Mary Jackson's, she was quite sure, was on the grass between the Jackson house and old Doc's place, its nose almost up against the stake fence between the two properties. The trunk lid was popped, and the rear end looked trashed. The car wasn't what had made her cry out, though. Beyond it, sprawled on Doc's lawn like a fallen piece of statuary, was a woman's body. Audrey's mind made a brief attempt to persuade her it was something else, a department store mannequin, perhaps, dumped for some reason on Billingsley's lawn, then gave it up. It was a body, all right. It was Mary Jackson, and she was as dead as Audrey's own late husband. Tuck, she thought. Was it Tuck? Has it been out? You knew it's been getting ready for something, she thought coldly. You knew that. You felt it gathering its forces, always in the sand pile, playing with those damned vans, or in front of the TV eating hamburger meals, drinking chocolate milk, and watching. You felt it, like a thunderstorm building up on a hot afternoon. Beyond the woman at the Carver's house were two more bodies. David Carver, who had sometimes played poker with Herb and Herb's friends on Thursday nights, lay on his front walk like a beached whale. There was an enormous hole in his stomach above the bathing suit he always wore when he washed the car, and lying face down on the Carver's stoop there was a woman in white shorts. Yards of red hair spilled out around her head in a frizzy corona. Rain glistened on her bare back. But she's not a woman, Audrey thought. She felt cold all over, as if her skin had been briskly rubbed with ice. That's just a girl, probably no more than 17. The one who was visiting over at the Reeds this afternoon, before I went away to 1982 for a little while. That was Susie Geller's friend. Audrey glanced down the block, suddenly sure she was imagining the whole thing, and that reality would snap back into place like a released elastic as soon as she saw the Hobart place standing intact. But the Hobart place was still burning, still sending huge white clouds of cedar-fumed smoke into the air, and when she looked back up the street, she still saw bodies, the corpses of her neighbors. "It started," she whispered, and from the den behind her, like a horribly prescient curse, Rory Calhoun screamed, "We're gonna wipe this town off the map!" "Escape!" Jan screamed back, a voice inside her head instead of from the TV, but just as urgent. "You're not just about out of time, not anymore. You are out of it. Escape, Aud! Escape! Run! Escape!" Okay. She'd let go of her concern for Seth and run. That might come back to haunt her later if there was a later, but for now... She started for the front door and was reaching for the knob when a voice spoke up from behind her. It sounded like the voice of a child, but only because it was coming to her through a child's vocal cords. Otherwise it was toneless, loveless, hideous. Worst of all, it was not entirely without a sense of humor. "Hold on there, ma'am," Tuck said, the voice of Seth Guerin imitating the voice of John Payne. "Why don't we just stand down, think this thing over?" She tried to turn the doorknob, meaning to chance it anyway. She had gone too far to turn back now. She would hurl herself out into the pelting rain and just run, where, anywhere. But instead of turning the knob, her hand fell back to her side, swinging like a nearly exhausted pendulum. Then she was turning around, resisting with all her will, but turning anyway, to face the thing in the archway leading into the den. And she thought, considering what spent most of its time in there, den was exactly the right word for what the room had become. She was back from her safe place. God help her, she was back from her safe place. And the demon hiding inside her dead brother's autistic little boy had caught her trying to escape. She felt Tuck crawling inside her head, taking control. And although she saw it all and felt it all, she couldn't even scream. 3. Johnny lunged past the sprawled, face-down body of Susie Geller's red-headed friend, his head ringing from a slug which had screamed past his left ear. And it really had seemed to scream. His heart was running like a rabbit in his chest. He had moved far enough in the direction of the Carver's house to be caught in a kind of no-man's land when the two vans opened fire, and he knew he was extremely lucky to still be alive. For a moment there he had almost frozen, like an animal caught in a pair of oncoming headlights. Then the slug, something that had felt the size of a cemetery headstone, had gone past his ear, and he had streaked for the open door of the Carver house, head down and arms pumping. Life had simplified itself amazingly. He had forgotten about Sotterson and his goaty expression of half-drunk complicity, had forgotten his concern that Jackson not realize his freshly expired wife was apparently coming home from the sort of interlude about which country western songs were written, had forgotten Entragian, Billingsley, all of them. His only thought had been that he was going to die in no-man's land between the two houses, killed by psychotics who wore masks and weird outfits and shone like ghosts. Now he was in a dark hall, just happy to realize he hadn't wet his pants, or worse. People were screaming somewhere behind him. Mounted on the wall was a jury of Hummel figures. They had been placed on little platforms. And the Carvers had seemed so normal in other respects, he thought. He started to giggle, and shoved the heel of one hand against his lips to stifle the sound. This was definitely not a giggling situation. There was a taste on his skin. Just the taste of his own sweat, of course, but for a moment it seemed almost to be the taste of pussy, and he leaned forward, sure he was going to vomit. He realized he would almost certainly pass out if he did, and that thought helped him to control the urge. He took his hand away from his mouth, and that helped more. He no longer felt much like laughing either, and that was probably good. "My daddy!" Ellen Carver was howling from behind him. Johnny tried to remember if he had ever, in Vietnam for instance, heard such piercing, keening grief coming out of such a young throat, and couldn't. "My daddy!" "Hush, honey." It was the new widow. Pie, David had always called her. Still sobbing herself, but already trying to comfort. Johnny closed his eyes, trying to get away from it like that, and instead his hideous memory showed him what he had just stepped over, lunged over, really. Susie Geller's friend, a little red-headed girl just like in the Peanuts comic strip. He couldn't leave her out there. She had looked as dead as Mary and poor old Dave, but he had leaped over her like Jack over the candlestick, his ears screaming from the near miss and his balls drawn up and as hard as a couple of cherry stones, not a state in which a man could make a reasonable diagnosis. He opened his eyes. A Hummel girl wearing a bonnet and holding a shepherd's crook was giving him a dead China come-on. "Hey, sailor, want to comb some wool with me?" Johnny was leaning against the wall on his forearms. One of the other Hummel figures had fallen off its little platform and lay in shards at his feet. Johnny supposed he had knocked it off himself while he had been struggling not to puke and trying to get that awful punchline. I don't know about the other two, but the guy in the middle looks like Willie Nelson out of his head. He looked slowly to his left, hearing the tendons in his neck creak, and saw the Carver's front door still standing open. The screen was ajar. The redhead's hand, white and still as a starfish cast up on a beach, was caught in it, Outside, the air was gray with rain. It came down with a steady hissing sound, like the world's biggest steam iron. He could smell the grass like some sweet, wet perfume. It was spiced with a tang of cedar smoke. God bless the lightning, he thought. The burning house would bring the police and the fire engines. But for now, the girl. A little red-headed girl, like the one Charlie Brown was so crazy for. Johnny had jumped right over her, gripped by the blind impulse to save his own ass. Understandable in the heat of the moment, but you couldn't leave it that way, not if you wanted to sleep at night. He started for the door. Someone grabbed his arm. He turned and saw the intent, fearful face of Dave Reed, the dark-haired twin. "Don't!" Dave said in a conspirator's hoarse whisper. His Adam's apple went up and down in his throat like something in a slot. "Don't, Mr. Marinville! They could still be out there! You could draw fire!" Johnny looked at the hand on his arm, put his own hand over it, and gently but firmly removed it. Behind Dave he could see Brad Josephson watching him. Brad's arm was around his wife's considerable waist. Belinda appeared to be quivering all over, and there was a lot of her to quiver. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, leaving shiny mocha tracks. "Brad," Johnny said, "get everybody who's here into the kitchen. I'm pretty sure that's the farthest room from the street. Sit 'em on the floor, okay?" He gave the Reed boy a gentle push in that direction. Dave went, but slowly, with no rhythm in his walk. To Johnny he looked like a wind-up toy with rust in the gears. "Brad? Okay. Don't you go getting your head blown off now. There's been enough of that already." "I won't. I'm attached to it. Just make sure it stays attached to you." Johnny watched Brad, Belinda, and Dave Reed go down the hall toward the others. In the gloom they were just clustered shadows, and then turned back to the screen door. There was a fist-sized hole in the upper panel, he saw, with jags of torn screen curling in from the edges. Something bigger than he wanted to think about, something almost the size of a cemetery headstone, perhaps, had come through there, miraculously missing his clustered neighbors. Or so he hoped. None of them were screaming with pain, anyhow. But Jesus! What in God's name had the guys in the vans been shooting? What was that big? He dropped to his knees and crawled toward the cool, wet air coming through the screen, toward that good smell of rain and grass. When he was as close as he could get, with his nose almost on the mesh, he looked to the right and then to the left. To the right was good. He could see almost all the way up to the corner, although Bear Street itself was lost in a haze of rain. Nothing there. No vans, no aliens, no loonies dressed like refugees from Stonewall Jackson's army. He saw his own house next door, remembered playing his guitar and indulging all his old folky fantasies. Ramblin' Jack Marinville, always headed over the next horizon line in those thirsty Eric Anderson boots of his, looking for them violets of the dawn. He thought of his guitar now, with a longing as sharp as it was pointless. The view to the left wasn't as good, was lousy, in fact. The stake fence and Mary's crashed lumina blocked any significant sightline down the hill. Someone, a sniper in Confederate gray, say, could be crouched down there almost anywhere, waiting for the next good target. A slightly used writer with a lot of old coffeehouse fantasies still knocking around in his head would do. Probably no one there, of course. They'd know the cops and the FD would be here any minute and would have made themselves scarce. But probably just didn't seem good enough under these circumstances, because none of these circumstances made sense. "Miss?" he said to the sprawled tangle of red hair on the other side of the screen door. "Hey, miss? Can you hear me?" He swallowed and heard a loud click in his throat. His ear was no longer screaming, but there was a steady hum deep inside it. Johnny had an idea he was going to be living with that for a while. "If you can't talk, wiggle your fingers." There was no sound, and the girl's fingers didn't wiggle. She didn't appear to be breathing. He could see rain trickling down her pale red-head skin between the strap of her halter and the waistband of her shorts, but nothing else seemed to be moving. Only her hair looked alive, lush and vibrant, about 2 tones darker than orange. Drops of water glistened in it like seed pearls. Thunder rumbled, less threatening now, moving off. He was reaching for the screen door when there was a much sharper report. To Johnny it sounded like a small-caliber rifle, and he threw himself flat. "That was just a shingle, I think,"
a voice whispered from close behind him, and Johnny cried out in surprise. He turned and saw Brad Josephson behind him. Brad was also on his hands and knees. The whites of his eyes were very bright in his dark face. "What the fuck are you doing here?" Johnny asked. "White folks' fun patrol," Brad said. "Somebody's got to make sure you guys don't have too much of it. It's bad for your hearts. Thought you were going to get the rest of them in the kitchen." "And there they be," Brad said, "sitting on the floor in a neat little line. Cammy Reed tried the phone. It's dead, just like yours. Probably the storm." "Yeah, probably." Brad looked at the mass of red hair on the carver's stoop. "She's dead, too, isn't she?" "I don't know. I think so, but I'm going to ease the screen door open, trying to make sure. Any objections?" He rather hoped Brad would say hell yes he had objections, a whole damn book of them, but Brad only shook his head. "You better stay low while I do it," Johnny said. "We're okay on the right, but on the left I can't see past Mary's car. I'll be lower than a garter snake in a stamping press." "I hope you're never in a writing seminar I teach," Johnny said, "and watch out for that broken china widget. Don't cut your hand." "Go on," Brad said. "If you're going to do it, do it." Johnny pulled the screen door open. He hesitated, not sure how to proceed, then picked up the girl's cold starfish hand and felt for a pulse. For a moment there was nothing, and then, "I think she's alive," he whispered to Brad. His voice was harsh with excitement. "I think I feel a pulse." Forgetting that there might still be people with guns lurking out there in the rain, Johnny yanked the screen wide, grabbed a handful of the girl's hair, and lifted her head. Brad was crowded into the doorway with him now. Johnny could hear his excited breathing, could smell mingled sweat and aftershave. The girl's face came up, except it didn't. Not really, because there was no face there. All he could see was a shattered mass of red and a black hole that had been her mouth. Below it was a litter of white that he at first thought was rice. Then he realized it was her teeth, what was left of them. The two men screamed together in perfect soprano harmony, Brad shooting directly into Johnny's humming ear like a spike. The pain seemed to go all the way into the middle of him. "What's wrong?" Cammy Reed cried from behind the swinging door that led into the kitchen. "Oh, God, what's wrong now?" "Nothing," the two men said, also together, and then looked at each other. Brad Josephson's face had gone a queer, ashy color. "Just stay back," Johnny called. He wanted it to be louder, but couldn't seem to get any real volume into his voice. "Stay in the kitchen." He realized he was still holding the dead girl's hair. It was kinky, like an unraveled Brillo pad. No, he thought coldly, not like that, like what holding a scalp would be like, a human scalp. He grimaced at that and opened his fingers. The girl's face dropped back onto the concrete stoop with a wet smack that he could have lived without. Beside him, Brad moaned and then pressed the inner part of his forearm against his mouth to stifle the sound. Johnny pulled his hand back, and as the screen door swung closed, he thought he saw movement across the street, in the Weiler house. A figure moving in the living room behind the picture window. He couldn't worry about the people over there now, though. He was currently too freaked to worry about anybody, including himself. What he wanted, the only thing in the world he did want, it seemed, was to hear the warble of approaching police cars and fire trucks. All he did hear was thunder, the crackle of the fire at the Hobarts, and the hiss of falling rain. "Leave," Brad began, then stopped and made a sound caught somewhere between a retch and a swallow. The spasm passed, and he tried again. "Leave her." Yes. What else, at least for now, was there? They began to retreat down the hall on their hands and knees. Johnny went backward at first, then swung around, brushing the splinters of the fallen Hummel figure with his moccasins. Brad was already past the doorway to the Carver dining room and most of the way to the kitchen, where his wife, also on her knees, waited for him. Brad's considerable rear end wagged back and forth in a way Johnny might have considered comical under other circumstances. Something caught his eye, and he stopped. There was a small decorative table by the entrance to the dining room where David Carver would never preside over another Thanksgiving turkey or Christmas goose. This table had been loaded down with, gee, what a surprise, a dozen or so Hummel figures. The table wasn't standing flat, but leaning back against the wall to the right of the door, like a drunk dozing against a lamp-post. One of its legs had been sheared off.
The Hummel shepherdesses and milkmaids and farm boys were now mostly on their backs or faces, and there were more china fragments under the table where one or more had fallen off and shattered. Among the painted pieces there was something else, something black. In the gloom, Johnny first took it for the corpse of some huge dead bug. Another crawling pace disabused him of that idea. He looked back over his shoulder at the fist-sized hole in the upper panel of the screen door. If a slug had made that, one running the last part of a downward trajectory, he traced the course such a hypothetical slug might have taken and saw that, yes, it could have sheared off the table leg, knocking the table itself back into that posture of leaning drunken surprise. And then, its force spent, come to rest? Johnny reached into the litter of china, hoping he wouldn't cut himself. His hand was shaking badly, and concentration would not still it, and picked up the black object. "What you got?" Brad asked, crawling toward Johnny. "Brad, you get back here!" Belinda whispered fiercely. "Hush now," Brad told her. "What you got there, John?" "I don't know," he said, and held it up. He supposed he did know, actually, had known almost as soon as he had determined that it wasn't the remains of some weird summer beetle. But it was like no fired slug he had ever seen in his life. It wasn't the one that had taken the girl's life, that much seemed certain. It would have been flattened and twisted out of shape. This thing didn't seem to have so much as a scratch on it, although it had been fired, had gone through a panel of the screen door, and had sheared off the table leg. "Let me see," Brad said. His wife had crawled up beside him and was looking over his shoulder. Johnny dropped it into Brad's pale palm, a black cone about 7 inches long from its tip, which looked sharp enough to cut skin, to its circular base. He guessed it was about 2 inches in diameter at its widest point. It was solid black metal and completely unmarked, so far as Johnny could see. There were no concentric rings stamped into the base, no sign of a firing point, no bright nick left by the firing pin of the gun which had thrown it, for that matter, no manufacturer's name, no caliber stamp. Brad looked up. "What in the hell?" he asked, sounding as bewildered as Johnny felt. "Let me see," Belinda said in a low voice. "My father used to take me shooting, and I was his good little helper when he did reloads. Give it over." Brad passed it to her. She rolled the metal cone between her fingers, then held it up to her eyes. Thunder banged outside, the sharpest peal in the last few minutes, and they all jumped. "Where'd you find it?" she asked Johnny. He pointed at the litter of china under the leaning table. "Yeah?" She looked skeptical. "How come it didn't go into the wall?" Now that she posed the question, he realized what a good one it was. It had only gone through a screen and a flimsy table leg. Why hadn't it gone into the wall, leaving just a hole behind? "I've never seen anything like this puppy in my life," Belinda said. "Of course, I haven't seen everything, far from it, but I can tell you that this didn't come from a pistol or a rifle or a shotgun." "Shotguns are what they were firing, though," Johnny said. "Double-barreled shotguns. You're sure this couldn't—" "I don't even know how it was launched," she said. "There's no firing nipple on the bottom, that's for sure, and it's so clunky, like a kid's idea of what a bullet looks like." The swing door between the hall and the kitchen opened, banging against the wall and startling them even more badly than the thunder had done. It was Susie Geller. Her face was horribly white, and to Johnny she looked all of 11 years old. "There's someone screaming next door at the Billingsleys," she said. "It sounds like a woman, but it's hard to tell. It's scaring the kids." "All right, honey," Belinda said. She sounded perfectly calm, and Johnny admired her for that. "You go on back in the kitchen now. We'll be along in a second." "Where's Debbie?" Susie asked. Her view down the hall to the stoop was mercifully blocked by the wide-bodied Josephsons. "Did she go next door? I thought she was right behind me." She paused. "You don't think that's her screaming, do you?" "No, I'm sure it's not," Johnny said, and was appalled to find himself once more on the edge of crazy laughter. "Go on now, Suze." She went back into the kitchen, letting the door close behind her. The three of them looked at one another for a moment with sick conspirators' eyes. None of them said anything. Then Belinda handed the gawky-looking black cone back to Johnny. Duck walked past him to the kitchen door and pushed it open. Brad followed on his hands and knees. Johnny looked at the slug a moment longer, thinking of what the woman had said, that it was like a kid's idea of a bullet. She was right. He had visited his share of lower elementary school classrooms since beginning to chronicle the adventures of Pat the kitty cat, and he had seen a lot of drawings, big grinning mommies and daddies standing under yellow Crayola suns, weird green landscapes festooned with bold brown trees. And this looked like something that had fallen out of one of those pictures, whole and intact, somehow made real.
"Little bitty baby Smitty,"
a voice said way back in his mind, but when he tried to chase after that voice, wanting to ask if it really knew something or was just blowing off its bazoo, it was gone. Johnny put the slug in his right front pants pocket with his car keys and then followed the Josephsons into the kitchen. 4. Stephen J. Ames, pretty much of a scratched entry in the Great American Steeplechase, had a motto. And this motto was, "No problem, man." He'd gotten D's in his first semester at MIT, this in spite of SAT scores somewhere in the ionosphere, but hey, no problem, man. He had transferred from electrical engineering to general engineering, and when his grades still hadn't risen past the magical 2.0 point, he had packed his bags and gone down the road to Boston University, having decided to give up the sterile halls of science for the green fields of English Lit. Coleridge, Keats, Hardy, a little T.S. Eliot. I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across the floors of the universe. Here we go round the prickly pear, 20th century angst, man. He had done okay at BU for a while, then had flunked out in his junior year, as much a victim of obsessive bridge playing as of booze and Panama Red. But no problem, man. He had drifted around Cambridge, hanging out, playing guitar, and getting laid. He wasn't much of a guitar player and did better at getting laid, but no problem, man, really. When Cambridge began to get a tad elderly, he had simply cased his guitar and ridden his thumb down to New York City. In the years since, he had scuttled his ragged claws through salesmen's jobs, gone around the prickly pear as a disc jockey at a short-lived heavy metal station in Fishkill, New York, gone around again as a radio station engineer, a rock show promoter, 6 good shows, followed by a nightmarish exit from Providence in the middle of the night. He left owing some pretty hard guys about $60,000, but no real problem, man, as a palmistry guru on the boardwalk in Wildwood, New Jersey, and then as a guitar tech. That felt like home, somehow, and he became a gun for hire in upstate New York and eastern Pennsylvania. He liked tuning and repairing guitars. It was peaceful. Also, he was a lot better at repairing them than he was at playing them. During this period, he had also quit smoking dope and playing bridge, which simplified things even further. 2 years before, living in Albany, he had become friends with Deke Abelson, who owned Club Smile, a good roadhouse where you could get a bellyful of blues almost any night you wanted. Steve had first shown up at Smile in his capacity as a freelance guitar tech, then had stepped up when the guy running the board had a minor heart attack. At first that had been a problem, maybe the first real one of Steve's adult life, but for some reason he had stuck with it in spite of his fear of fucking up and being lynched by drunk cycle wolves. Part of it was Deke, who was unlike every club owner Steve had known up until then. He was not a thief, a lecher, or a fellow who could validate his own existence only by making others miserable and afraid. Also, he actually liked rock and roll, while most club owners Steve had known loathed it, preferring Yanni or Zanfir and his pan flute when they were alone in their cars. Deke was exactly the sort of guy that Steve, who had remembered to file a 1040 form exactly once in his life, really liked. A zero-problems kind of guy. His wife was also a good sort, easygoing and equipped with mild, sleepy eyes, a good sense of humor, beautiful breasts, and not, so far as Steve could tell, an unfaithful bone in her body. Best of all, Sandy was also a recovering bridge addict. Steve had many deep conversations with her about the almost uncontrollable urge to overbid, especially in a money game. In May of this year, Deke had purchased a very large club, a House of Blues kind of deal, in San Francisco. He and Sandy had left the East Coast 3 weeks ago. He had promised Steve a good job if Steve would pack up all their shit, albums mostly, over 2,000 of them, anachronisms like hot tuna and Quicksilver messenger service and canned heat, and drive it out in a rental truck. Steve's response, "No problem, Deke." Hey, he hadn't been out to the West Coast in almost 7 years, and he reckoned the change would do him good. Recharge those old Duracells. It had taken him a little longer than he had expected to settle his Albany shit, get the truck, load the truck, and get rolling. There had been several phone calls from Deke, The last one sort of testy. And when Steve had mentioned this, Deke had said, well, that was what 3 weeks of sleeping bags and making do with the same half-dozen T-shirts did to a person, was he coming or not. I'm coming, Steve had replied. Cool it, big guy. And he had. Left 3 days ago, in fact. Everything groovy at first. Then this afternoon he had blown a hose or something. He had taken the Wentworth exit in search of the Great American Service Station, and then, whoa, dude, there'd come a big bang from under the hood, and all the dials on the dashboard started showing bad news. He hoped it was just a blown seal, but it actually sounded more like a piston. In any case, the Ryder truck, which had been a beauty ever since he had left New York, had suddenly turned into a beast. Still, no problem. Just find Mr. Goodwrench and let him do his thing. Steve had taken a wrong turn, though, away from the Turnpike business area and into a much more suburban neighborhood, not the sort of place where Mr. Goodwrench was apt to hang out during working hours. He had really been babying the truck by then, steam coming out through the grill, oil pressure dropping, temperature rising, an unpleasant fried smell coming in through the air vents. But really, no problem, man. Well, maybe a very small problem. For the Ryder people, that was true, but Steve had an idea they'd be able to bear up under the burden. Then, hey, beautiful baby, a little neighborhood store with a blue payphone sign hung over the door, and the number to call if you had engine trouble was right up there on the driver's side sun visor. Absolutely no problem. Story of his life. Only now, there was a problem. One that made learning the soundboard at Club Smile look like a minor annoyance in comparison. He was in a little house that smelled of pipe tobacco. He was in a living room with framed photos of animals, pretty special ones according to the captions on the walls, a living room where only the huge, shapeless chair in front of the TV looked really used, and he had just tied his bandana around his leg where he had sustained a bullet wound. Shallow, but a bona fide bullet wound just the same. And people were yelling, scared and yelling, and the skinny woman in the sleeveless blouse was also wounded, nothing shallow about hers either. And outside, people were dead. And if all this wasn't a problem, then Steve guessed that problem was a concept without meaning. His arm was grabbed above the wrist, and painfully. He wasn't just being grabbed, actually, he was being pinched. He looked down and saw the girl in the blue store duster, the one with the crazed hair. "Don't you freak on me," she said in a ragged voice. "That lady needs help or she's going to die, so do not freak on me." "No problem, Cookie," he said, and just hearing the words, any words, coming out of his mouth made him feel a little stronger. "Don't call me Cookie and I won't call you Cake," she said in a prim little no-nonsense voice. He burst out laughing. It sounded extremely weird in this room, but he didn't care. She didn't seem to either. She was looking back at him with just the faintest touch of a smile at the corners of her mouth. "Okay," he said, "I won't call you Cookie, and don't you call me Cake, and neither of us will freak. Fair enough?" "Yeah. What about your leg?" "It's okay. Looks more like a floor burn than a bullet wound." "Lucky you." "Yeah. I might dump a little disinfectant on it if I get a chance, but compared to her—" "Gary!" the object of comparison bawled. The arm, Steve saw, was not hardly attached to the rest of her body at all. It seemed to be hanging by a thin strap of flesh. Her husband, also skinny but with a blooming suburban potbelly just beginning to take shape, did a kind of helpless, panicky dance around her. He reminded Steve of a native in an old jungle flick doing the cool jerk around a brooding stone idol. "Gary!" she screamed again. Blood was running out of her mangled shoulder in a steady stream, turning the left side of her pink top to a muddy maroon. Her paper-white face was drenched with sweat. Her hair clung to the curve of her skull in clumps. "Gary, quit acting like a dog looking for a place to piss and help me!" She collapsed back against the wall between the living room and the kitchenette, panting for breath. Steve expected her knees to buckle, but they didn't. Instead, she grasped her left wrist with her right hand and lifted her wounded arm carefully toward Steve and Cynthia. The blood-glistening twist of gristle that was still connecting it to the rest of her made a squelchy sound, like a wet dish rag when you wring it out, and Steve wanted to tell her not to do that, to stop fooling with herself before she tore the goddamn thing off like a wing off a baked chicken. Then Gary was doing the cool jerk in front of Steve, going up and down like a man on a pogo stick, patches of hectic red standing out on his pale face. Give me a little bass with those 88s, Steve thought. "Help her!" Gary cried. "Help my wife! Bleeding to death!" "I can't," Steve began. Gary reached out and seized the front of Steve's T-shirt. "When there's no more room in hell," this artifact said, "the dead will walk the earth."
He thrust his thin and feverish face up toward Steve's. His eyes glittered with gin and panic. "Are you with them? Are you one of them?" "I don't." "Are you with the shooters? Tell me the truth!" Angrier than he would have believed possible, anger was not ordinarily his thing at all, Steve knocked the man's hands away from his old and much-loved T-shirt, then pushed him. Gary took a stagger step backward, his eyes first widening, then narrowing again. "Okay," he said. "Okay, yeah, you asked for it. You asked for it, and now you're gonna get it." He started forward. Cynthia got between them, glancing at Steve for a moment, probably to assure herself that he wasn't in attack mode yet, and then glaring at Gary. "What the fuck's wrong with you?" she asked him. Gary smiled tightly. "He's not from around here, is he?" "Christ, neither am I. I'm from Bakersfield, California. Does that make me one of them?" "Gary!" It sounded like the yap of a dog that has run a long way on a dusty road and pretty much barked itself out. "Stop fucking around and help me. My arm." She continued to hold it out, and what Steve thought of now, he didn't want to but couldn't help it, was Moochie's Fine Meats in Newton, guy in a white shirt, white cap, and blood-stained apron holding out a peeled joint of meat to his mother. "Serve it medium rare with a little mint jelly on the side, Mrs. Ames, and your family will never ask for roast chicken again, I guarantee it." "Gary!" The skinny guy with the gin on his breath took a step toward her, then looked back at Steve and Cynthia. The tight, knowing smile was gone. Now he only looked sick. "I don't know what to do for her," he said. "Gary, you diseased rat brain," Marielle said in a low, hopeless voice. "You total dumbwit." Her face was growing ever whiter. She had gone, in fact, that fabled, faded, whiter shade of pale. There were brown patches beneath her eyes. They seemed to be unfurling like wings, and her left sneaker was now a solid red instead of white. She's going to die if she doesn't get help right away, Steve thought. The idea made him feel both amazed and somehow stupid. Professional help was what he was thinking about, he supposed. ER guys in green suits who said things like 10 cc's of EPI stat, but there were no guys like that around, and apparently none coming. He could still hear no sirens, only the sound of thunder retreating slowly into the east. On the wall to his left was a framed photograph of a small brown dog with eerily intelligent eyes. On the matting beneath the photo, carefully printed in block letters, was Daisy, Pembroke Corgi, age 9, could count, showed apparent ability to add small numbers. To the left of Daisy, its glass now splattered with the thin woman's blood, was a collie that seemed to be grinning for the camera. The printed legend beneath this one read Charlotte, Border Collie, age 6, could sort photos and call out those of humans known to her. To the left of Charlotte was a photograph of a parrot which appeared to be smoking a camel. "None of this is happening," Steve said in a conversational, almost jovial tone of voice. He didn't know if he was talking to Cynthia or to himself. "I think I'm in a hospital somewhere. I had a head-on in the truck out on the thruway, that's what I think. It's like Alice in Wonderland, only the 9-inch nails version." Cynthia opened her mouth to reply, and then the old guy, the one who had presumably observed Daisy the Pembroke Corgi adding 6 and 2 and coming up with 8, absolutely no problem for Daisy, came in carrying an old black bag. The cop, was his name actually Collie, Steve wondered, or was that just some weird fantasy engendered by the photographs on the walls of this room, followed him, pulling his belt out of its loops. Last in line, drifting, looking dazed, came Peter What's-His-Face, husband of the woman who was lying dead out there. "Help her!" Gary yelled, forgetting Steve and his conspiracy theories, at least for the time being. "Help her, Doc! She's bleeding like a stuck pig!" "You know I'm not a real physician, don't you, Gary? Just an old horse doctor is all I—" "Don't you call me a pig!" Marielle interrupted him. Her voice was almost too low to be heard, but her eyes, fixed on her husband, glowed with baleful life. She tried to straighten up, couldn't, and slipped lower against the wall instead. "Don't you call me that!" The old horse doctor turned to the cop, who was standing just inside the kitchen doorway, bare-chested, with the belt now stretched between his fists. He looked like the bouncer in a leather bar where Steve had once worked the board for a group called the Big Chrome Holes. "I have to?" the bare-chested cop asked. He was pretty pale himself, but Steve thought he looked game, at least so far. Billingsley nodded and put his bag down on the big easy chair that sprawled in front of the television. He snapped it open and began rummaging through it. "And hurry! The more blood she loses, the worse her chances become." He looked up, a spool of suture in one gnarled old hand, a pair of bent-nosed surgical scissors in the other. "This is no fun for me either. The last time I saw a patient in anything like this situation, it was a pony that had been mistaken for a deer and shot in the foreleg.
Get it as high on her shoulder as you can. Turn the buckle toward the breast and pull it tight." "Where's Mary?" Peter asked. "Where's Mary? Where's Mary? Where's Mary?" Each time he asked the question, his voice grew more plaintive. The fourth repetition was a little more than a falsetto squeak. Abruptly he clutched his face in his hands and turned away from all of them, leaning his forehead against the wall, between Baron, a Labrador retriever that could spell its name with blocks, and Dirty Face, a morose-looking goat that was apparently able to play a number of rudimentary tunes on the harmonica. It occurred to Steve that if he ever heard a goat playing the Yellow Rose of Texas on a honer, he would probably fucking kill himself. Marielle Sotterson, meanwhile, was staring at Billingsley with the intensity of a vampire looking at a man with a shaving cut. "Hurts," she croaked. "Give me something for it." "Yes," Billingsley said, "but first we tourniquet." He nodded impatiently at the cop. The cop started forward. He had the tongue of his belt threaded through the buckle now, making a loop. He reached out gingerly to the skinny woman, whose blonde hair had gone 2 shades darker with sweat. She reached out with her good arm and pushed him with surprising strength. The cop wasn't expecting it. He went back 2 steps, hit the arm of the old guy's sprawled-out easy chair, and fell into it. He looked like a comic who's just taken a pratfall in a movie. The skinny woman didn't give him a second glance. Her attention was focused on the old guy and the old guy's black bag. "Now!" she barked at him, and it really did sound as if she were barking. "Give me something for it now, you quacky old fuck! It's killing me!" The cop struggled out of the chair and caught Steve's eye. Steve got the message, nodded, and began edging toward the woman, named Marielle, drifting in from the right, flanking her. "Be careful," he told himself. "She's flipped out, apt to scratch or bite or any damn thing, so be careful." Marielle thrust herself away from the wall, swayed, steadied, and advanced on the old guy. She was once more holding her arm out in front of her as if it were Exhibit A in a trial. Billingsley backed up a step, looking nervously from the bare-chested cop to Steve. "Give me some Demerol, you weasel!" she cried in her barking, exhausted voice. "You give it to me or I'll choke you until you bark like a bloodhound. The cop nodded to Steve again and sprang forward on the left. Steve moved with him and threw an arm around the woman's neck. He didn't want to choke her, but he was scared to go around her back, maybe grabbing her wounded arm by mistake and hurting it worse. "Hold still!" he shouted. He didn't mean to shout, he meant to just say it, but that wasn't how it came out. At the same moment, the cop slipped the loop of his belt over her left hand and upper arm. "Hold her, buddy," the cop cried. "Hold her still." For a second or two, Steve did, and then a drop of sweat, warm and stinging, ran into his eye, and he relaxed his chokehold just as Collie and Trajan ran the makeshift belt tourniquet tight. Marielle lurched to the right, her baleful falcon's gaze still fixed on the old guy, and her arm came off in the bare-chested cop's hands. Steve could see a wristwatch, an indiglow, with the second hand stopped dead between the 4 and the 5. The belt held on at her shoulder for a moment and then dropped to the floor, a loop with nothing in it. The counter-girl shrieked, her huge eyes fixed on the arm. The cop looked down at it with his mouth open. "Get it on ice!" Gary bawled. "Get it on ice, right away! Then all at once he seemed to really realize what had happened, what the cop was holding. He opened his mouth, twisted his head in a peculiar way, and unloaded on the photo of the cigarette-smoking parrot. Marielle noticed none of it. She staggered toward the clearly terrified veterinarian, her remaining hand outstretched. "I want a shot, and I want it now," she croaked. "Do you hear me, you old woman? I want a fucking She collapsed onto her knees. Her head drooped, hung. Then, with an immense effort, she got her chin up again. For a moment, her gimlet gaze met Steve's. "Who the fuck are you?" she asked, in a clear, perfectly understandable voice, then slid forward on her face. The top of her head came to rest inches from the heels of Peter, the man who had lost his wife. Jackson, Steve thought suddenly. That's his last name, Jackson. Peter Jackson was still turned to the wall with his face clutched in his hands. If he takes a step backward, Steve thought he'll trip over her. "Fuck a duck," the cop said in a low, amazed voice. Then he looked down and realized he was still holding the woman's arm. He walked stiffly toward the kitchen with it held out in front of him. The sound of rain hissing down seemed very loud in Steve's ears. "Come on," the old party said, rousing himself. "We're not done yet. Get that belt on her, son. Buckle in toward the breast. You game?" "I guess," Steve said. But he was very relieved when Cynthia, the counter girl, picked the belt up. and then knelt beside the unconscious woman with it in her hands. From the Force Corridor, Episode 55 of Motocops 2200, original teleplay by Alan Smithy. Act 2. Fade in on Interior, Crisis Center, Motocops HQ. The room is dominated, as always, by the huge situ screen. Standing before it on a float pad is Colonel Henry, looking grave. Sitting at the horseshoe-shaped crisis desk are the rest of the Motocop squad: Snake Hunter, Bounty, Major Pike, Rudy, and Cassie. On the situ screen we see a space view. In the distance is Earth, just a blue-green coin at this distance. It looks peaceful enough. Snake Hunter, with customary scorn. "So what's the big deal? I don't see anything that looks very... What the..." Suddenly the Force Corridor appears on the situ screen, almost filling it, blotting out the stars on either side. It's like watching the arrival of Darth Vader's dreadnought at the beginning of the first Star Wars movie. In a word, awesome. The corridor consists of 2 long metal plates with big square protrusions sticking out at intervals. The corridor hums ominously, and blue fire crackles from side to side between the square protrusions. Cassie Stiles gasps, looks at the situ screen with dismay. Colonel Henry pushes a button on his hand control, and the screen goes into freeze mode. We can still see Earth, but with the corridor on either side, it looks caught in a potentially lethal web of electricity. Colonel Henry to Snake Hunter. "That's the big deal. The Force Corridor, artifact of a long-vanished alien race, destructive and headed directly toward Earth." Cassie, dismay. "Oh, gosh." Colonel Henry. "Relax, Cassie. It's still over 150,000 light-years away. This is a composite shot." Major Pike. "Yeah, but how fast is it moving?" Colonel Henry. "That's the problem. Let's just say that if we don't resolve this crisis in the next 72 hours, I think you can cancel your weekend plans." Rudy. Root. Snake Hunter. "Shut up, Rudy." To Colonel Henry. "So what's our plan?" Colonel Henry takes the float pad further up so he can use his highlighter to circle a couple of the protrusions on the inner sides of the corridor. Colonel Henry. "Drone telemetry reports that the Force Corridor itself is over 200,000 miles long and 50,000 miles wide, a hallway of death in which nothing can live. But it may have a weakness. I think these square shapes are power generators. If we could knock 'em out..." Bounty. "Are we talking power wagon assault, boss?" We move in on Colonel Henry's grim face. Colonel Henry. "It's Earth's only chance." Interior, crisis desk, with the Motocops. Snake Hunter. "A deep space power wagon assault? Could be a quick trip to that boot hill in the sky." Rudy. Root. All, "Shut up, Rudy." Interior, a hallway in the crisis center. Colonel Henry and Cassie Stiles are in the lead, the other Motocops behind them. Rudy, as usual, is bumbling along in the rear. Colonel Henry. "You're worried, little one." Cassie. "Of course I'm worried. Snake Hunter is right. The power wagons were never designed for the stresses of a deep space assault." Colonel Henry. "But that's not all that's on your mind." Cassie. "Sometimes I hate your telepathy, Hank." Colonel Henry. "Come on, give." Cassie. "Something bothers me about those shapes inside the Force Corridor. What if they aren't power generators?" Colonel Henry. "What else could they be?" They have reached the slide door to the power wagon corral. Colonel Henry slaps his hand into the palm lock and the door slides up. Cassie. "I don't know, but..." Interior, the power wagon corral, featuring the Motocops. Cassie gasps with shock, eyes widening. Colonel Henry, looking grim, puts his arm around her. The other squad members gather round. Rudy. Root. Snake Hunter. "Yeah, Rudy, I couldn't agree more." He stares bitterly at... Interior, the power wagon corral, Motocops POV. Floating in the middle of the parked power wagons, between Snake Hunter's tracker arrow and the silver-sided Rudy Toot, is a grim visitor, the meat wagon, humming softly. Interior, resume Motocop squad. Colonel Henry. "Motocops, prepare for battle." Snake Hunter, his stun pistol already out. Way ahead of you, boss. The others draw. Interior, resume meat wagon. The Doom turret slides back, revealing No-Face, sinister as always in his black uniform. Sitting behind him at the controls with her customary look of sexy hauteur is Countess Lily. The hypno jewel around her neck flickers wildly through the color spectrum. No-Face. Float pad, Countess. Now. Countess Lily. Yes, excellent one. The Countess pulls a lever. A float pad appears. No-Face steps onto it and is wafted down to the floor of the corral. He is unarmed, and as Colonel Henry steps forward, he holsters his own stunner. Colonel Henry. Aren't you a little far from home, No-Face? No-Face. Home is where the heart is, my dear Hank. Bounty. This is no time for games. No-Face. As it happens, I couldn't agree more. The force corridor approaches. You, Colonel Henry, are planning a power wagon assault. Major Pike. How do you know that? No-Face. I see. Because it's what I do, you idiot. To Colonel Henry. A power wagon assault is incredibly risky, but it may also be Earth's only chance. You'll need all the help you can get, and you have no vehicle at your command as powerful as the meat wagon. Snake Hunter. That's a matter of opinion, you mutt. My tracer arrow, Colonel Henry, stole the gab. To No-Face. What are you offering? No-Face. A partnership until the crisis is past. Old quarrels put aside, at least temporarily. A joint attack on the force corridor. He offers his black-gloved hand. Colonel Henry starts to reciprocate, and then Major Pike steps forward. His almond-shaped eyes are wide, and his mouth-horn quivers with alarm. Major Pike. Don't do it, Hank! You can't trust him! It's a trick! No-Face. I understand how you feel, Major. We both do we not, Countess? Countess Lily. Yes, excellent one. No-Face. But this time there are no tricks, no hidden cards. Colonel Henry to Major Pike. And we have no choice. No-Face. Indeed we don't. Time is running out. Colonel Henry reaches out and takes No-Face's hand. No-Face. Partners. Colonel Henry. For now. Rudy. Root, 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 root. We fade to black. Ends Act 2. Chapter 6. 1. Now speaking in the voice of Ben Cartwright, Patriarch of the Ponderosa, Tuck said, Ma'am, it looks to me like you were planning on skedaddling. No. It was her voice, but weak and distant, like a radio transmission coming in from the West Coast on a rainy night. No, I was just going to the store, because we're out of... Out of what? What could they possibly be out of that this monster would care about, believe in? And, blessedly, something came to her. Chocolate syrup. Hershey's. It came toward her from the den doorway, Seth Guerin in Motocop's underoos. Only now she saw an amazing, horrid thing. The child's bare toes were dragging across the living room carpet, but otherwise it was floating along like a boy-shaped balloon. It was Seth's body, poignantly grimy at the wrists and ankles, but there was no Seth in the eyes. None at all. Now it was just the thing that looked like it belonged in a swamp. Says she was just going to take a mosey down to the general store, said the voice of Ben Cartwright. Whatever else Tuck might be, it was a hellishly good mimic. You had to give it that. What do you think, Adam? Think she's lying, Pa, said the voice of Pernell Roberts, the actor who had played Adam Cartwright. Roberts had lost his hair over the years, but he had gotten the best of the deal anyway. The actors who had played his father and his brothers had all died in the years since Bonanza had galloped off into the sunset of reruns and cable TV. Back to the voice of Ben as the thing drifted closer, close enough for her to be able to smell sour sweat and a sweet lingering ghost of No More Tears shampoo. "What do you think, Hoss? Speak up, boy." "Lion, Pa," Dan Blocker's voice said, and for a moment the almost floating child actually looked like Blocker. "Little Joe?" "Lion, Pa." "Root, root, root, root." "Shut up, Rudy," said Snake Hunter's voice. It was as if some invisible ensemble of talented lunatics were putting on a show for her. When the thing in front of her spoke again, Snake Hunter was gone, and Ben Cartwright was back, that stern Moses of the Sierra Nevada. "We don't much abide liars on the Ponderosa, ma'am. Skedaddlers either. Now, what do you reckon we should do with you?" "Don't hurt me," she tried to say, but no words came out, not even a whisper of words. She tried to switch over to some internal circuit, visualizing the little red telephone, only with Seth stamped into the plastic of the handset now. It scared her to try and reach Seth directly, but she had never been in a jam like this. If it decided it wanted her dead... She saw the phone in her mind, saw herself speaking into it, and what she had to say was painfully simple. "Don't let it hurt me, Seth. You had power over it at the start, I know you did. Maybe not much, but a little. If you have any left, any power, any influence, please don't let it hurt me. Please don't let it kill me. I'm miserable, but not miserable enough to want to die. Not yet." She looked for a flicker of humanity in the floating thing's eyes, the slightest sign of Seth, and saw nothing. Suddenly her left hand shot up and then slapped down, whacking her left cheek with a sound like a breaking stick of kindling. Heat flooded her skin. It was as if someone had turned a sun lamp on that side of her face. Her left eye began to water. Now her right hand rose up in front of her eyes, like a Hindu Swami's snake rising out of its basket. It hung in front of her for a moment, and then slowly folded itself into a fist. "No," she tried to say. "Please, no. Please, Seth, don't let it." But nothing came out this time either, and the fist plummeted down, knuckles very white in the dim room, and then her nose seemed to explode upward in clouds of white dots like butterflies. They danced frantically in front of her eyes, even as blood, warm and loose, began to run down over her lips and chin. She staggered backward. "This woman is an affront to justice in the 23rd century. Colonel Henry said in his stern voice, a voice she found more hateful and self-righteous each time an episode of the fucking cartoon came on. "She must be shown the error of her ways." Hoss. "That's right, Colonel. We gotta show this bitch who's top hand." Root, 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 root. Cassie Stiles. "I agree with Rudy, and a little sweetening up is just the way to start." She was walking again, being walked, rather. The living room flowed past her eyes like scenery running backward past the windows of a train. Her cheek throbbed. Her nose throbbed. She could taste blood on her teeth. Now she pictured a Motocop-style phone, the kind where you could actually see the person you were talking to, pictured talking face-to-face with Seth on this phone. "Please, Seth, it's your Aunt Audrey. Do you recognize me, even though my hair's a different color now? Tuck made me dye it so it would look like Cassie's, and when I go out I have to wear a blue headband like Cassie does. But it's still me, still Aunt Audrey, the one who took you in, the one who's been watching out for you, trying to anyway, and now you have to watch out for me. Don't let it hurt me too badly, Seth. Please don't let it." The lights were off in the kitchen, and it was a bowl of gloomy, swarming shadows. As she was propelled across the yellow linoleum, cheery when it was clean, but now dingy and jaundiced-looking, a thought occurred to her, one that was terrible with logic. Why should Seth help her? Even if he was receiving her message, and even if he still could help, why should he? To escape Tuck meant to abandon Seth to his fate, and that was just what she had been trying to do. If the boy was still there, he must know that as well as Tuck. A sob, as faint and distant as an invalid's breath, escaped her as the fingers of her blood-stained right hand felt for the light switch by the stove, found it, and turned it. "Sweeten her up, Pa!" little Joe Cartwright yelped. "Sweeten her up, Jasper!" The voice suddenly slid up, becoming the high-pitched laughter of Rudy the robot. Audrey found herself wishing for insanity. It would be better than this, wouldn't it? It would have to be. Instead, she watched, a helpless passenger inside her own body, as Tuck turned her, walked her over to the spice rack, and used her hand to open the cabinet above it. The other hand yanked out a yellow Tupperware container that hit the floor and sprayed macaroni across the linoleum in every direction. The flour went next, landing beside her foot and puffing up to coat her legs. The hand darted into the hole it had created and seized the plastic honey bear. The other hand grabbed the top, unscrewed it, tossed it aside. A moment later, the bear was hanging upside down over her open, waiting mouth. The hand wrapped around the bear's chubby stomach began to squeeze rhythmically, much as she had once squeezed the rubber bulb of the horn that had been mounted on her childhood bicycle. Blood from her ruptured nose slid down her throat. Then honey filled her mouth, thick and gagging sweet. "Swallow it!" Tuck shouted, now in no one's voice but its own. "Swallow it, you bitch!" She swallowed. One mouthful, then two, then three. On the third one, her throat seemed to clench shut. She tried to breathe and couldn't. Her windpipe was blocked by a nightmare of sweet glue. She fell to her knees and began crawling across the kitchen floor, her dark red hair hanging in her face, barking out great thick wads of blood-laced honey. It was up her nose as well, packing it and dripping from her nostrils. For another few moments she still couldn't seem to breathe, and the white specks dancing in front of her eyes turned black. "I'm going to drown," she thought. "Drown in Subi honey." Then her windpipe opened up again, a little anyway, enough, and she was gasping air into her lungs, pulling it down her slick-coated throat, weeping with terror and pain. Tuck dropped onto Seth Garron's scabby knees in front of her and began screaming into her face. "Don't you ever try to get away from me! Don't you ever! Don't you ever! Do you understand? Nod your head, you stupid cow! Show me you understand!" Its hands, the ones she couldn't see, the ones that were inside her head, seized her, and all at once her head was swooping up and down, her forehead smacking the floor on each downstroke, and Tuck was laughing. Laughing! She thought it would keep on pounding her head against the floor until she passed out and just sprawled here in the mess she had made. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The hands were gone. The feel of its mind was gone as well. She looked up cautiously, swiping at her nose with the side of her hand, still hitching for breath and letting it out in gasps that were half retches. Her forehead throbbed. She could feel it swelling already. The boy was looking at her. And she thought it was the boy. She wasn't completely sure, but... "Seth?" For a moment he only crouched there, not nodding, not shaking his head. Then he reached out with one dirty hand and wiped honey off her chin with fingers she could hardly feel. "Seth, where did it go? Where's Tuck?" He struggled. She could see him struggling. With his fear, perhaps, but she wasn't sure he felt fear. Even if he did, it was more likely his own defective communications equipment he was working against right now. He made a gurgling noise, a sound like air in the bathroom pipes, and she thought that was probably all he'd be able to get out. Then, just as she was about to try for her feet, two choked words came from him. "Gone. Building." She looked at him, still breathing through a film of honey, but not noticing it for the moment. She felt her heart begin to beat a little faster at the word gone. She should know better, especially after what had just happened, but... "Is he in a building, honey? Gone to a building? Is that what you're saying? What building?" "Building," Seth repeated. He struggled, his head shaking from side to side. Finally, "Making." Building, yes. But the verb, not the noun. Tuck was building. Tuck was making. What was he making, besides trouble? "He," Seth said. He... The boy struck down on his own thigh with a frustration she had never seen in him before. She picked up the fist he had hit himself with and soothed it back into a hand. "No, Seth." Her diaphragm pulled in again, trying to retch. The honey was a heavy ball in her stomach, but she controlled it. Don't. Just relax.
Tell me if you can. If you can't, it's okay.
A lie, but if she wound him up any tighter than he was already, he would never be able to get it out. Worse, he might go away and leave the warm boy vacancy that Tuck inhabited so easily. Seth reached for her, touched her ears. Then he put the backs of his hands behind his own ears and pushed them forward. She saw that they were also dirty from his long hours in the sandbox, filthy, and her eyes stung with tears. But he was looking at her intently, and she nodded. Yes, she understood. When Seth really tried, he was quite good as he had to be anyway. He listens to you, the boy was saying. Tuck listens to you with my ears, and of course he did. It did. Tuck the Magnificent, creature of 1,000 voices, most of which came equipped with Western drawls, and one set of ears. Tuck had dropped down in front of her, but it was Seth that got up, just a skinny little boy in grimy underpants. He started for the door, then turned back. Audrey herself was still on her knees, trying to decide if she could reach out for the counter from where she was, or if she should crawl a little closer first. She cringed when she saw him coming back, thinking that Tuck had returned, thinking she saw the hard shine of its intelligence in Seth's eyes. When he got closer, she saw that she had made a natural enough mistake. Seth was crying. She had never seen him cry before, not even when he came to her with scraped knees or a banged head. Until now, she hadn't been entirely sure that he could cry. He put his arms around her neck and dropped his forehead against hers. It hurt, but she didn't draw away. For a moment she had a blurred but very emphatic image of the red telephone, only grown to enormous size. Then it was gone, and she heard Seth's voice in her head. She'd thought on several occasions that she was hearing him, that he was trying to contact her telepathically. The sensation came most commonly as she was drifting off to sleep, or just as she was waking up. It was always distant, like a voice calling through blankets of fog. Now, however, it was shockingly close. It was the voice of a child who sounded bright and not in the least defective. "I don't blame you for trying to run," the voice said. Audrey had a sense of hurry and furtiveness. It was like listening to a kid whisper some vital piece of classroom gossip to his seatmate while the teacher's back is briefly turned. "Get to the others, the ones across the street. You have to wait, but it won't be long, because he's—" No words, but another blurred image that filled her head completely, temporarily driving out all thought. It was Seth. He was dressed in jester's motley and a cap of bells. He was juggling. Not balls, dolls, little china ones. Hummel figures. But until he dropped one and it shattered, and she saw the broken face of Mary Jackson lying beside one of the jester's red and white curly-toed caliph slippers, she did not realize that the dolls were her neighbors. She supposed she was responsible for at least some of that image. She had seen Kirsty Carver's Hummel figures, a tiresome hobby if there ever was one, in Audrey's opinion, 1,000 times, but she understood that whatever she might have added didn't in the least change what Seth was trying to convey. Whatever craziness Tuck was up to, his building, his making, it was keeping him very busy. Not too busy to see me when I broke for the door a few minutes ago, she thought. Not too busy to stop me. Not too busy to punish me either. Maybe next time it'll be salt going down my throat instead of honey. Or drain cleaner. "I'll tell you when," the child's voice returned. "Listen for me, Aunt Audrey. After the power wagons come again, listen for me. It's important that you get away, because—" This time many images flickered past. Some came and went too fast for her to identify, but she got a few. An empty Chef Boyardee can lying in the trash, an old broken toilet lying on its side in the dump, a car up on blocks, no wheels, no glass. Things that were broken, things that were used up. The last thing she saw before he broke contact was the studio portrait of herself on the table in the front hall. The eyes of the portrait were gone, gouged out. Seth released her and stood back, watching as she grasped the edge of the counter and struggled to her feet. Her belly, heavy and thick with the honey Tuck had made her swallow, felt like a counterweight. Seth now looked as he usually did, distant and disconnected, with all the emotional gradient of a rock. Yet there were those clean streaks below his eyes. Yes, there were those. "Ah-oh," he said in his toneless voice, sounding she and Herb had speculated might mean Audrey hello. and then walked out of the kitchen, back to the den where the climactic shootout was still going on. And when was it done? Why, rewind to the FBI warning and start all over again, most likely. But he talked to me, she thought, out loud and inside my head, on his version of the play-school phone. Only his version is so big. She took the broom from its place in the pantry alcove and began to sweep up spilled flour and macaroni. In the den, Rory Calhoun yelled, "You ain't going nowhere, you sow-belly Yankee!" "It doesn't have to be this way, Jeb," Audrey murmured, sweeping. "It doesn't have to be this way, Jeb," Ty Harden, Deputy Lane in the movie, said. And then bad old Colonel Murdoch shot him. His final act of villainy. In another 30 seconds he would be shot dead himself. Audrey's diaphragm nodded again, hard. She went to the sink, trailing the broom in one hand, and bent over. She gagged, but nothing came up. A moment later the clench subsided. She turned on the cold water tap, leaned over, drank directly from the faucet, then gingerly splashed a couple of handfuls on her throbbing forehead. It felt good, wonderful. She turned off the tap, went back to the pantry, and got the dustpan. Tuck was building, Seth had said. Tuck was making. But what? And as she dropped awkwardly to her knees by her pile of sweepings, the broom in one hand and the dustpan in the other, a more urgent question occurred to her. If she did get away, what would it do to her nephew? What would it do to Seth? 2. Belinda Josephson held the kitchen door for her husband, then straightened up and looked around. The overhead light wasn't on, but the room was still a little brighter than it had been. The storm was slackening, and she supposed that in another hour or two it would be hot and bright again. She looked at the wall clock over the kitchen table, and she felt a mild burst of unreality. 4:03? Was it possible so little time had gone by? She took a closer look and saw that the second hand wasn't moving. She reached for the light switch beside the door as Johnny crawled into the kitchen on his hands and knees and then stood up. "Don't bother," Jim Reed said. He was sitting on the floor between the fridge and the stove with Ralphie Carver on his lap. Ralphie's thumb was in his mouth. His eyes were glazed and apathetic. Belinda had never liked him very much, didn't know anyone on the street who did, except for his mother and his dad, she supposed. But still her heart went out to him. "Don't bother with what?" Johnny asked. "The light switch. Power's off." She believed him, but snapped the switch a couple of times anyway. Nothing. There were a lot of people in this room. She made it 11, counting herself, but the numb silence which had settled over them made it seem like less. Ellie Carver was still giving an occasional watery gasp, but her face was against her mother's breast, and Belinda thought she might actually be asleep. David Reed had his arm around Susie Geller. Sitting on the girl's other side, also with an arm around her, lucky girl, that comfort, Belinda thought, was her mother. Cammie Reed, the twins' mother, was sitting against a door with a sign on it reading "Ye Old Pantry." Belinda didn't think Cammie was quite as out of it as some of the others. Her eyes had a cool, thoughtful look. "You said you heard screaming," Johnny said to Susie. "I don't hear any screaming." "It's over," the girl said, dully. "I think maybe it was Mrs. Sotterson." "Sure it was," Jim said. He shifted Ralphie on his lap, wincing a little as he did. "I recognized it. We've been listening to her scream at Gary for most of our lives, haven't we, Dave?" Dave Reed nodded. "I'd have murdered her by now, honest." "Ah, but you don't imbibe, my boy," Johnny said in his best W.C. Fields voice. He took the kitchen phone out of its cradle, listened, bopped the O button a couple of times, then hung it up again. "Debbie's dead, isn't she?" Susie asked Belinda. "Shh, baby, don't," Kim Geller said, sounding alarmed. Susie took no notice. "She didn't go over next door at all, did she? Don't lie about it either." Belinda thought about doing just that, but it didn't seem the right way to go on somehow. In her experience, even well-intentioned lies usually made things worse, more crazy. Belinda thought things were crazy enough on Poplar Street already. "Yes, honey," she said, marveling at how southern she always sounded, to herself anyway, when she had to give someone bad news. Perhaps it was part of the black experience that no one had yet gotten around to teaching in a college course. What made it particularly interesting in her case was that she had never been south of the Mason-Dixon line in her whole life. "Yes, honey, I'm afraid she is."
Susie put her hands over her face and began to sob. Dave Reed pulled her to him, and Susie put her face against his shoulder. When King tried to pull her back, Susie stiffened her body and resisted. Her mother gave David Reed a dirty look which the boy missed entirely. She turned her angry face to Belinda instead. "Why did you tell her that?" "Girl's lying right out there on the stoop, and with all that red hair, she is kind of hard to miss." "Hush now," Brad told her. He took her by the wrist and drew her over to the sink. "Don't you upset her." "Oh dear, too late," Belinda thought, but prudently said nothing. There was a screened window behind the sink. Looking through it to the right, she could see the stake fence separating the Carver's plot from Old Doc's. She could also see the green roof of the Billingsley house. Above it, the clouds already appeared to be unraveling. She turned and boosted herself, sitting side-saddle on the edge of the sink. Then she leaned close to the screen, smelling its metal and all the wet summer straining through its mesh. The combined sense called up a momentary nostalgia for her childhood, a feeling that was both fine and fierce. It was strange, she thought, how it was almost always the smells of things that took you back the hardest. "Hello!" she called, cupping her hands around her mouth. Brad grabbed her shoulder, apparently wanting her to stop, and she shook him off emphatically. "Hello, Billingsley!" "Don't do that, Bee," Cammy Reed said. "It's not wise." And what would be wise, Belinda thought, just sitting on the kitchen floor and waiting for the cavalry to come? "Hell, go on," Johnny said. "What harm can it do? If the people who did the shooting are still around, I imagine that where we are is hardly a big secret to them." An idea seemed to strike him at that, and he dropped on his hunkers in front of the late postman's wife. "Kirsten, did David have a gun? A hunting rifle, or maybe—" "There's a pistol in his desk," she said. "Second drawer on the left of the knee hole. That drawer's locked, but the key's in the wide drawer at the top. It's on a piece of green yarn." Johnny nodded. "And the desk, where's that?" "Oh, in his little office, upstairs, the end of the hall." She said all this while seeming to contemplate her own knees, then raised desperate, distracted eyes to look at him. "He's out in the rain, Johnny. So is Susie's friend. We shouldn't leave them out in the rain." "It's stopping," Johnny said, and his face suggested he knew how inane that sounded. It seemed to satisfy Pye, though, at least temporarily, and Belinda supposed that was the important thing. Perhaps it was Johnny's tone. The words might be inane, but Belinda had never heard him sound so gentle. "Just take care of your kids, Kirsty, and don't concern yourself with the rest of it for the time being." He got up and started for the swinging door, walking in a battlefield crouch. "Mr. Marinville?" Jim Reed asked. "Can I come with you?" But when he attempted to set Ralphie aside, a panicked look came into the boy's eyes. His thumb came out of his mouth with an audible pop, and he clung to Jim like a barnacle, muttering, "No, Jim, no, Jim," under his breath in a way that made Belinda feel like shivering. She thought mad people probably talked that way when they were alone in their cells at night. "Stay where you are, Jim," Johnny said. "Brad, what about you? Little trip to higher altitudes, clear the old sinuses?" "Sure." Brad looked at his wife with that expression of love and exasperation that is the sole property of people who have been married over 10 years. "You really think it's okay for this woman of mine to be shooting off her mouth?" "I repeat, what harm can it do?" "Be careful," Belinda said. She smoothed a hand briefly across Brad's chest. "Keep your head down, promise me." "I promise to keep my head down." She looked at Johnny. "Now you." "Huh? Oh." He offered a charming grin, and Belinda had a sudden insight. That was the way Mr. John Edward Marinville always grinned when he made promises to women. "I promise." They went out, dropping a little self-consciously to their knees as they passed through the swinging door and once more into the Carvers' front hall. Belinda leaned toward the screen again. Besides rain and wet grass, she could smell the old Hobart place burning. She realized she could hear it, too, a crackly, whooshing sound. The downpour would probably keep the fire from spreading, but where were the fire trucks, for Christ's sake? What did they pay their taxes for? "Hello, Billingsleys! Who's there?" After a moment, a man's voice, one she didn't recognize, called back. "There are 7 of us. The couple from up the block," that had to be the Sottersons, Belinda thought, "plus the cop and the guy married to the dead woman. There's also Mr. Billingsley and Cynthia from the store." "Who are you?" Belinda called. "Steve Ames. I'm from New York. I was having trouble with my truck, pulled off the interstate, got lost. I stopped at the store down there to use the phone." "Poor guy,"
Dave Reed said, like winning the lottery in hell. "What's going on?" the voice from the other side of the stake fence called. "Do you know what's going on?" "No," Belinda shouted back. She thought furiously. There must be more to say, other things to ask, but she couldn't think of anything at all. "Have you looked up the street? Is it clear?" Ames called. Belinda opened her mouth to reply, and then was distracted momentarily by the spider's web outside the screen. The window's overhang had protected it from the worst of the squall, but raindrops hung from the gossamer threads like tiny, quivering diamonds. The owner-operator was at the center of the web, not moving, maybe dead. "Ma'am? I don't know," she called back. "Johnny Marinville and my husband looked, but now they've gone upstairs to—" But she didn't want to mention the gun. Stupid, maybe, rat-hole thinking, but it didn't change the way she felt. "To get a better look. What about you?" "It's been pretty busy here, ma'am. The woman from up the block—" A pause. "Does your phone work?" "No," Belinda called. "No phone, no electric." Another pause. Then lower, barely audible over the diminishing hiss of the rain, she heard him say, "Shit." Then there was another voice, one she knew but couldn't immediately place. "Belinda, is that you?" "Yes," she returned and looked around at the others for help. "It's Mr. Jackson," Jim Reed said, speaking around Ralphie's shoulder. The little boy had not quite managed to join his sister in the refuge of sleep, but Belinda didn't think it would be long. His thumb had already begun to sag between his lips. "I've been to the front door," Peter called. "The street's deserted, all the way down to the corner. Completely deserted. No gawkers or rubberneckers from Hyacinth or the next block of Poplar. Does that make any sense to you?" Belinda thought, frowning, then looked around. She saw only puzzled eyes and dropped heads. She turned back to the window. "No." Peter laughed. The sound chilled her the way that little Ralphie Carver's distraught muttering had chilled her. "Join the club, Bee. Makes no sense to me either." "Who'd come on the block?" Kim Geller scoffed. "Who in their right minds with guns going off and people screaming and everything?" Belinda didn't know how to respond to that. It was logical, but it still didn't hold water, because people didn't behave logically when trouble broke out. They came and they gawked. Usually they did it at what they hoped was a safe distance, but they came. "Are you sure there aren't people down below the corner?" she called. This time the pause was so long she was about to repeat the question when a third voice spoke up. She had no trouble recognizing old Doc. "None of us sees anyone, but the rain has started a mist off the pavement. Until it clears, we can't tell for sure." "But there are no sirens." Peter again. "Do you hear any coming from the north?" "No," she returned. "It must be the storm." "I don't think so," Cammy Reed said. She spoke for herself, to herself, not the group. If ye old pantry hadn't been in close proximity to the sink, Belinda wouldn't have heard her. "Nope, I don't think so at all." "I'm going out to get my wife," Peter Jackson called. Other voices were immediately raised in protest against this idea. Belinda couldn't make out the words, but the emotional tone was unmistakable. Suddenly the spider, the one she had assumed was dead, scuttered from the center of its web, and mounting one of the silk strands, scrambled up until it had disappeared under the eave. Not dead after all, Belinda thought, only playing possum. Then Kirsten Carver was leaning past her, bumping Belinda so hard with her shoulder that Belinda would have gone ass-deep into the sink if she hadn't managed to grab the corner of an overhead cabinet. Pye's face was parchment pale, her eyes blazing with fear. "Don't you go out there!" she screamed. "They'll come back and kill you! They'll come back and kill us all!" No answer from the other house for several moments, and then Collie and Trajan spoke up in a voice that sounded both apologetic and bemused. "No good, ma'am. He's gone." "You should have stopped him!" Kirsten screamed. Belinda put an arm around the woman's shoulders and was frightened by the steady, high vibration she felt, as if Kirsten was on the verge of exploding. "What kind of policeman are you?" "He's not," Kim said. She spoke in a just what the hell did you expect tone. "He got kicked off the force. He was running a hot car ring." Susie raised her head. "I don't believe it." "What do you know about it, a girl your age?" her mother asked. Belinda was about to slide off the edge of the sink when she saw something on the back lawn that made her freeze. It was caught against one leg of the kid's swing set, and like the spider web, jeweled with hanging drops of rain. "Cammy?" "What?" "Come here." If anyone would know, Cammy would. She had a garden in her backyard, a jungle of potted plants inside her house, and a library's worth of books on growing things. Cammy got up from her place by the pantry door and came over. Susie and her mother joined her. So did Dave Reed. "What?" Pie Carver asked, turning a wild gaze on Belinda. Pie's daughter had her arms wrapped around her mother's leg as if it were a tree trunk and was still trying to hide her face against the hip of Pie's denim shorts. "What is it?" Belinda ignored her and spoke to Cammy. "Look over there, by the swings. Do you see?" Cammy started to say she didn't, then Belinda pointed, and she did. Thunder mumbled to the east of them, and the breeze kicked up a brief gust. The spiderweb outside the window shivered and shed tiny droplets of rain. The thing Belinda had seen got free of the swing set and rolled partway across the Carvers' backyard in the direction of the stake fence. "That's impossible," Cammy said flatly. "Russian thistle doesn't grow in Ohio. Even if it did, this is summer. They root in summer." "What's Russian thistle, Mom?" Dave asked. His arm was around Susie's waist. "I never heard of it." "Tumbleweed," Cammy said in that same flat voice. "Russian thistle is tumbleweed." 3. Brad poked his head through Carver's office door just in time to see Johnny pull a green and white box of cartridges out of a desk drawer. In his other hand, the writer had David Carver's pistol. He had rolled the cylinder out to make sure the chambers were empty. They were, but he was still holding the gun awkwardly, with all of his fingers outside the trigger guard. To Brad, he looked like one of those guys who sold dubious items on high-channel cable TV. "Folks, this little beauty will ventilate any nighttime intruder unwise enough to pick your house. Yes, of course it will. But wait, there's more. It slices, it dices, and do you love scalloped potatoes but just never have the time to make 'em at home?" Johnny. He looked up, and for the first time Brad saw clearly how frightened the man was. It made him like Johnny better. He couldn't think of a reason why that should be, but it was. "There's a fool out on old Doc's lawn. Jackson, I guess." "Shit, that's not very bright, is it?" "No. Don't shoot yourself with that thing." Brad started out of the room, then turned back. "Are we crazy? Because it feels that way." Johnny raised his hands in front of him, palms up, to indicate he didn't know. 4. Johnny looked into the chambers of the pistol one more time, as if a bullet might have grown in one of them while he wasn't looking, then snapped the cylinder back into place. He stuck the pistol in his belt and tucked the box of cartridges into his shirt pocket. The front hall was a minefield of Ralphie Carver's boy toys. The kid had apparently not yet been introduced by his doting parents to the concept of picking up after himself. Brad went into what had to be the little girl's bedroom. Johnny followed him. Brad pointed out the window. Johnny looked down. It was Peter Jackson, all right. He was on Doc's lawn, kneeling beside his wife. He had gotten her into a sitting position again. One arm was around her back. He was working the other under her cocked knees. Her skirt was well up on her thighs, and Johnny thought again about her missing pants. Well, so what? So fucking what? Johnny could see the man's back shaking as sobs racked him. Silver light ran across the top of his vision. He looked up and saw what looked like an old Airstream trailer, or maybe a lunch wagon, turning left onto Poplar from Hyacinth. Close behind it was the red van that had taken care of the dog and the paper boy, and behind that was the one with the dark blue metal flake paint. He looked the other way, up toward Bear Street, and saw the van with the Mary Kay paint job and the Valentine radar dish, the yellow one that had first rear-ended Mary and then rode her off the street, and the black one with the turret. 6 of them. 6 in 2 converging lines of 3. He had seen American LAC vehicles in the same formation a long time ago in Vietnam. They were creating a fire corridor. For a moment he couldn't move. His hands seemed to hang at the ends of his arms like plugs of cement. "You can't," he thought with a kind of sick, unbelieving fury. "You can't come back, you bastards! You can't keep coming back!" Brad didn't see them. He was looking at the man on the lawn of the house next door, absorbed in Peter's effort to get up with his wife's dead weight in his arms. And Peter... Johnny got his right hand moving. He wanted it to streak. It seemed to float instead. He got it around the handle of the gun and pulled it out of the waistband of his pants. Couldn't shoot it. No loads in the chambers. Couldn't load it either, not in his current state. So he brought it down butt first, shattering the glass of Ellen's bedroom window. "Get inside!" he screamed at Peter, and his voice came out sounding low and strengthless to his own ears. Dear God, what nightmare was this, and how had they stumbled into it? "Get inside! They're coming again! They're back! They're coming again!" Chapter 7. Poplar Street, 4:44 p.m., July 15, 1996. They seemed to come out of the mist rising off the street like materializing metal dinosaurs. Windows slide down, the porthole on the flank of the pink dream floater irises open again. The windshield of Bounty's blue Freedom van retracts into a smooth darkness from which 3 grayish shotgun barrels bristle. Thunder rumbles, and somewhere a bird cries harshly. There is a beat of silence, and then the shooting begins. It's like the thunderstorm all over again, only worse, because this time it's personal. And the guns are louder than before. Collie and Trajan, lying face down in the doorway between Billingsley's kitchen and living room, is the first to notice this, but the others are not long in realizing it for themselves. Each shot is almost like a grenade blast, and each is followed by a low moaning sound, something caught between a buzz and a whistle. 2 shots from the red tracker arrow, and the top of Collie and Trajan's chimney is nothing but maroon dust in the wind and pebble-sized chunks of brick pattering down on his roof. A shot strikes the plastic spread over Carrie Ripton, making it ripple like a parachute, and another tears off the rear wheel of his bike. Ahead of Tracker Arrow is the silver van, the one that looks like an old-fashioned lunch wagon. Part of its roof rises at an angle, and a silver figure, it appears to be a robot in a Confederate infantryman's uniform, leans out. It mails 3 shotgun rounds, Special Express, into the burning Hobart house. Each report seems as loud as a dynamite blast. Coming downhill from Bear Street, Dream Floater and the Justice Wagon pour fire into 251 and 249, the Josephson house and the Sotterson house. The windows blow in, the doors blow open. A round that sounds like something thrown from a small anti-aircraft gun hits the back of Gary's old Saab. The back end crumples in, shards of red taillight glass fly, and there's a whoomp as the gas tank explodes, engulfing the little car in a ball of smoky orange flame. The bumper stickers, "I may be slow, but I'm ahead of you," on the right, Mafia staff car on the left, shimmer in the heat like mirages. The south-moving trio of vans and the trio moving north meet, cross, and stop in front of the stake fences separating the Billingsley place from the Carver house above it and the Jackson house below it. Audrey Weiler, who was eating a sandwich and drinking a can of light beer in the kitchen when the shooting started, stands in the living room staring out at the street with wide eyes, unaware that she's still holding half of a salami and lettuce on rye in one hand. The firing has merged into one continuous, ear-splitting World War III roar, but she is in no danger. All of it is currently being directed at the 2 houses across from her. She sees Ralphie Carver's red wagon, Buster, rise into the air with one side blown into a twisted metal flower. It cartwheels over David Carver's soggy corpse, lands with its wheels up and spinning, and then another hit bends it almost double and sends it into the flowers to the left of the driveway. Another round blows the Carver screen door off its hinges and hammers it down the hall. 2 more from Bounty's Freedom van vaporize most of Pye's prized Hummel figures. Holes open in the crushed back deck of Mary Jackson's Lumina, and then it too explodes, flames belching up and swallowing the car back to front. Bullets tear off 2 of old Doc's shutters. A hole the size of a baseball appears in the mailbox mounted beside his door. The box drops to the welcome mat, smoking. Inside it, a Kmart circular and a letter from the Ohio Veterinary Society are blazing. Another kabam, and the bungalow's door knocker, a silver St. Bernard's head, disappears as conclusively as a coin in a magician's hand. Seeming oblivious of all this, Peter Jackson struggles to his feet with his dead wife in his arms. His round, rimless glasses, the lenses spotted with water, glint in the strengthening light. His pale face is more than distracted. It is the face of a man whose entire bank of fuses has burned out. But he's standing there, Audrey sees, miraculously whole, miraculously— "Aunt Audrey!" Seth. Very faint, but definitely Seth. "Aunt Audrey, can you hear me?" "Yes, Seth. What's happening?" "Never mind." The voice sounds on the edge of panic. "You have the place you go, don't you? The safe place?"
Mohonk? Did he mean Mohonk? He must, she decided. "Yes, I go there," the faint voice cries. "Go there now, because—" The voice doesn't finish, and doesn't have to. She has turned away from the furious shooting gallery in the street, turned toward the den where the movie, is playing again. The volume has been cranked somehow, far beyond what their zenith should be able to produce. Seth's shadow bounces ecstatically up and down on the wall, elongated and somehow horrible. It reminds her of what scared her most as a child, the horned demon from the Night on Bald Mountain segment of Fantasia. It's as if Tak is twisting inside the child's body, warping it, stretching it, driving it ruthlessly beyond its ordinary limits and boundaries. Nor is that all that's happening. She turns back to the window, stares out. At first she thinks it's her eyes, something wrong with her eyes. Perhaps Tak has melted them somehow or warped the lenses, but she holds her hands up in front of her and they look all right. No, it's Poplar Street that's wrong. It seems to be twisting out of perspective in some way she can't quite define. Angles changing, corners bulging, colors blurring. It's as if reality is on the verge of liquefying, and she thinks she knows why. Tak's long period of preparation and quiet growth is over. The time of action has come. Tak is making. Tak is building. Seth told her to get out, at least for a while, but where can Seth go? "Seth!" she tries, concentrating as hard as she can. "Seth, come with me." "I can't. Go, Aunt Audrey, go now." The agony in that voice is more than she can endure. She turns toward the arch again, the one which leads into the den, but sees a meadow slanting down to a rock wall instead. There are wild roses. She smells them and feels the sexy, delicate heat of spring now tending toward summer. And then Janice is beside her, and Janice is asking her what her all-time favorite Simon and Garfunkel song is. And soon they are deep in a discussion of Homeward Bound and I Am a Rock, the one that goes, "If I'd never loved, I never would have cried." In the Carver kitchen, the refugees lie on the floor with their hands laced over the backs of their heads and their faces pressed to the floor. Around them, the world seems to be tearing itself apart. Glass shatters, furniture falls, something explodes. There are horrible punching sounds as bullets pound through the walls. Suddenly, Pye Carver can stand Ellie's clinging to her no more. She loves Ellen, of course she does, but it's Ralphie she wants now, and Ralphie she must have. Smart, sassy Ralphie, who looks so much like his father. She pushes Ellen roughly away, ignoring the girl's cry of startled dismay, and bolts for the niche between the stove and the fridge, where Jim is hunched over the frantic, screaming Ralphie, holding one hand over the back of Ralphie's head like a cap. "Mommy!" Ellen wails and attempts to run after her. Cammy Reed pushes away from the pantry door, grabs the little girl around the waist, and drops her back to the floor, just as something that sounds like a monster locust drones across the kitchen, strikes the kitchen faucet, and backflips it like a majorette's baton. Most of the spinning faucet tears through the screen and the spiderweb on the other side. Water spouts up from what's left, at first almost all the way to the ceiling. "Give him to me!" Pye screams. "Give me my son! Give me my son!" Another approaching drone, this one followed by a loud, unmusical clang as one of the copper pots hanging by the stove is hammered into a hulk of twisted fragments and flying shrapnel. And Pye is suddenly just screaming. No words now, just screaming. Her hands are clapped to her face. Blood pours through her fingers and down her neck. Threads of copper litter the front of her misbuttoned blouse. More copper is in her hair, and a large chunk quivers in the center of her forehead like the blade of a thrown knife. "I can't see!" she shrieks and drops her hands. Of course she can't see. Her eyes are gone. So is most of her face. Quills of copper bristle from her cheeks, her lips, her chin. "Help me! I can't see! Help me, David! Where are you?" Johnny, lying face down beside Brad in Ellen's room upstairs, can hear her screaming and understands that something terrible has happened. Bullets hem-stitch the air above them. On the far wall is a picture of Eddie Vedder. As Johnny starts to wiggle toward the doorway to the hall, a huge bullet hole appears in Eddie's chest. Another one hits the child-sized vanity mirror over Ellen's dresser and hammers it to sparkling fragments. Somewhere on the block, blending hellishly with the sounds of Pye Carver's screams from downstairs, comes the bray of a car alarm. And still the gunfire goes on.
As he crawls out into the toy-littered hall, he hears Brad beside him, panting harshly. This has been a hell of an aerobic day for a fellow with such a big stomach, Johnny thinks. But then that thought, the sound of the woman screaming downstairs, and the roar of the gunfire are all driven from his mind. For a moment he feels as if he has walked into a Mike Tyson right hand. "It's the same guy," he whispers. "Oh, Jesus God! It's the same fucking one! Get down, fool!" Brad grabs his arm and yanks. Johnny collapses forward like a car slipping off a badly placed jack, not realizing he's been up on his hands and knees until he comes crashing back down again. Unseen bullets hunt the air over his head. The glass on a framed wedding picture at the head of the stairs shatters. The picture itself falls face down on the carpet with a thump. A second later, the wooden ball atop the banister's newel post disintegrates, spewing a deadly bouquet of splinters. Brad ducks down, covering his face, but Johnny only stares at something on the hallway floor, oblivious of everything else. "What's wrong with you?" Brad asks him. "You want to die?" "It's him, Brad," Johnny repeats. He curls his fingers into his hair and gives a brief, hard tug, as if to assure himself that all this is really happening. There's a vicious buzz, almost like a plucked guitar string, over their heads, and the hall light fixture explodes, showering glass down on them. "The guy that was driving the blue van," he finishes. "The other one shot her, the human, but this is the guy who was driving." He reaches out and picks up one of Ralphie Carver's action figures from the hall floor, which is now littered with glass and splinters as well as toys. It's an alien with a bulging forehead, almond-shaped eyes that are dark and huge, and a mouth that isn't a mouth at all but a kind of fleshy horn. It's dressed in a greenish, iridescent uniform. The head is bald except for a stiff blonde strip of hair. To Johnny it looks like the comb on a Roman centurion's helmet. "Where's your hat?" he thinks at the little figure, as the bullets whine through the air above him, punching through the wallpaper, shattering the laths beneath. The figure looks a little like Spielberg's E.T. "Where's your pinned-back cavalry hat, bub?" "What are you talking about?" Brad asks. He's lying full length on his stomach. Now he takes the figure, which is perhaps 7 inches tall, from Johnny and looks at it. There is a cut on one of Brad's plump cheeks, falling glass from the light fixture, Johnny assumes. Downstairs, the screaming woman falls silent. Brad looks at the alien, then stares at Johnny with eyes that are almost comically round. "You're full of shit," he says. "No," Johnny says, "I'm not. With God as my witness, I'm not. I never forget a face." "What are you saying, that the people doing this are wearing masks so the survivors can't identify them later?" The idea hadn't occurred to Johnny until this moment, but it's a pretty good one. "I suppose that must be it. But what?" "It didn't look like a mask. That's all, it didn't look like a mask." Brad stares at him a moment longer, then tosses the figure aside and begins wriggling toward the stairwell. Johnny picks it up, looks at it for a moment, then winces as another slug comes through the window at the end of the hall, the one facing the street, and drones directly over his head. He tucks the action figure into the pants pocket not holding the oversized slug and begins to wriggle after Brad. On the lawn of old Doc's house, Peter Jackson stands with his wife in his arms, woundless at the center of the firestorm. He sees the vans with their dark glass and futuristic contours. He sees the shotgun barrels, their muzzles belching fire, and between the silvery one and the red one he can see Gary Saunderson's old shitbox Saab burning in the Saunderson driveway. None of it makes much of an impression on him. He is thinking about how he just got home from work. That seems like a very big deal to him for some reason. He thinks he will begin every account of this terrible afternoon — it has not occurred to him that he may not survive the terrible afternoon, at least not yet — by saying, "I just got home from work." This phrase already has become a kind of magical structure inside his head, a bridge back to the sane and orderly world which he assumed only an hour ago was his by right and would be for years and decades to come. "I just got home from work." He is also thinking of Mary's father, a professor at the Meermont College of Dentistry in Brooklyn. He has always been rather terrified of Henry Kepner's somehow daunting integrity. In his heart, Peter has always known that Henry Kepner considers him unworthy of his daughter, and in his heart this is an opinion with which Peter Jackson has always concurred. And now Peter is standing in the firestorm with his feet in the wet grass, wondering how he'll ever be able to tell Mr. Kettner that his father-in-law's worst unspoken fear has become reality. His unworthy son-in-law has gotten his only child killed. It's not my fault, though, Peter thinks. Perhaps I can make him see that if I start by saying I just got home from work. Jackson! The voice wipes out his worries, makes him sway on his feet, makes him feel like screaming. It is as if an alien mouth has opened inside his mind, tearing a hole in it. Mary slips in his arms, trying to slither out of his grip, and Peter hugs her tight against him again, ignoring the ache in his arms. At the same time, he comes back to some vague appreciation of reality. Most of the vans are on the move again, but very slowly, still firing. The pink one and the yellow one are now pouring fire into the Reed and Geller residences, shattering bird baths, blasting away faucet bibs, breaking basement windows, shredding flowers and bushes, slicing through rain gutters that drop slanting to the lawns below. One of them, however, is not moving. The black one. It is parked on the other side of the street, blocking most of the Weiler house from view. The turret has slid back, and now a shining figure, all bright gray and dead black, issues from it like a spook from the window of a haunted house. Except, Peter sees the figure is standing on something. It looks like a floating pillow, and seems to be humming. Is it a man? He can't exactly tell. It appears to be wearing a Nazi uniform, all black, glossy fabric and silver rigging, but there is no human face above the wings of its collar. There is no face of any kind, in fact. Just blackness. Jackson, get over here, partner. He tries to resist, to stand his ground, and when the voice comes again, it isn't like a mouth but a fishhook, yanking inside his head, tearing his thoughts open. Now he knows what a hooked trout feels like. Get a move on, pard. Peter walks across the rain-washed remains of a hopscotch grid on the sidewalk. Ellen Carver and her friend Mindy from a block over made it that very morning, then steps into the gutter. Rushing water fills one shoe, but he doesn't even feel it. In his mind he is now hearing a very strange thing, a kind of soundtrack. It's being played by a twanging guitar, sort of like an old Duane Eddy instrumental, a tune he knows but can't identify. It is the final maddening touch. The bright figure on the floating pillow descends to street level. As Peter draws closer, he expects to see the black cloth, perhaps nylon, perhaps silk, covering the man's face, giving him that spooky look of absence. But he doesn't see it, and as the plate-glass window of the Easy Stop explodes down the street, he realizes an awful thing. He doesn't see it, because it isn't there. The man from the black wagon really has no face. "Oh, God," he moans in a voice so low he can barely hear it himself. "Oh, my God, please." Two other figures are looking down from the turret of the black van. One is a bearded guy wearing the ruins of what looks like a Civil War uniform. The other is a woman with lank black hair and cruel, beautiful features. She's as pale as a comic book vampire. Her uniform, like that of the faceless man, is black and silver, Gestapo-ish. Some sort of trumpery gem, it's as big as a pigeon's egg, hangs from a chain around her neck, flashing like a remnant of the psychedelic 60s. She's a cartoon, Peter thinks. Some pubescent boy's first hesitant try at a sex fantasy. As he draws closer to the man with no face, he realizes an even more awful thing. He's not really there at all. Neither are the other two, and neither is the black van. He remembers a Saturday matinee, he couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old, when he walked all the way down to the movie screen and stared up at it, realizing for the first time how cheesy the trick was. From 20 inches away, the images were just gauze. The only reality was the bright, reflective foundation of the screen, which was itself utterly blank, as featureless as a snowbank. It had to be for the illusion to succeed. This is the same, and Peter feels the same sort of stupid surprise now that he felt then. I can see Herbie Weiler's house, he thinks. I can see it right through the van. Jackson! But that is real, that voice, just as the bullet which took Mary's life was real. He screams through a grin of pain, jerking her body closer to his chest for a moment, and then dropping her to the street in a tumble without even being aware of it. It is as if someone pressed the end of an electric bullhorn to one of his ears, turned the volume up all the way, and then bellowed his name into it. Blood bursts from his nose and begins to seep from the corners of his eyes. "That-a-way, pard!" The black and silver figure, now insubstantial but still threatening, points at the Weiler house. The voice is the only reality, but it is all the reality Peter needs. It's like the blade of a chainsaw. He jerks his head back so hard his glasses fall askew on his face. "We got us some hoorahing to do. Best get started." He doesn't walk toward Herbie and Audrey's house. He is pulled toward it, reeled in. As he walks through the black, faceless figure, a crazy image fills his mind for just a moment. Spaghetti, the unnaturally red kind that comes in a can, and hamburger, all mixed together in a white bowl with Warner Brothers cartoon figures, Bugs, Elmer, Daffy, dancing around the rim. Just thinking about that kind of food usually nauseates him, but for the moment the image holds in his mind, he is desperately hungry. He lusts for those pallid strands of pasta and that unnatural red sauce. For that moment, even the pain in his head ceases to exist. He walks through the projected image of the black van just as it starts to roll again, and then he's moving up the cement path to the house. His glasses finally give up their tenuous hold and fall off. He doesn't notice. He can still hear a few isolated gunshots, but they are distant, in another world. The twangy guitar is still playing in his head, and as the door to the Weiler house opens all by itself, the guitar is joined by horns, and he places the tune. It's the theme to that old TV show, Bonanza. "I just got home from work," he thinks, stepping into a dark, fetid room that smells of sweat and old hamburger. "I just got home from work," and the door slams shut behind him. "I just got home from work," and he's crossing the living room, headed for the arch and the sound of the TV. "What are you wearing that uniform for?" someone asks. "War's been over near about 3 years, ain't you heard?" "I just got home from work," Peter thinks, as if that explained everything. His dead wife, the shooting, the man with no face, the rancid air of this little room. And then the thing sitting in front of the TV turns around to face him. And Peter thinks nothing at all. Out on the street, the vans which have composed the fire corridor accelerate, the black one quickly catching up with Dream Floater and the Justice Wagon. The bearded man in the turret throws one final round. It hits the blue U.S. mailbox outside the Easy Stop, putting a hole the size of a softball in it. Then the raiders turn left on Hyacinth and are gone. Rudy Toot, Freedom, and Tracker Arrow leave on Bear Street, disappearing into the mist which first blurs them and then swallows them. In the Carver house, Ralphie and Ellen are shrieking at the sight of their mother, who has collapsed in the doorway leading to the hall. She isn't unconscious, however. Her body snaps furiously from side to side as convulsions tear through her. It is as if her nervous system is being swept by hard squalls. Blood spatters from her shattered face in ropes, and she is making a complicated sound deep in her throat, a kind of singing growl. "Mommy, Mommy!" Ralphie screams, and Jim Reed is losing his battle to keep the twisting, struggling boy from running to the woman dying in the kitchen doorway. Johnny and Brad are coming down the stairs on their fannies, a riser at a time, like kids playing a game. But when Johnny gets to the bottom and understands what has happened, what is still happening, he gets to his feet and runs, first kicking aside the battered-in screen door, then crunching through the remains of Kirsten's beloved Hummels. "No, get down!" Brad yells at him, but Johnny pays no attention. He's thinking only one thing, and that is to separate the dying woman from her kids as fast as he can. They don't need to see the rest of her suffering. "Mommy!" Ellen howls, trying to wriggle out from under Cammy. The girl's nose is bleeding. Her eyes are wild but hellishly aware. "Mommy!" Unhearing, her days of caring about her children and her husband and her secret ambition to someday create beautiful Hummel figures of her own, most, she has thought, will probably look like her gorgeous son, all behind her. Kirsten Carver jitters mindlessly in the doorway, feet kicking, hands rising and falling, drumming briefly in her lap, and then flying up again like startled birds. She growls and sings, sounds which are almost words. "Get her out!" Cammy yells at Johnny. She stares at Pye with terror and pity. "Get her away from the kids, for Christ's sake!" He bends, lifts, and then Belinda is there to help him. They carry Kirsten into her living room and set her on a couch that she agonized over for weeks and which is now bleeding stuffing from a gaping hole. Brad backs up before them to give them room, throwing nervous glances over his shoulder at the street, which appears once again to be deserted. "Don't ask me to sew it," Pye says in an arch tone of voice, and then gives a horrible, choked laugh. "Kirsten," Belinda says, bending over her and taking one of her hands, "you're going to be all right. You're going to be fine." "Don't ask me to sew it," the woman on the couch repeats. This time she sounds as if she is lecturing. The cushion under her head is growing dark, the blood stains spreading visibly as the three of them stand looking down at her. To Johnny it looks like the kind of nimbus that Renaissance painters sometimes put around their Madonnas. And then the convulsions resume. Belinda bends and seizes Kirsten's twisting shoulders. "Help me with her!" She chokes furiously at Johnny and her husband. She is weeping again. "Oh, you stupids! I can't do it alone! Help me with her!" In the house next door, Tom Billingsley has gone on trying to save Marielle's life, even at the height of the attack, working with the aplomb of a battlefield surgeon. Now she is sewn up, and the bleeding is down to a muddy seep through a triple fold of gauze. But when he looks up at Collie, old Doc shakes his head. He is actually more upset by the cries from next door than by the operation he has just performed. He doesn't have much feeling about Marielle Sonderson one way or the other, but he's almost positive the woman crying out over there is Kirsty Carver, and Kirsty he likes very much. "Boy, oh boy," he says out loud. "I mean, boy, howdy." Collie looks toward Gary, wanting to make sure he's out of earshot, and spots him poking around in Doc's kitchenette, oblivious to the screaming and the weeping children next door, unaware that the operation on his wife is finished. He's opening and closing cupboards with the thoroughness of a dedicated alcoholic hunting for booze. His look into the fridge for beer, or maybe some chilled vodka, was an understandably short one. His wife's arm is there on the second shelf. Collie put it in himself, sliding stuff around, salad dressing, pickles, the mayonnaise, some leftover sliced pork and saran wrap, until there was room for it. He doesn't think it will ever be reattached, not even in this age of miracles and wonders can such a thing be done, but he still couldn't bring himself to put it in Doc's pantry. Too warm. It would draw flies. "Is she going to die?" Collie asks. "I don't know," Billingsley says. He pauses, takes his own look at Gary, sighs, runs his hands through his Albert Einstein tangle of white hair. "Probably. Certainly, if she doesn't get to a hospital soon, she needs a lot of help. Most of all, a transfusion. And there's someone hurt next door by the sound, Kirsten, I think. And maybe she's not the only one." Collie nods. "Mr. Entragian, what do you think is going on here?" "I don't have the slightest idea." Cynthia grabs a newspaper. It's the Columbus Dispatch, not the Wentworth Shopper, that has fallen to the living room floor during the rumpus, rolls it up, and crawls slowly to the front door. She uses the newspaper to sweep broken glass, there is a surprising amount of it, out of her way as she goes. Steve thinks of objecting, asking her if maybe she has a death wish, then stows it. Sometimes he gets ideas about things, pretty strong ones, as a matter of fact. Once, while peaceably reading palms on the boardwalk in Wildwood, he had an idea so strong that he quit the job that very night. It was an idea about a laughing 17-year-old girl with ovarian cancer, malignant, advanced, maybe a month beyond any possible human remedy. Not the sort of idea you wanted to have about a pretty green-eyed high school kid if your life's motto was, "No problem." The idea he's having now is every bit as strong as that one, but quite a bit more optimistic. The shooters are gone, at least for the time being. There's no way he can know that, but he feels certain of it just the same. Instead of calling Cynthia back, he joins her. The inside door has been blown open by several gunshots. It has also been so severely warped that Steve doubts it'll ever close again, and the breeze coming through the shattered screen is heaven, sweet and cool on his sweaty face. The kids are still crying next door, but the screaming has stopped, at least for the time being, and that's a relief.
"Where is he?"
Cynthia asks, sounding stunned.
"Look, there's his wife."
She points to Mary's body, which is now lying in the street, close enough to the far side so that tendrils of her hair are wavering in the water rushing down the west gutter.
"But where's he? Mr. Jackson?"
Steve points through the torn lower half of the screen.
"In that house. Must be. See his glasses on the path?"
Cynthia squints, then nods.
"Who lives there?"
Steve asks her.
"I don't know.
I haven't been here anywhere near long enough to Mrs. Weiler and her nephew," Collie says from behind them. They turn and see him squatting on his hunkers, looking out between them. The boy's autistic or dyslexic or catatonic, one of those damned icks. I can never keep them straight. Her husband died last year, so it's just the two of them. Jackson must have... He doesn't break off, but runs down, the words getting smaller and smaller, finally diminishing into silence. When he speaks again, his voice is still low and very thoughtful. "What the hell?"
"What?"
Cynthia asks uneasily.
"What?"
"Are you kidding me? You don't see?"
"See what? I see the woman and I see her husband's glass."
Now it's her turn to run down. Steve starts to ask what the deal is, then understands, sort of. He supposes he would have seen it earlier, even though he's a stranger to the street, if his attention hadn't been diverted by the body, the dropped spectacles, and his concern for Mrs. Sotterson. He knows what he must do about that, and more than anything else he has been nerving himself up to do it. Now, though, he simply looks across the street, letting his eyes move slowly from the easy stop to the next building up, from that one to the one where the kids were playing frisbee when he turned onto the street, and then on to the one directly opposite them, the one where Jackson must have gone to ground when the shooting got too hot. There has been a change over there since the coming of the shooters in the vans. Just how much he cannot tell, mostly because he is a stranger here, he doesn't know the street, partly because the smoke from the burning house and the mist still rising off the wet street give the houses over there a look which is almost spectral, like houses seen in a mirage. But there has been a change. Siding has been replaced with logs on the Weiler house, and where there was a picture window there are now 3 more conventional, old-fashioned, one might almost say, multi-pane windows. The door has wooden supports hammered across its vertical boards in a Z shape. The house next to it, on the left— "Tell me something," Collie says, looking at the same one. "Since when did the Reeds live in a log-fucking cabin?"
"Since when did the Gellers live in an adobe hacienda?"
Cynthia responds, looking one farther down. "You guys are kidding," Steve says. Then, weakly, "Aren't you?" Neither of them replies. They look almost hypnotized. "I'm not sure I'm really seeing it," Collie says at last. His voice is uncharacteristically hesitant. "It's
shimmery,"
the girl says. He turns to her. "Yeah, like when you look at something over the top of an incinerator or—"
"Somebody help my wife!"
Gary calls to them from the shadows of the living room. He has found a bottle of something, Steve can't see what, and is standing by the photo of Hester, a pigeon who liked to finger paint. Not Steve thinks that pigeons exactly have fingers. Gary isn't steady on his feet, and his words sound slurry.
"Somebody help Marielle. Lost her damn arm."
"We need to get help for her," Collie says, nodding. "And for the rest of us," Steve finishes. He's relieved, actually, to know that someone else realizes this, that maybe he won't have to go on his own. The boy next door has stopped crying, but Steve can still hear the girl, sobbing in big, watery hitches. Margaret the Maggot, he thinks that's what her brother called her. Margaret the Maggot loves Ethan Hawke, he said. Steve has a sudden urge, as strong as it is unaccustomed, to go next door and find that little girl, to kneel in front of her and take her in his arms and hug her and tell her she can love anyone she pleases, Ethan Hawke or Newt Gingrich or just anybody. He looks down the street instead. The Easy Stop, so far as he can tell, hasn't changed. Its style is still late-century convenience store, sometimes known as Pastel Cinder Block, sometimes known as Still Life with Dumpster. Not beautiful, far from it, but a known quantity, and under the circumstances, that's a relief. The Ryder truck is still parked in front, the blue phone sign is still hanging down from its hook, the Marlboro Man is still on the door, and the bike rack is gone. Well, not gone, exactly. Replaced by something that looks suspiciously like a hitching rail in a Western movie. With an effort, he drags first his eyes and then his mind back to the cop, who is saying Steve is right, they all need help. At the Carvers, as well as at old Doc's by the sound. There's a green belt behind the houses on this side of the street, Collie says. There's a path that runs through it. Kids use it mostly, but I'm partial to it myself. It forks behind the Jacksons' house. One arm runs down to Hyacinth, comes out by the bus shelter halfway down the block. The other one goes east, over to Anderson Avenue. If Anderson's, pardon my French, fucked up... Why should it be? Cynthia asks. There hasn't been any shooting from that direction. He gives her a strange, patient look. There hasn't been any help from that direction either. And our street is fucked up in ways the shooting had nothing to do with, in case you haven't noticed. Oh, she says in a small voice. Anyway, if Anderson Avenue's as crazy as Poplar, I hope it isn't, but if it is, there's a viaduct that runs at least under the street, maybe farther. It could go all the way to Columbus Broad. There's got to be people there. He doesn't look as if he really believes it, though. I'll go with you, Steve says. The cop looks surprised at the offer, then considering. You sure that's a good idea? Actually, yes. I think the bad guys are gone, at least for the time being. What makes you think that? Steve, who has absolutely no intention of bringing up his brief career as a boardwalk fortune-teller, says it's just a hunch. He sees Collie and Trajan thinking it over and knows the cop is going to agree even before he opens his mouth. Nothing psychic about it either. 4 people have been killed on Poplar Street this afternoon, not to mention Hannibal, the frisbee-stealing dog. More have been wounded. A house is burning flat without a single goddamn fire engine to attend it. There are crazy people running in the streets, homicidal maniacs, and the guy would have to be insane to want to go creeping alone through the woods between here and the next block. What about him? Cynthia asks, jerking a thumb at Gary. Collie grimaces. Shape he's in, I wouldn't go to the movies with him, let alone into the woods with shit like this going down. But if you're serious, Mr. Ames, is it? Make it Steve, and I'm serious. Okay. Let's see if old Doc's got a gun or two kicking around his basement. I bet he does. They start back across the living room, bent low. Cynthia turns to follow them, then movement catches her eye. She turns back, and her mouth drops open. Revulsion follows surprise, and she has to put a hand to her mouth to stifle the cry that wants to come out. She thinks of calling the men back, then doesn't. What would it change? A buzzard, it might be a buzzard, although it looks like nothing she's ever seen in a book or a movie, has come cruising out of the billowing smoke from the Hobart house and landed in the street next to Mary Jackson. It's a huge, unnatural awkwardness with an ugly, peeled head. It walks around the corpse, looking for all the world like a diner reconnoitering the buffet before actually grabbing a plate, and then it darts its head forward and pulls off most of the woman's nose. Cynthia closes her eyes and tries to tell herself this is a dream, just a dream. It would be nice if she could believe it. From Audrey Weiler's journal. June 10, 1995. Scared tonight. So scared. It's been quiet lately, with Seth, I mean. But now all that's changed. At first neither of us knew what was wrong, Herb as mystified as I was. We went out for ice cream at Millie's on the square, part of our regular Saturday ritual if Seth is being good, which means if Seth is being Seth. And he was fine. Then when we turned into the driveway, he started the sniffling thing he does sometimes, kind of raises his nose in the air and sniffs like a dog. I hate seeing him do that, and so does Herb. The way farmers hate to hear tornado warnings on the radio, I suppose. I've read that the parents of epileptics learn to look for similar signs before seizures, obsessive head-scratching, swearing, even nose-picking.
With Seth, it's that sniffling thing. But it's not epileptic seizures. I only wish it was. Herb asked him what was wrong as soon as he saw him doing it, and got zilch, not even the usual vocalizing stuff he does. Same when I tried. No words, no gabble even, just more sniffing. And once he was in the house, that stalking thing, walking from place to place as if his legs won't bend. He went out back to the sandbox. He went upstairs to his room. He went down cellar, all in that ominous silence. Herb followed him for a while, asking what was wrong, then gave up. While I was emptying the dishwasher, Herb came in, waving a religious tract he found sticking out of the milk box around at the side door, and yelling, "Hallelujah, yes, Jesus." He is a dear man, always trying to cheer me up, although I know he isn't doing all that well himself. His skin has gotten very pale, and I'm scared by all the weight he's lost, mostly since January or so. It must be at least 20 pounds, and might be as much as 30, but whenever I ask him about it, he just laughs it off. Anyway, the tract was typical Baptist bullshit. Had a picture on the front of a man in agony with his tongue sticking out and sweat running down his face and his eyes rolled up. "Imagine 1,000,000 years without one drink of water," it says over the face. And under it, "Welcome to Hell." I checked on the back, and sure enough, Zion's Covenant Baptist Church, that bunch from Elder. "Look," Herb says, "it's my dad before he combs his hair in the morning." I wanted to laugh. I know it makes him happy when he can make me laugh, but I just couldn't. I could feel Seth all around us, almost crackling on our skin, the way you can sometimes feel a storm building up, you know. Just then he stalked in, with that horrible frown he gets on his face when something happens that doesn't fit into his general plan of life. Except it isn't him. It isn't. Seth is the sweetest, kindest, most accepting child I can imagine. But he has this other personality that we see more and more, the stiff-legged one, the one that sniffs the air like a dog. Herb asked him what was wrong, what was on his mind, and then all at once Herb, reached up and grabbed his own lower lip, pulled it out like a window shade and started twisting it until it bled. And all the time his poor eyes were watering with pain and bugging out with fear, and Seth was staring at him with that hateful frown he gets, the one that says, "I'll do anything I please, you can't stop me." And maybe we can't, but I think that sometimes, at least, Seth can. "Stop making him do that," I shouted at him. "You just stop it right now." When the other one, the not Seth, gets really mad, his eyes seem to go from brown to black. He turned that look on me then, and all at once my hand came up, and I slapped myself across the face, so hard my eye watered on that side. "Make him stop, Seth," I said. "It's not fair. Whatever is wrong, we're not responsible for it. We don't even know what it is." Nothing at first, just more of the black look. My hand went up again, and then the hateful way he was looking at me changed a little. Not much, but enough. My hand went down, and Seth turned and looked up into the open cabinet over the sink where we keep the glasses. My mother's are on the top shelf, nice Waterford crystal that I only take down for the holidays. They were up there anyway. They burst when Seth looked at them, one after the other, like ducks in a shooting gallery. When they were gone, the 11 of them that were left, he looked at me with that mean, gloating smile he gets sometimes when you cross him and he hurts you for it. His eyes so black and somehow old in his child's face. I started to cry. Couldn't help it. Called him a bad boy and told him to go away. The smile slipped at that. He doesn't like to be told anything, but that least of all. I thought he might make me hurt myself again, but then Herb stepped in front of me and told him the same thing, to go away and calm down and then come back and maybe we could help him fix whatever was wrong. Seth went off, and I could tell even before he got across the living room to the stairs that the other one was either gone or going. He wasn't walking in that horrible, stiff way anymore. Herb calls it Seth's Rudy the Robot walk. Then later we could hear him crying in his room. Herb helped me clean up the glasses, me bawling like a fool the whole time. He didn't try to comfort me or jolly me out of it with any of his jokes either. Sometimes he can be very wise. When it was done, neither of us got a single cut, sort of a miracle. He said the obvious, that Seth had lost something. I said, "No shit, Sherlock, what was your first clue?" Then felt bad and hugged him and said I was sorry. I didn't mean to be a bitch. Herb said he knew that, then turned over the stupid Baptist tract and wrote on the back of it, "What are we going to do?" I shook my head. Lots of times we don't even dare say stuff out loud for fear he's listening. The not Seth, I mean. Herbie crumpled the tract and threw it in the trash, but that wasn't good enough for me. I took it out and tore it to shreds. But first I found myself looking at the sweaty, tortured face on the front of it. Welcome to hell. Is that Herb? Is it me? I want to say no, but sometimes it feels like hell. A lot of times, actually. Why else am I keeping this diary? June 11, 1995. Seth sleeping. Exhausted, maybe. Herbie outside in the backyard, looking everywhere. Although I think Seth has already been looking. We know what's missing now, at least. His dream floater power wagon. He's got all the Motocop shit. Action figures, HQ, Crisis Center, Cassie's party pad, power wagon corral, 2 stun pistols, even float pad sheets for his bed. But more than anything, he loves the power wagons. They're battery-powered vans, quite large, very futuristic. Most have wings he can pop out by pushing a lever on the bottom, plus radar dishes that really turn on the roofs. The one on Cassie Stiles' dream floater is shaped like a valentine, this after about 30 years' worth of talking about equal rights and female role models for girls. I could just about puke. Flashing lights, siren noises, space blaster noises, etc., etc. Anyway, Seth came back from California with all 6 that are currently on the market: the red one, Tracker Arrow, the yellow one, Justice Wagon, the blue one, Freedom, the black one, Meat Wagon, belongs to the bad guy, the silver one, Rudy Toot, and just think someone gets paid to think this shit up, and the stupid pink one, driven by Cassie Stiles, the love of our young nephew's life. His crush is actually sort of funny and sweet, but there's nothing funny about what's currently going on around here. Seth's dweem quota is gone, and all this is a kind of tantrum. Herbie shook me awake at 6 this morning, pulled me out of bed. His hand was cold as ice. I asked him what it was, what was wrong, and he wouldn't say, just pulled me over to the window and asked me if I saw anything out there. I could tell what he meant was, did I see what he was seeing? I saw it all right. It was Dream Floater, which looks sort of Art Deco, like something from the old Batman comic books. But it wasn't Seth's Dream Floater, not the toy. That's about 2 feet long and maybe a foot high. The one we were seeing was full-sized, probably 12 feet long and maybe 7 feet high. The roof hatch was partway up and the heart-shaped radar dish was turning, just as it does on the show. Jesus Christ, I said. Where did that come from? All I could think was that it must have flown in on its stubby little retractable wings. It was like getting out of bed with one eye open and discovering a flying saucer has landed in your backyard. I couldn't get my breath. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. At first, when he told me it wasn't there, I didn't understand what he meant. And then the sun came up a little more, and I realized I could see the aspens behind our fence right through it. It really wasn't there. But at the same time, it was. He's showing us what he couldn't tell us, Herb said. I asked if Seth was awake, and Herb said no, he'd been down the hall to check, and Seth was fast asleep. That gave me a chill I can't describe, because it meant we were standing there at our bedroom window in our PJs and looking out at our nephew's dream. It was there in the backyard like a big pink soap bubble. We stood there for about 20 minutes watching it. I don't know if we expected Cassie Stiles to come out or what, but nothing like that happened. The pink van just sat there with its roof hatch partway up and its radar dish turning, and then it started to fade until it was just a shimmer. By the end, you couldn't have told what it was if you hadn't seen it when it was brighter. Then we heard Seth getting up and going down the hall. By the time the toilet flushed, it was gone. At breakfast, Herb pulled his chair over next to Seth's, the way he does when he really wants to talk to him. In some ways, I think Herb is braver than I could ever be, especially since it's Herb that... No, I won't put that down. Anyway, Herbie puts his face close to Seth's, so that Seth has to look at him, and then talks in a low, kind voice. He tells Seth we know what's wrong, why he's so upset, but not to worry, because Cassie's power wagon is sure to be in the house or in the backyard somewhere. We'll find it, he says. All during this, Seth was fine. He kept eating his cereal, and his face didn't change, but sometimes you just know it's him and that he's listening and understanding at least a little. Then Herb said, "And if we absolutely can't find it, we'll get you a new one." And everything went to hell. Seth's cereal bowl went flipping across the room, spilling milk and cereal all over the kitchen floor. It hit the wall and broke. The drawer under the stove came open, and all the things I keep under there, frying pans, cookie sheets, muffin tins, came flying out. The sink faucets turned on. The dishwasher supposedly can't start with the door open, but it did, and water went all over the floor. The vase I keep on the window shelf over the sink flew all the way across the room and broke against the wall. Scariest of all was the toaster. It was on, I was making a couple of slices to have with my OJ, and all at once it glowed bright red inside the slots as if it was a furnace instead of a little counter gadget. The handle went up and the toast flew all the way up to the ceiling. It was black and smoking, looked nuclear. It landed in the sink. Seth got up and stalked out of the room, his stalky walk. Herb and I just looked at each other for a second or two, and then he said, "That toast would probably taste okay with a little peanut butter on it." I just gaped at him at first, but then I started laughing. That got him started. We laughed and laughed, with our heads down on the kitchen table, trying to keep him from hearing, I guess, except that's stupid. Seth doesn't always have to hear to know. I'm not sure it's mind-reading he does exactly, but it's something. When I finally got control of myself enough to look up, Herb was getting the mop for under the dishwasher. He was still kind of chuckling and wiping at his eyes. Thank God for him. I went to get the dustpan and brush for the broken vase. I guess he's sort of committed to the old dream floater, is all Herb said. And why say any more? That pretty well covers it. Now it's 3 in the afternoon, and we have been all over the GD house, as my old school friend Jan would say. Seth has tried to help in his own peculiar way. It kind of broke my heart to see him turning up the sofa cushions, as if his missing van could have slipped under there like a quarter or a crust of pizza. Herb started out hopeful, saying it was too big and bright to miss, and I thought he was right. As a matter of fact, I still think he's right, so how come we can't find it? From where I'm writing at the kitchen table, I can see Herb down on his knees by the hedge at the back of the yard, poking along with the handle of a rake. I'd like to tell him to stop. It's the 3rd time he's been along there. But I don't have the heart. Noises upstairs. Seth's getting up from his nap, so I need to finish this, put it out of sight. Try and put it out of mind, too. That should be okay, though. I think Seth has more success picking up what Herb is thinking than he does with me. No real reason, but the feeling is strong. And I've been careful not to tell Herb that I'm keeping a journal. I know what anyone reading the journal would say. We're nuts. Nuts to keep him. Something is wrong with him, badly wrong, and we don't know what it is. We know it's dangerous, though, so why do it? Why go on? I don't know exactly. Because we love him? Because he's controlling us? No. Sometimes there are things like that, Herb twisting his lip or me slapping myself, things like a powerful hypnosis, but not often. He's mostly just Seth, a child in the prison of his own mind. he's also the last little bit of my brother. But sure, beyond all that, and over it, and under it, and around it, is just loving. And every night when Herb and I lie down, I see in my husband's eyes what he must see in mine, that we made it through another one, and if we made it through today, we can make it through tomorrow. At night it's easy to tell yourself that it's just another aspect of Seth's autism. Really no big deal. Footsteps overhead. He's going to the bathroom. When he finishes, he'll come downstairs, hoping we've found his missing toy. But which one will hear the bad news? Seth, who'll only look disappointed and maybe cry a little? Or the other one, the stalky one who throws things when he can't have what he wants? I have thought about taking him back to the doctor, sure, of course. I'm sure Herb has, too, but not seriously. Not after the last time. We were both there, and we both saw the way the other one, the not Seth, hides. How Seth makes it possible for it to hide. Autism is one hell of a big shield. But the real problem here is not autism. It doesn't matter what all the doctors in the world see or don't see. When I open my mind and set aside all I hope and all I wish, I know that. And when we tried to talk to the doctor, tried to tell him why we were really there, we couldn't. If anyone ever reads this, I wonder if you'll be able to understand how horrible that is. To have something that feels like a hand laid over the back of your mouth, a guard between your vocal cords and your tongue. We couldn't fucking talk. I'm so afraid. Afraid of the stalky one, yes, but afraid of other things as well. Things I can't even express. And some I can express all too well. But for now, the thing I'm most afraid of is what might happen to us if we can't find Dream Floater, that stupid goddamn pink van. Where can the damned thing be? If only we could find it.
Chapter 8. 1. At the moment of Kirsten Carver's death, Johnny was thinking of his literary agent, Bill Harris, and Bill's reaction to Poplar Street. Pure, unadulterated horror. Good agent that he was, he had managed to maintain a neutral, if slightly glazed smile on the ride from the airport. But the smile began to slip when they entered the suburb of Wentworth, which a sign proclaimed to be Ohio's good cheer community, and it gave way entirely when his client, who had once been spoken of in the same breath with John Steinbeck, Sinclair Lewis, and, after Delight, Vladimir Nabokov, pulled into the driveway of the small and perfectly anonymous suburban house on the corner of Poplar and Bear. Bill had stared with a kind of dazed incomprehension at the lawn sprinkler, the aluminum screen door with a scrolled M in the center of it, and that avatar of suburban life, a grass-stained power mower standing in the driveway like a gasoline god waiting to be worshipped. From there, Bill had turned his gaze upon a kid rollerblading down the far sidewalk with Walkman earphones on his head, a melting ice cream cone from Millie's in his hand, and a happy, brainless grin on his pimply face. 6 years ago, this had been, in the summer of 1990, and when Bill Harris, power agent, had looked back at Johnny again, the smile had been gone. "You can't be serious," Bill had said in a flat, disbelieving voice. "Oh, Bill, but I think I am," Johnny had responded, and something in his tone seemed to get through to Bill, enough at least so that when he spoke again he'd sounded plaintive rather than disbelieving. "But why?" he asked. "Dear Jesus, why here? I can sense my IQ dropping and I just fucking got here. I feel an almost irresistible urge to subscribe to Reader's Digest and listen to talk radio, so you tell me why. I think you owe me that. First the goddamn putty-tat detective, and now a neighborhood where fruit cocktail is probably considered a delicacy. Tell me what the deal is, okay?" And Johnny had said, "Okay, the deal is, it's all over." No, of course not. Belinda had said that. Not Bill Harris, but Belinda Josephson, just now. Johnny cleared his mind with an effort and looked around. He was sitting on the living room floor, holding one of Kirsten's hands in both of his. The hand was cold and still. Belinda was leaning over Kirsty with a dish towel in her hand and a square of white linen. It looked to Johnny like a four-best table napkin folded over her shoulder like a waiter's towel. Belinda's eyes were tearless, but there was nevertheless an expression of love and sorrow on her face that moved Johnny's heart. She was wiping Kirsten's blood-masked face with the dish towel, uncovering what remained of her features. "Did you say—" Johnny began. "You heard me." Belinda held the stained dish towel out without looking, and Brad took it. She took the napkin off her shoulder, unfolded it, and spread it over Kirsten's face. "God have mercy on her soul." "I second that," Johnny said. There was something hypnotic about the small red poppies blooming on the white linen napkin, 3 on one side of the draped shape that was Kirsten's nose, 2 on the other, maybe a half-dozen above her brow. Johnny put his hand to his own brow and wiped away a palmful of sweat. "Jesus, I'm so sorry." Belinda looked at him, then at her husband. "We're all sorry, I guess. The question is, what's next?" Before either man could answer, Cammy Reed came into the room from the kitchen. Her face was pale but composed. "Mr. Marinville?" He turned to her. "Johnny," he said. She had to mull it over, another classic case of shock-slowed thinking, before understanding that he wanted her to call him by his first name. Then she got it and nodded. "Johnny, okay, sure. Did you find the pistol? And are there bullets to go with it?" "Yes, to both." "Can I have them? My boys want to go for help. I've thought it over and have decided to give them my permission, if you'll let them take David's gun, that is." "I don't have any objection to giving up the gun," Johnny said, not knowing if he was telling the complete truth about that or not. "But leaving shelter could be extremely dangerous, don't you think?" She gave him a level look, no sign of impatience in her eyes or voice, but she fingered a spot of blood on her blouse as she spoke, a souvenir of Ellen Carver's nosebleed. "I'm aware of the danger, and if it were a question of using the street, I'd say no. But the boys know a path which runs through the green belt behind the houses on this side. They can use it to go over to Anderson Avenue. There's a deserted building over there that used to be a moving company's warehouse." "Vidon Brothers," Brad said, nodding. "And a water pipe that runs from the lot behind it all the way over to Columbus Broad, where it empties into a stream. If nothing else, they can get to a working phone and report what's going on here." "Cam, do either of your boys know how to use a gun?" Brad asked. Again the level stare, one which did not quite come out and ask, "Why do you insult my intelligence?" "They both took a safety course with their dad 2 years ago. The primary focus was on rifles and hunting safety, but handguns were covered, yes." "If Jim and Dave know about this path, the shooters who are doing this may too," Johnny said. "Have you thought about that?" "Yes," the impatience finally showing, but only a little. Johnny admired her control. "But these lunatics are strangers. They have to be. Have you ever seen any of those vans before today?" "I may have at that," Johnny thought. "I'm not sure where yet, but if I can just get a little time to think." "No, but I believe," Brad began. "We moved here in 1982 when the boys were 3, Cammy said. "They say there's a path that hardly anyone knows about or uses except for kids, and they say there's a pipe. I believe them." "Sure you do," Johnny thought, "but that's secondary. So's the hope of their bringing back help. You just want them out of here, don't you?" "Of course you do, and I don't blame you." "Johnny," she said, perhaps assuming his silence meant he was against the idea, "there were boys not much older than my sons fighting in Vietnam not so long ago." "Some even younger," he said. "I was there. I saw them." He got up, pulled the pistol from the waistband of his slacks with one hand, pulled the box of cartridges out of his shirt pocket with the other. "I'll be glad to turn this over to your boys, but I'd like to go along with them." Cammy glanced down at Johnny's belly, not as large as Brad's, but still considerable. She didn't ask him why he wanted to go or what good he thought he could do. Her mind was, at least for the time being, colder than that. She said, "The boys play soccer in the fall and run track in the spring. Can you keep up with them?" "Not in the mile or the 440, of course not," he replied. "On a path through the woods and maybe through a viaduct, I think so." "Are you kidding yourself or what?" Belinda asked abruptly. It was Cammy she was talking to, not Johnny.
I mean, if there was still a working phone within earshot of Poplar Street, do you think we'd still be sitting here with dead people lying out front and a house burning to the ground?" Cammy glanced at her, touched the blood spot on her blouse again, then looked back at Johnny. Behind her, Ellie was peering around the corner into the living room. The girl's eyes were wide with shock and grief, her mouth and chin streaked with blood from her nose. "If it's okay with the boys, it's okay with me," Cammy said, not addressing Belinda's question at all. Cammy Reed currently had no interest in speculation. Maybe later, but not now. Now there was only one thing that did interest her, rolling the dice while she judged the odds were still heavily in her favor, rolling them and getting her sons out the back door. "It will be," he said, and handed her the gun and the cartridges before heading back toward the kitchen. They were good boys, which was nice, and there were also boys who had been programmed to go along in 9 cases out of 10 with what their elders wanted. In this situation, that was even nicer. As Johnny walked, he touched the object he had stowed in his left front pants pocket. "But before we go, it's important that I talk to someone. Very important." "Who?" Cammy said. Johnny picked Ellen Carver up. He hugged her, kissed one blood-stained cheek, and was glad when her arms went around his neck and she hugged him back fiercely. You couldn't buy a hug like that. "Ralphie Carver," he said, and carried Ralphie's sister back into the kitchen. 2. As it happened, Tom Billingsley did have a couple of guns kicking around, but first he found Collier's shirt. It wasn't much, an old Cleveland Browns tee with a rip under one arm, but it was an XL, and better than trying the path through the Greenbelt naked from the waist up. Collie had used the route often enough to know there were blackberry bushes, plus other assorted prickers and brambles out there. "Thanks," he said, pulling the shirt on as old Doc led them past the ping-pong table at the far end of his basement. "Don't mention it," Billingsley said, reaching up and tugging the string that turned on the fluorescence. "Can't even remember where it came from. I've always been a Bengals fan myself." In the corner beyond the ping-pong table was a jumble of fishing equipment, a few orange hunting vests, and an unstrung bow. Old Doc squatted with a grimace, moved the vests, and uncovered a quilt that had been rolled and tied with twine. Inside it were 4 rifles, but 2 of them were in pieces. Billingsley held up the ones that were whole. "Should do," he said. Collie took the 30-06, which probably made a lot more sense for a woods patrol than his service pistol anyway, and would raise fewer questions if he had to shoot someone. That left Ames with the other, smaller gun, a Mossberg. "It's only chambered for 22s, Doc said apologetically as he rummaged in a cabinet mounted next to the fuse box and laid out cartons of cartridges on the ping-pong table. "But it's a damned fine gun just the same. Holds 9 in a row for more go. What do you think?" Ames offered a grin Collie couldn't help liking. "I think oy vey, such a deal," he said, taking the Mossy. Billingsley laughed at that, a cracked old man's chortle, and led them back upstairs. Cynthia had put a pillow under Marielle's head, but she was still lying on the living room floor, under the picture of Daisy, the mathematically inclined corgi, actually. They hadn't dared move her. Billingsley was afraid his stitches might tear open again. She was still alive, which was good, and still unconscious, which might also be good, considering what had happened to her. But she was breathing in great, irregular gasps that did not sound good to Collie at all. It sounded like the kind of breathing that might stop any time. Her husband, the charming Gary, was sitting in a kitchen chair which he had turned around so he could at least look at his wife while he drank. Collie saw that the bottle he had found contained Mother DeLuca's best cooking sherry, and felt his stomach turn over. Gary saw him looking, or perhaps felt it, and looked over at Collie. His eyes were red and puffy, sore-looking, miserable. Collie hunted in his heart and found some sympathy for the man. Not much, though. "Lost her damn arm," he told Collie in a furry, confiding voice. "Gaw happer." Collie thought this over and translated it as drunkish for either got to help her or God help her. "Yes," he said. "We're going to get her some help." "I'll be here already. Lost her muffin arms in the muffin fitch." "I know." Cynthia joined them. You used to be a vet, didn't you, Mr. Billingsley?
Billingsley nodded.
I thought so. Could you come here, take a look at something out the front door?
Do you think that's safe?
For the time being, I think so. The thing that's out there, well, I'd rather you look for yourself.
She glanced at the other two men.
Selves.
She led Billingsley across the living room to the door looking out on Poplar Street. Collie glanced at Steve, who shrugged. Collie's assumption was that the girl wanted to show Billingsley how the houses across the street had changed, although what that had to do with Billingsley's being a vet he didn't know. "Holy shit," he said to Steve as they reached the door. "They've gone back to normal. Or did we just imagine they'd changed in the first place?" It was the Geller house he kept staring at. 10 minutes ago, when he and the hippie and the counter girl had been looking out this same door, he could have sworn that the Geller place had turned into an adobe, the sort of thing you saw in pictures of New Mexico and Arizona back when they were territories. Now it was clad in plain old Ohio aluminum siding again. "We didn't imagine it, and things haven't gone back to normal," Steve said. "At least not all the way. Check that one." Collie followed Steve's pointing finger and stared at the Reed house. The modern aluminized siding had returned, replacing the logs, and the roof was once more neat asphalt shingles instead of whatever it had been before, sod, he thought. The mid-sized satellite dish was back on top of the carport, but the house's foundation was rough wood planking instead of brick, and all the windows were tightly shuttered. There were loopholes in those shutters, too, as if the inhabitants of the house expected their day-to-day problems to include marauding Indians as well as Seventh-day Adventists and wandering insurance salesmen. Collie couldn't say for sure, but he didn't think the Reed house had even had shutters before this afternoon, let alone ones with rifle port loopholes. "Say," Billingsley sounded like a man who is finally getting the idea that all of this is a candid camera stunt. "Are those hitching rails in front of Audrey's? They are, aren't they? What is all this?"
"Never mind that," Cynthia said. She reached up, took the old man's face between her hands, and turned it like a camera on a tripod so he was looking at the corpse of Peter Jackson's wife.
"Oh, my God," Collie said.
There was a large bird perched on the woman's bare thigh, its yellow talons buried in her skin. It had already snacked off most of her remaining face and was now burrowing into the flesh under her chin. Collie had a brief, unwelcome memory of going after Kelly Eberhard in exactly the same place one night at the West Columbus Drive-In, her saying that if he gave her a hickey, her dad would probably shoot them both. He didn't realize he had lifted the 30-06 into firing position until Steve pushed the barrel back down with the palm of his hand. "No, man, I wouldn't. Better to keep quiet, maybe." He was right, but God, it wasn't just what it was doing, but what it was.
"Lost her goddamn arm,"
Gary announced from the kitchen, as if afraid they might forget this if he allowed them to. Old Doc ignored him. He had crossed the living room, looking like a man who expects to be shot dead in his tracks at any moment, but now he seemed to have forgotten all about killers, weird vans, and transforming houses.
"My good gosh, look at that,"
he exclaimed, in a tone that sounded very much like awe.
"I ought to photograph it. Yes, excuse me, I'll just get my camera."
He began to turn away. Cynthia grabbed him by the shoulder. "The camera can wait, Mr. Billingsley." He seemed to come back a little to their situation at that.
"Yes, I suppose, but—"
The bird turned as if hearing them and seemed to stare at the vet's bungalow with its red-rimmed eyes. Its pink skull appeared black with stubble. Its beak was a simple yellow hook. "Is that a buzzard?" Cynthia asked. "Or maybe a vulture?"
"Buzzard? Vulture?"
Old Doc looked startled.
"Good gosh, no, I've never seen a bird like that in my life."
"In Ohio, you mean?" Collie said, knowing that wasn't what Billingsley meant, but wanting to hear it for himself.
"I mean anywhere."
The hippie looked from the bird to Billingsley and then back to the bird again. "What is it, then? A new species?"
"New species, my fanny. Excuse my French, young lady, but that's a fucking mutant."
Billingsley stared, rapt, as the bird opened its wings, flapping them in order to help it move a little farther up Mary's leg.
"Look how big its body is and how short its wings are in relation to it. Damn thing makes an ostrich look like a miracle of aerodynamics. I don't think the wings are even the same length."
"No," Collie said, "I don't think they are either."
"How can it fly?" Doc demanded. "How can it possibly fly?"
"I don't know, but it does." Cynthia pointed down toward the thick billows which had now blotted out all vestiges of the world below Hyacinth Street. "It flew out of the smoke. I saw it."
"I'm sure you did. I didn't think someone pulled up in a birdmobile and dropped it off, but how it can possibly fly is beyond all—" He broke off, peering at the thing. "Although I can understand how you might have thought it was a buzzard before the inevitable second thoughts set in."
Collie thought old Doc was mostly talking to himself by this point, but he listened intently just the same.
"It does look a little like a buzzard, as a child might draw it anyway."
"Huh?" Cynthia said.
"As a child might draw it," Billingsley repeated. "Perhaps one who got it all mixed up in his mind with a bald eagle."
3. The sight of Ralphie Carver hurt Johnny's heart. Put aside by Jim Reed, whose solicitude had been superseded by his excitement at the impending mission, Ralphie stood between the stove and the refrigerator with his thumb in his mouth and a big wet spot spreading on the front of his shorts. All his bratty bluster had departed. His eyes were huge and still and shiny. He looked to Johnny like drug addicts he had known. Johnny stopped inside the kitchen door and put Ellie down. She didn't want to go, but at last he managed to pry her hands gently off his neck. Her eyes were also shocked, but held none of the merciful glaze Johnny could see in her brother's. He looked past her and saw Kim and Susie Geller sitting on the floor with their arms around each other. Probably suits Mom just fine, Johnny thought, remembering how the woman had seemed to struggle with young David Reed for possession of the girl. He had won then, but now David had bigger fish to fry. He was bound for Anderson Avenue and parts unknown. That didn't change the fact that there were 2 little kids here who had become orphans since lunch, however. "Kim," he asked, "could you maybe help a little with—" "No," she said. No more, no less. And calm. No defiance in her gaze, no hysteria in her tone, but no fellow feeling either. She had an arm around her daughter had an arm around her, cozy as can be, just a couple of white girls sitting around and waiting for the clouds to roll by. Understandable, maybe, but Johnny was furious with her nevertheless. She was suddenly everyone he had ever known who looked bored when the conversation came around to AIDS or homeless children or the defoliation of the rainforests. She was everyone who had ever stepped over a homeless man or woman sleeping on the sidewalk without so much as a single glance down, as he had on occasion done himself. Johnny could picture himself grabbing her by the arms, hauling her to her feet, whirling her around, and planting a swift kick square in the middle of her narrow Midwestern ass. Maybe that would wake her up. Even if it didn't, it would certainly make him feel a little better. "No," he repeated, feeling his temples throb with stupid rage. "No," she agreed, and gave him a wan little at-last-you-understand smile. Then she turned her head towards Susie and began to stroke the girl's hair. "Come on, dear heart," Belinda said to Ellen, leaning down and opening her arms. "Come over here and spend some time with Bea." The girl came, silent, her face twisting in an awful cramp of grief that made the silence somehow even worse, and Belinda enfolded her. The Reed twins watched this, but really didn't see. They were standing by the back door, looking bright-eyed and excited. Cammy approached them, stood in front of them, appraised them with an expression Johnny at first mistook for dourness. A moment more, and he realized what it really was, terror so large it could only be partially concealed. "All right," she said at last. Her voice was dry and businesslike. "Which one carries it?" The boys looked at each other, and Johnny had a sense of communication between them, brief but complex, perhaps the sort of thing in which only twins could engage. Or perhaps, he thought, it's just that your brains have boiled, John. That was not actually so far-fetched. They certainly felt boiled. Jim held out his hand. For just a moment his mother's upper lip trembled. Then it firmed, and she passed him David Carver's pistol. Dave took the shells and opened the box while his brother rolled the .45 cylinder and held the gun up to the light, checking to make sure the chambers were empty, just as Johnny had done. We're careful because we understand the potential a gun has to maim and kill, Johnny thought. But it's more than that. On some level we know they're evil, devilish.
Even their biggest fans and partisans sense it. Dave was holding out a palmful of shells to his brother. Jim took them one at a time, loading the gun. "You act like your father was with you every minute," Cammy said as he did it. "If you think of doing something he wouldn't let you do if he was here, don't. Is that understood?" "Yes, Mom." Jim snapped the pistol's cylinder closed and then held it at the end of his arm with his finger outside the trigger guard and the muzzle pointing at the floor. He looked both embarrassed by his mother's orders — she sounded like the CO in an old Leon Uris novel, laying down the law for a couple of green privates — and wildly excited at the prospect of what lay ahead. She turned her attention to the other twin. "David?" "Yes, Mom?" "If you see people, strangers in the woods, come right back. That's the most important thing. Don't ask questions, don't respond to anything they might say, don't even approach them." Jim began. "Mom, if they don't have guns, don't ask questions, don't approach them," she repeated. She didn't speak much louder, but there was something in her voice they both flinched back from a little, something that finished the discussion. "Suppose they see cops, Mrs. Reed?" Brad asked. "The police may have decided the Greenbelt is their best approach to the street." "Safest to stay away," Johnny said. "Any cops we run into are apt to be, well, nervous. Nervous cops have been known to hurt innocent people. They never mean to, but it's better to be safe. Avoid accidents." "Are you coming with us, Mr. Marinville?" Jim asked. "Yes." Neither twin said anything, but Johnny liked the relief he saw in their eyes. Cammy gave Johnny a forbidding look. "Are you done? May I get back to business?" it said, and then resumed her instructions. "Go to Anderson Avenue. If everything looks all right there—" She faltered a moment, as if realizing how unlikely that was, and then pushed on. "Ask to use someone's phone and call the police. But if Anderson Avenue's like it is here, or if things seem even the slightest bit, well, hinky," Johnny said. In Vietnam, they'd had as many words for the feeling she was talking about as Indians had for variations in the weather, and it was funny how they all came back, turning on like neon signs in a dark room. Hanky, weirded out, bent, snafu'd, dinky-dow. "Yeah, Doc, it's all coming back to me now. Pretty soon I'll be whipping a bandana into a rope and tying it around my forehead to keep back the sweat, maybe leading the congregation in the fish cheer." Cammy was still looking at her boys. Johnny hoped she'd hurry up. They were still looking back at her with respect and a little fear. But most of what she had to say from this point on would go in one ear and out the other just the same. "If you don't like what you see on Anderson Avenue, use that pipe you know about. Get over to Columbus Broad. Call the police. Tell them what's happened here. And don't you even think of coming back to Poplar Street." "But, Mom," Jim began. She reached up and seized his lips, pinching them shut. Not painfully, but firmly. Johnny could easily imagine her doing the same thing when the twins were 10 years younger, only bending down to do it. "You save but Mom for another time," she said. "This time you just mind Mom. Get to a safe place, call the police, then stay put until this craziness is over. Got it?" They nodded. Cammy nodded back and let go of Jim's lips. Jim was smiling an embarrassed smile. "Oh boy, that's my ma," and blushing to the tips of his ears. He knew better than to remonstrate, however. "And be careful," she finished. Something came in her eyes, an urge to kiss them, Johnny thought, or maybe just an urge to call the whole thing off while she still could. Then it was gone. "Ready, Mr. Marinville?" Dave asked. He was looking enviously at the gun dangling at the end of his brother's arm. Johnny suspected they would not be too far down the path through the Greenbelt before he asked to carry it a while. "Just a second," he said, and knelt down in front of Ralphie. Ralphie backed away until his little butt was flush against the wall, then looked at Johnny over his thumb. Down here at Ralphie's level, the smell of urine and fear was so strong it was jungly. From his pocket, Johnny took the figure he'd found in the upstairs hall, the alien with the big eyes, the horn of a mouth, and the stiff strip of yellow hair running up the center of his otherwise bald head. He held it in front of Ralphie's eyes. "Ralphie, what's this?" For a moment he didn't think the boy was going to answer. Then slowly he reached out with the hand that wasn't anchored in his mouth and took it. For the first time since the shooting had begun, a spark of life showed in his face. "That's Major Pike," he said. "Oh?" "Yes."
He's a Canopalian. He pronounced this word carefully, proudly. That means he's an alien, but a good alien, not like No-Face. A pause. Sometimes he drives Bounty's power wagon. Major Pike wasn't with them, was he? Tears overspilled Ralphie's eyes, and Johnny suddenly remembered the story every kid used to know about the Black Sox baseball scandal in 1919. A weeping little boy had supposedly approached shoeless Joe Jackson, begging the ballplayer to tell him that the fix hadn't been in, to say it wasn't so.